Oh god, gua bisa bangun pagi. Oh no, belum mandi. Hai. Pas 10 menit kan, gue bisa bangun. Apa kata gua? Tapi, aduh, ini loncat jam tidur gua. Nggak beliin gue bangun. Halo semuanya, selamat datang di channel gua and welcome to Valorant. Ngomongnya katanya jangan Valorant. VCT Master Tokyo Playoff Day kedua, match pertama. Aduh, oh my god, ngantuk banget gua. Astaga, nggak ngantuk sih, belum biasa bangun jam segini sih. Gua kemarin tuh susah banget gue buat tidur jam 2 tuh gue harus maksain tidur. Kayak gue baru tidur jam 4-an deh, karena it's just so hard buat tidur jam-jam segitu ya. Tapi semoga hari ini jam-jam segitu gue udah cukup bisa tidur lah. So, and again, gue mengganti format judulnya biar kelihatan lebih rapi aja. Oke, so ini adalah match hari ini. Buat kalian semua yang mau nonton, mau nonton di game pertama atau enggak game kedua, hari ini kita ada Fnatic lawan NRG. Gue dulu banget ngomongnya NRG deh. Terus di game kedua kita ada PRX lawan DRX. Gak tahu, kita nonton aja. Ya buat kalian semua yang nonton silakan lah ya, kalian ngapain pun. Ini adalah konten hari ini juga, karena jam 10 sekarang gue belum ada konten lagi. Kontennya hari ini adalah setiap hari sampai tanggal 21 nanti adalah watch party. Yes. Kalau untuk giveaway gue nggak tahu ya mana Gori ya. Kita mau buatin giveaway kah? Nanti gue ngomong ke Gori kali ya. Oke deh, mau Gori Vince. Orangnya tidak ada. Game 1 nih. Pilih mana? Fnatic, NRG. Kita langsung ask your community dulu. Chill. Oh no, ayo kumpul di like dulu, jangan lupa like the button ya. Jadi kalian pencet buat
tumben bang.
Jangan bilang tumben, gue suruh. Waduh, capek banget, anjir. Ada. Nah, sih ada boleh share media yang jangan copyright gitu loh, baru mulai anjir. Jadi Gor, lu mau baginya lu gimana lu? Lot.
Wah, tapi udah Sabtu ya. Paling Senin gua kasih.
Sabtu? Iya, hari ini Sabtu sih. Kenapa memang kalau Sabtu?
Ini libur.
Oke guys, berarti lusa aja bagi-baginya ya.
Lu aja, nggak apa-apa.
Senin.
Ini hari ini aja.
Gimana baginya?
Kan ini kan, nggak pakai ini aja kan, mau pakai Google Form kan.
Terus?
Ya udah, yang menang tinggal gua, tinggal ditentuin siapa, tinggal hari Senin gua kasih.
Ada persiapan waktu sekitar 5 menit 45 detik. To form?
Coba siapa sih ini?
Kenapa?
Siapa lawan siapa?
Nanti lawan NRG. Jangan bilang tumben-tumben deh. Harus bilang thank you, gue bisa bangun pagi. Kalian sih bener-bener Nah, tapi gue tetap tidurnya jam 2 ya. Gak tahu sih besok siapa nih guys. Besok itu tanggal 18 lower bracket. Gue nonton 19 aja ya. Lower bracket kalian mau nonton juga?
PRX ya?
Tentu game kedua.
Hah?
Itu game kedua.
Oh, FNC NRG ya?
Kawan DRX.
Ya. Ya FNC mau.
Kenapa?
Ya FNC mau.
Oh gimana? Ya bebas.
Atau mau PRX aja.
Kenapa
aja
emang?
lah ya.
Saya PRX.
Ya, PRX kan lebih.
Kayaknya dia pernah lawanan bareng deh kalau gue lihat deh. Atau dia ketemu lagi di sini. Si PRX DRX ini.
PRX ya, karena DRX aja ya.
Ini ketemuan lagi guys ya, PRX sama DRX ya. Waktu itu bukannya ada ya? Atau gue yang salah lihat ya? Habis namanya mirip-mirip sih. Ini playoff semuanya seru. Lower atau bracket? Coba tidur kayak. Oh pantesan. Sering ya? Iya. Pertemuan keempat. Kenapa ditemuin bareng terus sih? Biar tumbang satu. Mau 2 kali. Wow. Oh iya benar juga, satu region ya. Ya udah kalau gitu nonton. Nanti siap-siap deh PRX on DRX. Puri biar siapin dulu deh. Kalian yang mau nonton juga bisa di officialnya Valorant, mau Inggris atau nggak yang Indo itu juga ada di YouTube, di Twitch. Gua kebetulan sekarang nontonnya di Twitch. Soalnya delaynya cepat, ya. Apa yang perlu di-highlight di sini? Kasih tau gua dong, fill me in. Kemarin katanya jangan pakai kata Valorant, pakai VCT aja. Tapi yang lainnya pakai judulnya Valorant semua anjir. Bocil Rusia siapa anjir? Kemarin kena copyright lagi pas lagi di lobbynya. Ntar gue cek ya kalau lobbynya darurat gue mute ya. Gila, Fnatic waktu itu sempat kalau sama Steel Series gue beli anjir. Dia punya mouse-nya. Gue sih gak pernah ngikutin ya. Tapi gue beli barang-barang peripherals pro player. Entah Navi, entah Fnatic ya. Gue beli semuanya. Di sana keren soalnya. Something. Bang mau nanya, emang mouse grip tape berguna banget bagi pemain FPS? Supporting sih, nggak berguna banget dibilang, tergantung orang sih sebenarnya. 10 detik. Bentar lagi mulai guys. Takut kopi kanan, jadi kita tunggu bentar ya. This stream contain fast flashing image that affect viewer who are susceptible to photosynthesis. Ya itulah. Hati-hati guys ya. Yang punya epilepsi nggak boleh nonton VCT. Nanti kalian di flash, kalian kena ayan. Bukan fotosintesis anjir, itu tanaman. Wih, gue pernah kesini nih guys. Ini pasti ada lagu copyright nih, jangan dulu deh. Anjir, tips Stardom. Mendo payah banget, udah tahu di Tokyo ya, bukan nonton. Mainnya malah game sebelah mulu, game ngesot mulu ah. Udah tahu ininya ada di sini.
Appreciate the intro. Wow. Now what can I
Yeah,
say?
you know.
Here.
Oh, and also birthday boy, by the way.
Wow.
Not yesterday. Yesterday birthday. So everyone go on Twitter and say happy
We're
birthday
still
to Hypox.
celebrating.
Technically, I'm just old today.
Yeah.
That's just the headline.
Yeah, today you're just old,
Yeah.
you know? But guys, can we just talk real fast? I just want to just go nuts for a second. I wanted to be on the desk for one game.
One game only.
One game only, and it was this one. I'm so pumped about this one.
Yeah, but it wasn't a long feeling, right? Because we only get the bracket like what, 2 days ago. But
I know.
I can reassure you, he's been going on about this. He was like, I need this, I need to do this. Everybody is very excited because, as you said, it's been a long time in the making. It's kind of the kind of thing that has been dodged a little bit, but now we finally get it.
Yeah,
Let's enjoy it.
we're going to talk about that and so much more throughout the rest of the pre-show. But before we get into today's matches, let's talk about what happened yesterday on Hypox's birthday. Because we had
besok nonton lagi.
Just trying to remind the viewers at home, buddy. And, you know, we're trying to figure out what the Japanese word is for whoopin' is, but we haven't quite found that one yet. We're going to have to probably talk to Oda in a little bit about that. But Evil Geniuses certainly delivered a whooping to the America's champions, and on top of that, our champions of 2022. I can't believe those are words that I even said out loud.
Yeah, and I still can't believe the scorelines. Like, it was in such dominant fashion, and obviously we've been talking about EG reaching this, what feels like peak, but then they keep over-delivering, they keep exceeding that. Yesterday was so fantastic to watch.
I think everybody was looking at the debut, well, not the debut, right? But all of the teams waiting and play us how they were going to do after having a little bit more time and actually look and see how the other teams are resolving. For EG is actually being day after day play and actually getting a couple of days. For example, they get today to enjoy and keep improving on the server. So lovely performance to see, and a little bit, you know, disappointed on the side of Cloud.
Yeah, very, and I know that they are as well, right? Like,
hari ini
I
khusus
know the
buat
standards
kalian.
upon which fraud. We all know.
Tapi nanti kalau gua mandi di tengah-tengah jangan kaget ya. Kalian nonton aja.
And then that takes us over though to the EMEA champs as Team Liquid took the stage against the unlikely opponent of China's Edward Gaming, and EDG really came out of this one. We thought that it was going to be, for lack of a better term, a wet fart with the way things had started. And then after that, it just became an absolute banger, play after play, Mike.
It was, yeah, and stylistically, I think you look at a team like EDG, and that is actually a team that Liquid traditionally would struggle with, but I think Liquid actually came in with form that matched their grand finals appearance in the EMEA and actually the last string of matchups. Again, I don't want to say this is obviously top heavy in terms of Kang, but you know, some of the other players now that are asking question marks on EDG in terms of consistency. Smoggy and Chichu been capable of those swing rounds, but we haven't seen it level up.
We've seen them change the compositions also for what they were doing previously in China. We got a fair amount of a double duelist yesterday that probably they will continue, but I think we were very happy because of how tight that scoreline was. Yeah. We barely even make it to that OT on the last map. Liquid close it, but I think that every single opponent that is going up against EDG are having the same feeling. It's like they're demons.
I mean, even after, I still feel like
nggak berasa tuh game itu lama banget soalnya.
Team here.
And they're gonna play loud. Who just had
what is that?
Champion after champion.
I'm absolutely blown away. It's awesome. We've had great games across the board. I know everyone's been talking about it online, but that takes us to our bracket and where we are right now. And I hope you guys have cleared your schedule for the next few hours because today's matchup, Oh boy, it's just a gift that keeps on giving. So we're going to start things off with Fnatic taking on NRG. And then it's a game that has happened so many times. And we've made the X going to give it to you joke so many times as well that I will spare everyone the pain again. PRX versus DRX. Kukuka, I'm excited about this one because today we have 4 teams who have genuinely, when you really think about it, these 4 teams have influenced competitive Valorant at different parts of the history of the game. And it's really cool that we're going to see these players, these teams take that stage today.
And I think that, of course, everybody's looking at the first match, but I think also the second one is very, very important because we're talking about a PRX that went against a DRX and won in such a fashion that even DRX were like, yeah, they exposed all of our weaknesses. We have to go, we have to study everything. And I feel like the style that they bring in is so specific, it's so personal to them. I think it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, it's going to be excellent stuff. But you know, guys, there are a lot of new faces here at the international stage. So many names to keep track of. It also doesn't help that some of them don't even spell the name the way that it's supposed to be spelled. So we have to improve our memory a little bit and play a quick game of Who's That Player? Look at that there. We got
Who's that professional Valorant player?
Yes, for legal reasons, we had to cut it out of there. Okay, so, all right, guys, the game is very simple, all right? You're going to see a silhouette. It's going to be like a player's dome, I think. I don't know. I haven't seen the graphic. And then we're going to read a clue, and then we're going to guess who the player is. But I want you both to be able to agree.
First DRX tuh pegang siapa?
There lies the first problem.
Hence why this game was created. So let's go ahead and see what we got. Okay, so he's the 3rd oldest player at Masters Tokyo. Who's that player?
So he's still here.
I mean,
this is complicated because we have to think about Navi, but they're not here.
Who do you think? Okay, you got a little silhouette there. Who do you think it is?
The hearts. I have no clue.
The 3rd oldest player here. I think I know who it is.
Kalian lagi dengerin mereka lagi.
I'm gonna be honest.
It's Boaster.
I see it now.
Oh, Jake,
yeah, I see the profile,
Yeah.
And
he just had a haircut.
Let's see who it is.
That makes a lot of sense.
If I'm right, I'm a gosh darn genius.
Is that the new cut? It
You're
is.
cheating. I think that he's cheating on every single game. I believe that he's right.
I swear I am not cheating.
Every single game, you're
way too
right.
quickly.
Everyone thinks I'm a cheater. I'm just really good at pointless games. I just wish I was as good at Valorant. In any case, let's see who's the next player now. He's the only player at Masters Tokyo with over 200 kills. Kankan. Yeah. Let's go ahead and see who it is.
Jot
and we got to forward the graphic.
Too fast. We agreed too fast.
Jot
Can they?
129.
That's actually
that is wild.
That is nutty. I didn't even
know
terlalu
fasih Inggris bang. Kalian bisa nonton Kingston Indo ya. Yang Indo juga ada. Kalian silakan tonton ada tuh di YouTube atau nggak di sini. Coba ya gue.
Let's go ahead and bring it up. Ooh, this one's a tough one. I can't
in a single map here
or
at a VCT Masters event.
Ada.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I blame Kurt.
Gue coba lihat ya.
He's probably like, ARGB.
Indo juga ada kok. Kalau kalian mau nonton.
The person looks like they have glasses on.
Do you think?
Right?
I don't see it on the other.
Belum mulai anjir, masih 7 menit.
It's not one.
All right, so who do you think?
I mean, the picture's doing me.
What? Oh, yes! I love this.
It was actually Loud and Lotus versus Fudge.
This was
Yeah, that was.
Boostio?
It was here.
No, it was here.
It was opening game, yeah. It was Boostio on the attacking, like Nuki style killjoy.
I have PTSD from seeing Foot out of this tournament. I'm sorry.
I'm right there with you. We'll go ahead and console one another, but for now though, we're gonna take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're gonna dive into our first match of the day.
Commercial break guys, nggak jadi. Itu yang PRX.
Iya.
Ada tuh guys yang mau menebak siapa yang menang, yang benar buat nanti PRX DRX aja sih ya. Yang benar nanti akan dapat 4 Valorant poin sebesar 140.000 rupiah ya. Isi aja tuh ya, tuh isi pinnya tuh. Yang mau ikut giveaway. Suaranya hilang, gua matiin.
Tapi harus yang gua pilih yang nebak bener doang.
Apa?
Yang gua pilih yang nebak bener. Kalau salah nggak gua masukin.
Oh ya, yang bener nebaknya dia menang. 30. Sore Ilbia gue matiin. Tuh gue matiin. Milih di mana bang? Di pin message. Di pin message. Bang, kenapa lu nggak nonton bareng Devin? Lo kalau gue bisa nonton sendiri, kenapa gue harus nonton sama orang lain? Bener nggak? Nah, masih ngobrol deh, band aja. Baru mulai. Kalau mulai aja, gue mau liat Gecko hari ini. Kita udah dikasih kepercayaan sama Riot untuk bisa nyelenggarain watch party untuk channel ini. Masa iya watch party nontonin watch party? Masa nonton watch partinya bareng sama watch party lain? Nanti beradu dong. Watch berantem T.
Throughout the season in EMEA, they coasted, right? They weren't really tested. They weren't forced into, deep into the playbook where, they were forced on this adjusting into that innovation.
Ini lo yang ngajuin atau ditunjuk sama Riot bang?
In my eyes, this is one.
Sebenarnya gue dibilang gue yang
Totally, and NRG have been on the winning side.
Gue yang ngajuin bisa dibilang juga sih. Tapi gue ngajuinnya tahun lalu dan itu hari itu doang. Kayak lagi pengen gabut, mau ngapain ya? Oh mau nonton Kalo. Wah nggak bisa. Ya udah gue tanya, bisa nggak? Dia bilang, wah sekarang udah nggak bisa. Oh ya udah, gue udah nggak ngurusin lagi. Tiba-tiba kemarin dikasih kayak 1 tahun kemudian gitu kayak oh ya dulu gue pernah minta ya. Ya udahlah.
Because they already were making it out of groups, and it was a tough opponent to lose against. I think is kind of the best way to finish.
Hans ajak Mei WP bareng. Mei saha Mei.
But if you have to lose, better be in here because here. After that, the
protocol
may be effective or not.
I'm going to give the context.
Aku mau nonton sendiri.
Historically,
aku mau nonton sendiri sama kalian aja watch partinya. Ntar kalau gua rusuh, Devin rusuh, siapa yang kalian mau denger? Masing-masing ngomong sama chat sendiri. Nggak kedengeran suara lo. Nggak apa-apa, biar kita beradu, biar kesana rame watch partinya. Gak usah dengerin suara gua, gabung kayak kan English gitu. I can speak English.
This is the sort of result.
Ya udah kita ngomong Inggris ya. Karena kita internasional, kita harus ngomong Inggris. Let's go.
Initially, one of the things you come out and you go, yeah, Fnatic's that choke factor. That's lost the ability to not perform or maintain.
Yang ngomongnya bahasa Inggris, gue baru
and I think that a lot of people are really curious about what's going on in the camp. Thankfully, we have Doug actually standing by as he caught words with Boaster before the match.
Boaster, I'm sorry to stop the driving. Please, you didn't have your brake lights on, man. You got to be careful. Listen, you're going up against the brightest minds in the game, or some of the brightest in chat.
Anjir,
what did preparation look like for you
di Jepang
heading up to this match?
Ya lagi panas.
Just the same as always. We just no pressure, work hard, and hopefully we'll get the win.
Gue suka nih.
Special.
Best of luck to you today, man.
Humble banget ya. Siapa yang ini? Kelihatannya humble sekali.
Fun fact, that's how he walks everywhere. And but Fnatic, yes, you guys bring up a great point. They were unstoppable in the EMEA League. But
your prediction win this first round.
They lost out
it's the only
at the
worst
final
round.
moments. And then turn around and then they act like, they're like, we're just...
I never seen these two teams perform.
I'm a little concerned about that.
Yeah, seeing these images
so I'm gonna
now,
guess,
it's not something that we saw during the season. We've talked about this also in the desk during this days, and it's that every team has a moment where they peak during the season.
I
and
say
actually after
Fnatic.
you peak,
got the upper hand today. Anjay, English.
Going down before it's too late and you just say,
yeah, and even
Booster
like
itu juga pernah jadi pro player LoL.
ya
nggak jauh-jauh ya
events gaps that fill. Does that feel like cope or hope?
It literally does though. It's like I said, it puts an asterisk across that form that we saw them.
Booster.
It was coasting. Honestly, there were so many games where they got away with raw firepower, and again, it's based the MEA take, but
kebayang nggak apa-apa, kita kan belajar bareng.
Especially
but they have
lagi
slots for almost
English language
it is a super team for a reason.
But what also
kalau kita nonton Indo kita bahasa Indo, kalau Arab ya kita bahasa Arab gitu.
That's what I thought was really weird, right? Like they didn't show a lot of comps. The point never came where they were forced into adjustments. They were forced to recover in their series, dig a little deeper in the strat book, in the playbook, and really switch things up to go back to the historical Fnatic, which was, hey, we're going to be the innovators of the meta. We're going to pull something out that's going to take a couple of weeks or months to counter.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can see here, right, they kind of kept things nice and simple throughout the season.
Not a single change. Not a single one of them. And for example, we did not see Pearl. They maintained that permaban. We only got to see Fracture in playoffs. So, as we were saying, it's not like they've been tested, they have been pushed. Or maybe they thought that it was not worth it to change anything up. If they don't see the ceiling in the composition and they see that they can still improve and see the depth onto them, there's no need for them.
Yeah, and I totally understand that.
Kalian
but
semua
there's
nggak
just
pada
a lot of
kerja
pressure on
hari
this
ini?
team, right? They have
It's weird to see both of it. Yeah, no
Bener
pressure.
juga. Tapi kan Sabtu ada yang kerja.
That is the reason why it's
pretending.
Let's even talk about the fact that, and I hate to bring this narrative back up, but they're trying to go for back-to-back
udah siap-siap tuh
titles, which
mereka.
is something we
Mereka
have
lagi
not seen before in Valorant. As a matter of fact, I
lagi
believe Duncan Ball did
siap-siap.
get an opportunity to get some words in with the team. I believe
Jadi
with Bolster and
Sabtu
Durka to
Minggu
talk about
rame
the
nih
prep,
ya.
and of course,
Jadi
getting
besok
that
bangun
back-to-back
pagi lagi
titles.
gitu
Let's go ahead and take a
maksudnya.
look at that.
Padahal
Thanks so
besok
much.
flower
Yeah,
break.
we're back here, Ball and I. This time, we're hanging out with Boaster and Durka. Fellas, I want to get right into it.
Boaster, kayak
you have arrived at the
Pape.
tournament, you've qualified, but you're sitting and watching for a little bit. How much of this prep time is you watching what the other teams are doing as opposed to you just focusing on your individual plans, your individual gameplay?
I'd actually say I'm just looking at seeing what pistols they're running. Just to get some ideas, yeah.
Itu yang botak itu.
Because there's no
Dia
point
juga sampai kejar nonton.
trying any teams yet because we don't know who we're going to be playing against. So this time is just for us to kind of focus on what we're doing and making sure Durka's ready to go kill. And that's what we're going for.
Okay. I want to ask about specifically like back-to-backing and how nobody's been able to do that yet. What makes it so difficult in your view? Obviously, now you've entered the realm of being able to do
Chill
that,
weekend.
and you're trying to attack it for the first time.
Come on, Durka.
I think just winning a tournament or like getting a super high placement puts like a target on your back, so everybody wants to
Anjir,
win,
calm banget
everybody
orangnya
wants to prove they're good. And like everybody looks up to you.
Ini kayak bakal sampai jam 3 sih feeling gue sih guys ya. Jadi kayak gue akan mandi di tengah-tengah nanti. Jadi mohon maaf. Ya.
Everyone wants to beat you. And you have to come up with new stuff.
Gue bisa kasih iklan buat kalian semua. Iklannya gue pencet manual kalau lagi break ya. Ingat ya guys ya. Jadi setiap break kalian hashtag minta iklan, oke? Jadi biar gue ingetin, oh ya, time out gue pencet iklan manual di YouTube, ya. Hashtag minta iklan setiap ada time out atau nggak break. Jadi gue tahu. Oh iya iya. Oke. Tapi kalau lagi game, gue matiin iklannya. Jadi kalau biasa kan iklannya ke play sendiri, tapi karena ini lagi main turni, kita keganggu ya kan. Jadi
I think we want it, but it's not like.
Jadi nanti iklannya gue manualin aja. Setiap time out, setiap break atau enggak transi game 1 game 2 kalian ketik itu biar gue inget. Terima kasih udah diingetin ya.
In our team like thinks about that. We just want to win.
Kalian mau vote siapa?
But did you not care about going undefeated in the MEA?
Turbo nggak ada. Oh, ini gue udah pakai turbo.
I mean, yeah,
ini udah turbo Twitch gue. Udah nggak ada iklan Twitch-nya. Tenang, chill.
3 times in EMEA season we went undefeated in regular season. So I just wanted that. But like
individual little things.
Yeah, individual little things because I don't think anyone in EMEA will go 3 times in a row.
Iklan ini maksudnya iklan YouTube.
EMEA seasons. So I was like, let's just continue that for a little bit and then I won't care about it anymore. And this time it's just like I want to win an event. It's not like super. I know it will be special for me to win like back to back, but I don't put it into my head like, oh, I need to. I just need to win an events. Like,
I personally wanted us to lose. So in the grand finals, I decided not to do very good calling.
Guys, Riot lagi ngeliatin gua loh.
Experience of a loss.
Gua harus
But
bener.
I'd hate to come into. To be fair, I didn't want to come into this.
Hai
tournament
Blizzard,
without
akhirnya
having
jadi
lost.
member.
Because
Iklan
I wanted
YouTube. Iya, iklan
boys to have a
YouTube.
reality slap in the face. Cool.
Hans,
And it
I have
just so happened
feeling
to be in
if
the grand
PRX
finals, which
will
is rough.
lose to meet
But it
DRX.
won't feel as rough as losing.
Oh, why
at
you
Tokyo,
say that?
You know, like, we want to win this
Why?
event, and there's no pressure.
I never
but
seen
the only pressure
both
I
team
feel
play.
is I want to make sure that we're
So,
going to be at our peak level again.
I don't know what to say.
We're
Yeah.
ready and we know what we're doing. Like, I trust in the boys and their individual skill and their individual
Halo
kind of,
Riot.
like, abilities.
Fine
but
kok. Seru
like,
kan guys,
individuals
seru
don't
kan?
win
Bilang
a
seru
game.
sekarang.
It's like great teamwork as well as that, you know.
Seru kan?
And we've picked
Yeah.
one really nicely, but we're constantly working on the other one.
Last question I have for you, and then we'll let you guys
Seru,
go.
seru,
I
seru.
need to know about the socks. My man, what is going on with the socks? Yeah, those are there's a lot happening.
Gila nih.
Yeah, my mum bought them, so I have to wear them.
What's on them?
Mandi nih.
Right now, we've got pizzas, a pizza cutter, and a pizza box. And I don't really
Makasih
like
night
pizza.
marketnya.
I don't really eat it. Like, I can eat it, but I'm not the biggest fan of it.
You
I always
have
feel
to
kind of sick
support
after
for
it, so,
PRX.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, actually, I've got
Enggak lah,
various
kalau kita
versions. I've
we
actually
can
worn the other
we can
versions on
discuss
previous
about
days,
PRX
so
and
some of
DRX
them have
later.
tacos on them.
For now, we
Some
focus
of them, I
on
think, had, like,
Fnatic and
sushi
NRG.
fish on them, so
Okay?
there we go.
Game 1, game
Fellas,
1.
thank you
Game
so
2,
much for
game
joining
2.
us. We're gonna go get food. We'll throw it back to the desk to get back into the action.
I feel like we learn more about his socks
Hans
and
is
what
a
their
funny
mentality is.
person, Riot. Take
No,
him
I'm
on a
honestly
long
more
contract.
interested in the socks.
Itu dia.
But you know, it's very, it's very interesting though, because Durka, you know, the soft-spoken juggernaut of the server. I mean, Kukuka, this guy, a lot of people feel like he is, you know, one of the best, if not the best player in the world, and for good reason, because the man constantly performs. But it's very interesting to hear the expectations that they set for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And also coming off of after that loss, Boaster was saying it, right? Like, we need to make sure that they're ready to go kill, that he's feeling himself,
Gua
that he
pengen
can
lihat
put this
Gecko
performance,
juga.
not put it, but actually
Hari
keep
ini,
it
kalau
up,
misalkan ada
tournament
ya.
after tournament, season after season.
It's strange.
Gua nggak mau ngelihat
like
Heaven
they need
atau
a
Split
reality
si
check
bosen.
to get Durka back in that form. Again, you talked about obviously Fnatic having the best in role for like across the whole team here. That then kind of makes you
Fnatic
question how
DRX.
bad an off day does it take for all 5 players who are
DRX.
considered best in role.
Yeah.
Baca gimana ya? Gua takut salah baca ya lu.
This graphic,
Breeze
the
udah nggak ada?
damage per
I mean, that
round,
is wild.
the
Oh, Breeze
first
nggak ada?
blood success,
Wow.
61%.
Kalau gitu Fracture.
Yeah, I don't think he's been in that many because one
Pasang
thing that
siapa?
we love about Fnatic is how methodical they are, how good they are in fundamentals, and you were very unlikely see Durka overheating.
Very
He
true.
will go on that operator pick, especially on the defense. He will get one, and then he will say, goodbye, my team needs me, I'm just going to back off. You're not going to see him hungry, you know, for the feast.
Oh yeah, and I think that is again one of the things that makes Durka, you know, the best player in the world is the fact that he understands when he needs to put himself in these positions and when he needs to thrive and when he needs to step up. Truly is. Shout out to Miley. But in any case, though, of course, we have another big head-to-head matchup today that we need to talk about. It's of course the 2 best initiators in the world. This is insane because we got a lot of great players here, and it's Crashies and Leo. So here's an interesting little bit about this. I mean, I watch Crashies obviously a lot in the Americas region, and you just see the impact, the information that he gathers for his team. Solo initiator, this man can do so much damage, Mike. It really feels like this is going to be really a battle to look out for.
It is, yeah, and I think when we talk about, you know, like the thinking man's Valorant, this is where the eyes go towards. Yeah, sure, we're going to have the Jooomers face-off, but
kalau
again,
tipe Inggrisnya nggak apa-apa kan gue malu.
It's
okay. Because today is English day.
This is such a fascinating matchup. When we talk about
We
Leo,
can learn
a
English
number of times
together.
where it's like it's never particularly flashy,
Udah bangun.
but it's always consistent.
As always,
He's
sudah
always
bangun.
rock solid.
Selamat datang
So many
di
times in the season we were like, is he ever going to die first?
Valorant
Is he ever-
Championship
he doesn't even attempt to get the
Tour
first kill.
Master
He's just like,
Tokyo
literally, you go to
2023
the side, you
playoff
back off.
day
You're like, okay, let me
kedua.
grab my utility.
2 atau
Just
5 sih, gue gak tau orang ada yang ketik 5 ada yang ketik 2
Exactly.
sih.
That's what makes it so special.
Kita
For such a long
sambut
time, I
Felix
feel like Leo
dengan
was a little bit misused,
bos
and
dari
we were such a good
yang
player,
punya saham
such a
dari
good player.
Valorant guys
And
ya.
now that he's in Fnatic, I feel like he's thriving, like
Felix
he's
sebenarnya
shining
beli Riot,
and they are going to need that diamond to shine bright today because NRG is going to be coming at them with a lot of force.
Here we are now live.
To the uncrowned kings of North America, the Americas region. Now, you know, I think they decided to skip that whole "we're going to start slow" narrative, which is very nice. I'm glad that this is not
NRG.
the case, but it also puts
on live on this channel.
Like on this,
make sure
NRG
you tune.
Typically, they're always with the backs against the wall. Now they're kind of in a situation where they're going against.
Grab your popcorn.
Maybe not that much.
Grab your stuff. Stay sampai jam 3. Nanti kita nonton sampai sore. Tapi kalau nanti tengah-tengah gue mandi, ya maklumin ya gue belum mandi soalnya. Gue nggak biasa bangun pagi. Jadi bangun gue tuh sekarang min 4 jam ya. So berarti gue nanti makan mestinya jam 3-an. Mesti gue udah harus makan sih jam 3 jam 2. Gue menyesuaikan. Kenapa?
No, I was going to come back to
yang lain dulu lampu.
You talk about slow starts versus the regional season, and I guess then it is.
Ini udah siang bom pagi. Nggak, masih di bawah jam 12 itu berarti masih.
It really is because they struggled in the beginning, and this is a team that really is trying to lift a trophy again, right? Like they're trying to get back to those points, and it has been a long time. I mean, I think we have footage of them, and they're wearing a whole different jersey. So you know, it's been a minute, and with
Bro Crashes, the God of Sovas, Recon menarik sih ini dua best IGL, Finesse, and Poster. Finesse bacanya. Satu call outnya bagus, satu lagi boost mentalnya good.
Fast,
right.
Aggressive with force, because this is a team that really, you know, they don't have like
analisanya.
top flight players. Like everyone's a top flight.
Bisa ya ngeliat begitu ya? Gue ngeliat kalian aja deh, gue ngeliat kalian komentar aja nanti deh. Gue excited, tapi gue nggak tahu banyak tentang Valorant juga, jadi stitch lihat aja. Masih lama ini ya? Oh jam 10:04 aja.
Finesse, very quickly. You're considered one of the best IGLs in the game, and now you're going against someone who's often in the same conversation. Is there a little extra incentive to take Poster down today?
Not really. We're just gonna play our game. This is like any other game, so yeah.
Anjir, cool bet yang ini cool bet.
Few words, really. I like.
Why does it feel? Why does it feel like the rest of the world is way more excited for this matchup to happen? They're like,
oh no. You see, they are very excited. They just can't let it. I was in a makeup because it takes a lot of work for this. And some of the NRG players came in real. I saw Victor. I saw Crash, and I was like, "Hey boys, how you feeling? Excited?" And then Victor looks at me and goes, just another game. I'm like, sure, buddy, sure. But you know what? That actually takes us over to one of the greatest flex players in the world. A man who can literally fill any single role that you would possibly want. That, of course, is Victor. Even Chet has expressed how he feels about him and how flexible he is. And Hypoc, I think it's important to note here that having a player like Victor on your team can really give you those options, especially with the fast-changing meta of Valorant.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way in which you think back to kind of like Optic and their adoption of how to approach Fracture, that run of obviously capitalizing very early on a meta that a few other teams were behind on, and the success they found, and actually the continued innovation in that. They didn't just pull it out once it worked, they continued to develop that. And I think that was all shaped around really putting Victor in a role to really succeed here.
Yeah, and he's able to do all of that and then some more. We also see the synergy that is not
flexible. Gue kira flexer, flex pamer anjir.
He's playing it, he does know everything to a team.
Well, let's dive in real quick before we go over to the coaches for map select. I'm very curious, Kukuka, because
mapnya gimana nih pemilihan mapnya nih? Gue nggak ngerti kayak kalau
yes. We know that energy, you know, they had their preferences.
Gue kira flex pamer ya kan, flexing, flex.
Fnatic, I think that is pretty simple. They will go for that Pearl ban unless, you know, they saw something and they decided to go with for it without any kind of prep. But something that we know that Fnatic has been repeating time and time again in our region is that now that when they have the higher seed, when they get to choose either their team A or B, they always go for team A because they know what they're going to ban. They do not care what the other team bans, even if they ban the Pearl, and they prioritize a lot that side choosing on the third map.
Yeah, I think as well to look at winning a veto versus Fnatic with that regional record, it's difficult to come out. But again, in terms of context, they weren't tested. So I think NRG have lots of options here to actually be the benefactors in pulling something out of the bag here, potentially.
And if they're able to kind of, I don't want to say trick them or get what they want, you'd have to think that would be a huge confidence boost for NRG. But for Fnatic, if they're able to match them toe for toe, that's going to be problematic, right? Because then NRG is going to be like, well, what did we do wrong here? You know, which is, of course, always an option. Now, guys, I know that, you know, we're going to be starting this one up in a minute here. We're going to have the coaches standing by for the map picks and bans. And I think it's safe to say that this is going to be one of the most exciting days here at Masters Tokyo. We have some of the greatest teams that are about to take the stage, of course, as we look to see Fnatic taking on NRG, PRX versus DRX. Folks, Day 6 of Valorant Masters Tokyo starts right now.
Oh, gue lagi ngubah. Hashtagnya maksudnya gue hilangin guys, sorry. Hashtagnya maksudnya gue hilangin. Ini bekas kemarin ini. Oh, kalian lihat aja sih hashtagnya. Ntar gue wah, sorry guys, iklan, sabar ya. Nggak enak iklan. Takut iklan, takut copyright guys. Anjir, gue salah ketik dari banget. Rea, bener juga, sambil nonton gue ngedit video aja ya. Videonya harus gue edit dulu nih.
Team A. So NRG, you will be Team B, and first ban will come from Fnatic. Pro. So they banned Pro. You're banned.
Lotus.
Lotus. Map number 1 from Fnatic.
Wow.
Fracture.
Pro.
Side on fracture.
Yeah. Take your time.
Okay. Map number 2.
Bind.
Side on bind.
Bind. Side on bind. Jadi dia yang ngepick map, yang pilih side-nya tim sebelahnya gitu.
Okay. So we'll start with the next set of bans, starting with Fnatic. You have Ascent, Haven, and Split.
Yep. Yeah.
Ban Haven. Your ban, you have Ascent.
Ban Ascent.
Okay. So map number 3 will be Split. Fnatic side on Split.
Yeah. Defense.
Okay, I'm gonna run through this, make sure we are all good to go. So first set of bans, we have Fnatic with Pearl, NRG with Lotus. Map number 1 is Fracture with NRG on attack. Map number 2 is Bind with Fnatic on attack. Next set of
Gue
bans,
bingung ya, gimana sih cara sistem bandnya sih? Jadi dia nge-ban 2 map. Abis itu
Alright, good luck.
Good luck.
Terus dia pilih map, terus tim sebelahnya pilih side ya gitu. Dah, gue matiin ya. Shoot. Ini apa nih? Ini mau mulai atau ada nyanyi-nyanyi dulu atau apa nih? Jadi gue ban, lu pick side gitu kan? Terus dia ban, gue pick side gitu. Kok ada tepuk tangan nih, jangan nyanyi-nyanyi dulu nih, itu copyright lagi. Oh, walkout, oke, gue kira ada lagu takutnya guys. Beri tepuk tangan guys, emot tepuk tangan ya. Kemarin ada 2 copyright ya, jadi pas dia lagi ngomong atau nggak pas lagi time out itu tuh copyright ya. Kadang ada lagunya yang di luar riot music, jadi nanti gue mute aja kalau misalnya kenapa-napa. Oke, sebenarnya tinggal gue mute pas ini sih post editing sih, cuman males aja. Deh, mana orangnya? Enggak, jadi kemarin ada copyright pas di detik, pas dia lagi wawancara kan, sama lagi itu highlight dia pakai masukin musik tuh dan nggak ada yang ngomong. Nah, itu copyright. Itu copyright. Jadi ya kita jaga-jaga aja. Oke? Ya, ada tepuk tangan lagi. Band 1, terus pick map 1, sebelah pick side. Dia pick map 2, kita pick side. Dia band map 1, kita band map 1. Nah, sisanya decider map.
Is all that matters as Fnatic
Sorry,
makes their way to the stage. NRG
tuh?
makes their way to the stage. It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Two teams who have never had their paths crossed before, but they find themselves at a crossroads here in Tokyo as they get ready for what can only be considered one of the greatest matches that we're going to be served. It's NRG, it's Fnatic, it's time.
And not only that, we are seeing that these two teams specifically have not played against each other, but we know the artist is on NRG, we know that the story is definitely there. Also, Chronicle, when he was in Gambit, that win that they got at Masters Berlin was against, that trio against Envy, right? So,
Jadi pertanyaan konyol, buat apa mereka pick side? Bukannya tetap ada nanti change side, ya kan round 13 tetap change side kan? Buat apa pick side dulu?
Well, if I'm correct, you know, it's funny because my brain doesn't work right now given the situation. That being said, though, I do want to
ya, tapi kan tetap nanti mereka round 13 tukeran. Sama aja kan? Misalkan ini map defender, pas jadi defender lu bisa dapat 6 di awal, tapi pas nanti tukeran change saya kan sama aja posisinya, bukannya gitu. Secara logik. Bantuin agent. Atau ngaruhnya di mental aja. Anyway, silakan. Enjoy.
I feel like Artist has been through a lot.
Yeah, my boy's some emotion behind it.
Do you remember when he was in G2? Like, we've been here for a very, very long time. He's been under a lot of big minds. He's been, you know, fitting in every roster differently. I feel like this is the best interaction that we're going to get of him. So let's see if this is the
Ada beberapa map yang defender duelist diuntungkan. Jadi sebisa mungkin ambil skor tertinggi. Oke, karena game pertanyaan gue tidak berubah. Kan tetap setiap round 13 dia tuh kerang. Oh ya, kalau buat cara mental, oke lah. Fracture. Karena di sini tuh di Fnatic ada Brim, Raze. Oh, the Killjoy fake. Ada Breach. Ada NRG, ada Sova, Raze, Breach, Brim.
Killjoy during the regular season, we only
got to see it in players. So the fact that they have selected this map, knowing that also for NRG wasn't the strongest, now that the compositions have swapped, I think that we're in for bangers.
We have a colossal matchup today, and we needed 2 colossal casters. It's the one and only Doug and Bala. Fellas, have fun.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Every intention of doing so.
Nah, nih kayak gini-gini biasa lagunya bisa copyright, guys.
That's never been told. Such prolific.
Tuh yang kayak gini-gini biasa bisa copyright nih. Kemarin di lagi bagian-bagian begini copyright, cuy. Jadinya kayak gue mute aja deh. Tunggu sampai mulai ya. Kalau menang 11-1 di first half itu diuntungin banget. 11-1 di first half. Oh iya bener juga sih kalau posisinya kayak gitu ya. Iya. Kalau misalnya dia defend dulu dan PD bisa secure point 75, bisa 6 poin lagi pas attack. Oke. Tadi dia ngeban 4 map. Total ada berapa map di sini? 6 sekarang. 5 atau 6? Belum nih.
They talked about it on their side, and for NRG, they lost in the grand final.
Lu takut copyright 7. Tadi di ban 4. Bener nggak? Copyright aman? Enggak, kemarin kena. Kemarin gue kena copyright lagu. Kalau lagu Riot nih yang gue pakai sekarang kayak lagu Riot itu nggak masalah. Cuman kalau lagunya lagu dari lobby dia itu beda tuh. Oke. Silakan nonton.
To start things off, and this is Fnatic who have only played this map once in the regular season. They looked great at lock-in on it, and it's the same comp.
Whoa.
It's interesting approach already. Sam is the one playing by himself on the southern side. It's normally the KJ, but here's where the action starts. It's Artis who gets the first kill.
Oh, Crashes doesn't follow up. That does leave. Oh, he's getting the orb. That's a free kill. I thought he was going to let him go all the way. But look at Victor, all the way up too.
Position was never shown, and they're a bit split here because the spike is going to the opposite side of the map. You've got Moster who's going to swing around. He finds the first at the spike. He's getting peppered, a little trouble as he's overwhelmed, swarmed by some.
I mean, great crossfire right there. Chaos
Karambit.
in the middle of this A site.
Vic is still on B.
Yeah. And remember, he broke that turret, so Alfir is looking for him, struggling to find him, which means Leo's left in a 1v2 on the other side of the map, but NRG's still not committing.
Giving him a little bit of room and a little time to find a bit more damage.
Oh my goodness, Victor's really lost about where Alfir could be too. He thinks he's following him up in tower.
As is Alfir lost on where NRG are, really.
Fnatic is regrouped. NRG's trying to do the same, but they're doing it by clearing more map space, which is a bigger risk, but they're going to have a bigger reward here. This site is going to be free.
Take a quick glance at the health bars. Leo's down to 75 HP. Alfir is healthy.
Dude, the mind games being played on the opening pistol is insane.
We're in for a good
Anjir, di pistolan begini.
Go off. Leo spotting the first. Finesse gets one. It's traded back, leaving Alfir alone. 13 HP. In desperate need of a miracle, and he's not going to get one. NRG take the first.
First round, but
while that end of the round
NRG
might look ridiculously complicated, the beginning of it was too. Yep. Right off the bat, you're seeing NRG fake off of an EG strat. They stole this composition from that team, and they're expecting, especially actually we heard from Boaster that he was really watching pistols from other teams while he was waiting to play in playoffs. They fake that they're taking that tower control, but they insert Victor as well. And that baits out the push from Fnatic on this dish side where they're grouped
Gue
up
kemarin ngeliatin cara mereka nembak gitu guys kalau misalnya nge-spray ya.
Only artist to receive on the other side of the map, up on that north.
And Fnatic, they're sending all four. They're sending all four down dish. The turret's gonna spot first. There it is, cleared out. Does Artist dare swing? He does. It's just temporary though. And now he's the one who's surrounded because Alfir's here to greet.
Yeah, well that kill
Anjing.
might net them the north side and a whole kill.
Gak dilihat
None of the
anjir
weapons retrieved there. Obviously, Artist just had a ghost. NRG's still with 3 Bulldogs up, the Stinger as well. They're going to have a free A site with the pivot that they've made.
Kemarin pistol round nggak begini anjir. Ini mainnya begini banget ya.
I'm looking to see if Psalm, who's up close, can find the information or hear the information about what's coming in spawn.
Here's a Bulldog. Victor does too. He's going to be the first to take contact. In the fall line, he drops an nade, tucks away. You mentioned Psalm. Surely he heard that. Knows where Poster is. Jumps out to his death.
Emang ada pinggirannya itu ya? Di fraction itu tuh pinggiran itu. Kayak waktu itu talinya cuman Talinya cuma buat masuk doang. Emang ada pijakan di sampingnya gitu ya guys? Atau gue yang lihat salah ya?
Losing weapons, this is not good. Goes from clean to very, very poor. Should be able to recover one more. No, finesse. Where's that bulldog? He's not going to get it.
Oh, itu baru. Oh, berarti nggak salah gue, bener kan? Nggak perasaan kok nggak ada pijakan situ.
And that goes to show how quick these situations can change. That was a clean anti-eco. And then all of a sudden, you lose two of your biggest rifles.
Oh, ini couple-nya satu supporter ya. Kalau kemarin couple-nya beda tim anjing. 2-0.
The Stinger and the Bulldog still just the sheriff for some.
Not quite a canceled bonus, but almost there.
Artist taking ropes and joining up with the rest of NRG on the southern side. No early push.
And the spike is heading all the way back under past the arcade to clear the space that Artist had to leave. That's part of the protocols there for NRG. But look at the setup from Fnatic and Hans. How advanced is Alpha here setup? Got the turret to swing off this off angle, got the stun as well, hiding from the drone now. Leo does a great job canceling. They can fall back into that setup. But now look at NRG's reaction off of that. Beating out the stun, breaking that drone. That's enough information for them not to want to play with it, and seeing Leo as well to be the guy.
Dia ngecek boxnya ya.
They have some defenses here. Victor getting up top. And you see Fnatic, if given some of the space up, they're going to try to play back, play safe towards spawn wisely. While the rest of Fnatic is rotating on the southern side, Crashies will be the first to take contact.
It's a good nade. No, it hits the stairs.
Just a little short.
No.
Not enough oomph behind that one. Crashies on the swing. He's dead. Remember, Som just has a sheriff here. He has ult, though. But the rest of the members are crumbling. They're falling all over the place.
Oh, Brim.
This looks like an unwinnable situation for NRG.
Oh.
And it's just Artist. Manages to take one with him. A second follows. 45 HP. Dropping the nano on the spike. Had to swing and take a fight. And it's just too much.
Gokil. Wow.
Put some damage into that 1v5 opportunity. Just not quite enough. All his teammates fell before that Som had to push in because of the tree pressure that was coming in into Canteen. But is not confident enough to go enough. All his teammates fell before.
Wah, kebiasaan nih dari kemarin nih.
With Artist staying alive up in tower there.
Itu dari sono guys ya, bukan dari gua ya.
Canceled bonus, so it's not the worst outcome here for NRG. They still have this as an opportunity.
Keren banget jadi watch party kondang. Oh, tuh nonton watch party di sini aja.
And this right now is a key round. With this ult, NRG want to be able to win, but Boaster has his as well. Fnatic is one of those teams that is so good at farming up these orbs, no matter which side they're on. Normally it's super attack side of these orbs in general. But it's a key point.
Gue jadi inget Jeffrey Nicole anjir. Dengan turretnya.
To the players that are close. Alfie are one off of his as well. And they've got this trap play. Usually it's a aftershock into a breach ult.
From the turret contact or something like that.
Aftershock pushes them out into a space that they can get trapped in really, really easily. NRG taking the rope. All the way back, they've again put Victor up in drop. On pistol round, he lurked. He was the guy who was going on the opposite side. Let's see this trap. This should be known from NRG if they're prepared. They should just fall off the aftershock space, but I don't think it looks like they will.
Launching smoke.
Aftershock. That's the other one.
Yeah, it's Finesse's.
Zuban ternyata ada waktunya ada, tapi gua hide aja.
Applying some pressure.
30 seconds left.
Vixel has a satchel here. If they want to commit to this pulse crunch, they can, but there's no one there. You hear the rolling thunder. And that's going to push them up and over.
Whoa! He's stuck.
There's nowhere for him to go. The Molly intends to delay for just a moment. But with 13 seconds left, they've got to get a move on. And Boaster still has the tool that can secure the round. Art is dead. And there it is, Unless they can frag out. It's just on Leo 1v1, but there's not enough time. They're not going to get the fight.
What a battle of ults. And NRG did a good job concealing the fact that they were getting that breach ult late in the round inside of halls as well. But you could see people scratching their heads right now because everybody understood that with 20 seconds was not enough time to make that play. Yes, they meld out for you, put him in the microwave. With the breach stun in combination with it too. But not considering Boaster's ult late in the round too, and he goes in a position where he can't even bait it out. That's a big mistake there from
breach flashes
Tied it to a piece. The only rifle in the hands of the attacking side is in Psalms. And for Fnatic, they have much more to work with. Chronicle, the only exception, as he has a stinger. Shock Dart intended to clear some utility from the cage.
Buat apa tuh Shock Dart? Tadi kok buang utility begitu sih guys? Buat mancing gitu kah? Mana sih?
Super prepared or anything like that. He just kind of threw it out willy-nilly. Crashes is definitely the goat at improvising shocks, but we'll see how that continues to play out throughout this series.
Barengan itu.
And they're so interested in just using util and dry peeking. Not placing their
buat
smokes.
ngancurin trap kill Joy. Oh, buat ngancurin trap kill Joy.
Remember, Sam is the only one with a rifle and was not able to convert on the opening engagement.
Pivots back and forth. Finesse really trying to
main 30 detik lagi. Ada apa dengan rules of 30 seconds sih?
We're already only in round 5.
30 seconds left.
We're seeing the indecision.
They're going to make their way through.
That's a good plan.
They just don't have tools.
They got Crash's ult with that plant, with this lockdown too. In underpass, Boaster, remember, he used his ult last round.
Artist has his, Crashy so too. This would be a massive steal if they could pull this off.
Look how deep that lockdown is too. It's not in the regular space. Because it's used for post plant, they have to fall all the way to the other half of the map.
Fall right back in with the stimmy from Boaster.
And look how far Crashes is playing too. Finesse on the alert, that's not going to find anything, but Artist has mollies, Crashes has ult. This looks like a 1 round.
It's just insane to consider too, given what they came into the round with. But what a conversion.
Wow.
I'm starting to doubt whether that little hesitation while walking back towards halls is indecision at all. Whether there's some sort of information that I'm missing. Because that was a brilliant call. Coming back into A. Remember, they started that baited out a smoke, that baited out some of the util from Fnatic. It's not like they put too much out, but then they pop through with these smokes, and it's free sights. And you noticed actually on the pistol and the anti-eco.
Dia mundur jauh banget gagal ulti Joy.
And remember, the KJ is constantly playing. Sorry, on the B
EMEA
side.
sama Amer lama mainnya, lebih baik nyari info.
Always has his util over there.
I mean, gue suka sih kayak gini, jadi kita lebih bisa melihat.
Managed to steal the round and they still have the Hunter Fury that they can use into this one. And again, aggression towards Dish.
Oh, wow.
Prowler in the faces. Victor goes forward with the satchel in hand. He's sent to the next round.
A deep push as well, forcing these players to commit to this Dish push. Some has to find both.
Not able to, but so close. And Finesse tries to swing around and apply some pressure from the opposite side, but what a beautiful call from Fnatic. Dude, I feel like these 2 rounds, barring a 1v4 from Artist, which he's certainly capable of, but these last 2 rounds, 48 HP now, he's dead. These last 2 rounds are a perfect like textbook indication of why people were so excited for this match.
Absolutely.
The calling between Finesse and Boaster already has been insane.
Strategically, it's been every single round. There's been some very, very 5-head outplays attempted. And even in the mid-round too, Finesse and the other player coming through halls with him try to dive and punish that attack that Fnatic provided on the north side.
Saatnya
really,
gue
really
iklan.
Nice stuff.
Dia ngapain nih?
Not necessarily cutting edge or anything like that, but just incredibly deep prep.
Let him cook.
I'm looking forward to the
Nah,
rest
kayak
of this
gini
game.
nih,
So
kemarin
hard.
copyright guys, gue nggak tahu apaan ya.
And again there, Fnatic recognizing that NRG is often going for these 1-4 defaults where they're committing to taking map control, especially when they put Dish.
Kalau dia bisa taruh iklan,
And they're leaving the other side of that half of the map open In that case, nobody in Arcade allows for that breach ult, which, if there was anybody, is getting ulted while the rest of the players can't even help because they're getting crunched through Dish.
Supporter Jepang.
You compare it to some of the very basic Northside crunches, and you can tell the delay alone is enough to not make that work most of the time. You have to be really aware of how the underpass and tree control might affect it. You have to be really confident that NRG is doing what they're doing to make that call.
And to have a read like that this early is just outrageously impressive. On the other side of this timeout called by NRG, we're tied at 3 apiece. So light buy for the attacking side, but still 2 ults to their name, while the defense has the same. Durka's already pushed off in the face of the fault line. They want to go aggressive with the showstopper, but he doesn't get as far.
Yeah, but it does force them to run away from the showstopper. And again, there's prep there. You saw as soon as Durka goes out, as soon as they get a stun, there's a counter stun out from Finesse.
Spam Durka gets a kill onto the leader.
And Durka in the last round, they min-maxed his orb while there was only 1 player up. That means he has a showstopper now.
Traded. Victor still healthy. Stays alive. I'm not really sure how.
Close battle. 2 players ready to swing through the smoke.
Remember, this is another weird buy. It's 2 stingers on the side of NRG. And they're converting. Again. Artist getting low with the frenzy. I mean, what a proper dismantling.
And Fnatic is being forced to push through A halls multiple times with players who are needed on the retake through Generator, through Canteen. Alfir and Leo in this position both have ults that would have been perfect to be used in Gen. And so I'm surprised out of that timeout. You saw a little bit of aggression attempt. Maybe that's why they continue to have that setup over towards halls for those 2 players. Specifically for the Sentinel.
Itu thrifty kayak gitu?
The KJ of Alfir. But you can see how easy it is for them to start maintaining this push here. And they're collecting the guns as well. Remember when I mentioned that they could push through that smoke? Those are 2 players with only friends.
Masih ada 2 ulti dia.
And the second light buy win for NRG now. Crashes, by the way, in that first one, we thought he was a big key point of why they might win that. But he hasn't used his ult yet.
The one real opportunity he had, they secured the round before it was fired off. Artist on the reposition, feeling pressure on the northern side, and it's going to be another hit towards B. This time, Chronicle finding gorgeous timing, and Durka does too. It's back and forth again. There's just no backing down from either of these sides.
Over and over, too. This is not heroics from any one player to watch, anything like that. This is pure prep from the coaches, Minnie and Chet, and pure calling out of Boaster and Finesse right now. Every round comes with a definitive edge strat-wise, tactics-wise. I actually thought NRG was going to get the better of them right there because Fnatic was going for an insert of Durka in underpass, and that left him isolated. You saw the initial push came with no fighting. You see Victor deep on site. But they're recovering in time, and Durka as well, able to join Chronicle at the perfect moment. Those 2 guys together. That's why this is a super team. When moments like that, it's only 2 players holding the site. They're holding it dry. So the site's already lost. Here comes the crash in Arcade, though.
Plenty of ults here. Durka's the first to go. And they're just going to continue to push. I mean, Crash is taken out. He takes him with him, somehow survives.
He's jiggle peeking while stunned there.
This back and forth affair leaves things in a 1v2. Crashies berujung kematian, anjir. We've seen the story before, but this time it's a different ending. Fnatic take the lead.
And now it's starting to get brawly.
Apa itu Spike?
Now it's starting to have the impact of minor calls made out of Durka, something like that. Chronicle happy to take fights after what was a momentum swinging round for them. And they just duel straight up. Then the util from Chronicle is great. And you're forced to see NRG with very, very minimal armor here. They like to go full armor, by the way. That's not just them committing to that. Again, this push.
It's going to be another clash. Durka is the op. And he's already met the first.
Oh, they saw Boaster.
A counter flash to try to swing. It is pretty. Whoa. It's very well handled, very well done.
He gets the dink too, and now they need to even consider Dirk is up. Where has it moved to?
Hasn't rattled off since that opening shot onto Victor.
Should have been spotted by that drone.
Artist's timing is perfect. He finds space again. Now Dirk is down to 3v3. Saw him with ult. Crashies 2. And Alfir and Leo have been holding on to theirs for a while as well. There's the first use.
Should be Brim ulting this or Sova ulting this. Artist will counter ult. There's a gap here. They're not going for either. They're going to try to allow this to push him all the way back. Remember that second half. We saw this KJ ult before. Same value here. There could be a follow-up ult on either side from Crashes or Som, but they hold on to them to play post.
4 HP. Orbital strike teed up.
Leo on the flank. Could take down Crashies.
No idea. And there goes that, leaving Som alone. And there's way too much to handle there.
Oh, yeah.
Surprise Nano too. In that moment where that lockdown goes down, the detail that Leo goes for is to flank through Dish. He's actually re-clearing to make sure that they're not running back towards that A side. And if not for that, Crashies is in a position to use his ult. They're not getting those kills.
Take the look at the opener one more time from Durka. Seems like that was forever ago, but that was actually in this round. And you're right, the timing and the space that Leo was able to find there and secured the round, really.
Yeah, he went on like a neon sprint line across the north side. Beautiful. Through. We have another one of those combination Brim ult, Breach ults that you saw early in the half be used on that A site to melt Alfir out of existence.
Thank you, guys.
And we are going for that Dish control that we saw before that got punished by a north side push out of Fnatic.
They really haven't explored A a ton.
They've moved this op onto A though. Remember, it was just seen last round, multiple rounds in a row in arcade.
Holding the line. Waiting for the first.
Did they hear the door? I think they were right there at the beginning. But if they didn't, they don't know that this is open. They don't know this is an angle for Durka.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble. He's going to satchel his way out, but Victor's gone in right behind him. Why did you get 2 with the ult? What an explosive start to the round.
Literally, both teams combining crucial ults together. And they get multiple kills because of that. That leaves this round completely in the hands of the 2 players from Fnatic right now coming through spawn late in the round.
This would be a difficult task. You're outnumbered here in a meaningful way. There is plenty of money to go around though. So you figure you take a chance, you go for it.
Oh, susah sih ini.
And it's meticulous. Alpha are creeping forward. The Han on the other side of smoke cleared out, not finding any value. Leo goes up top and somehow just destroys Crashies. They've gotten it back to it, but Victor shuts the door.
Oh, wow.
No time for that situation.
Aja nggak bisa, guys.
They're just trying to get the guns down from NRG. What a round that was. Crashes ult from Dish, by the way. So he's already in the perfect elevation for these 2 players. Either coming from spawn or up on top of that rope. It's beautiful. You see the Breach ult coming through, pushing these players off of sand. And then also the Brim ult coming on top of where he's getting tags with that ult.
And as we saw in the round, Victor following up as Zerka was trying to satchel out and get to safety, he's just hot to trot right on his tail, right back into the action.
And Fnatic's not the team that's supposed to be getting comboed with ults. That's Fnatic's bread and butter. Here comes the push for them, using the same type of theory to push Durka deep here.
Oh, she's got him! I thought he saw him! Victor with the second, Leo dancing around, somehow avoiding death and finding a second. A 3v3 as the dust settles and Sam gets a spike down.
And Boaster's going for that same push that Leo did late in the round. Both the turret and alarm bot might be up, and they've taken gen control right now. So it's not going to have the same sort of impact.
Boaster rotating from the northern side last round of the half. And much like we've
past
seen
the turret, but won't get past the alarm bot here.
Cleared out.
Still a molly for Sam here.
Idea of where he is. You see Victor trying to go up top as Sam gets a kill, and there it is. Rewarded for the advantage in height. Sam gets 2, and we're tied at 6.
I remember Fnatic was the one who called the timeout after one of their round wins to get to 6 in the first place. You thought a major win condition here was to get those last 2 rounds. Instead, NRG get both.
This was insane because you even see it on the screen. Durka was looking and then turned away.
He just doubted that there was ever going to be somebody there.
Yeah.
Down you go. So you see him checking the corner, but you saw no confidence in the fact that there could be a possibility.
A 6-6 half in this opening map, and we wouldn't have it any other way. We'll throw it back down to the desk to break down the first half.
Change side
Thank you so
dulu
much,
guys.
fellas. I'll tell you one thing, TikTok analysts are going to have a field day with that.
Dah.
People, what
Ambil
a
minum,
half,
ambil minum,
6-6
ambil minum.
tied up, but really, Kukuka, it felt like just what these players have been cooking up. The set pieces with these ultimates have been nothing short of extraordinary.
Time after time, all the ultimates used in the game were so specific, so well prepared. We saw it from the first round, in this round 4, then after, it doesn't matter what it is. There was so much preparation coming onto this and onto those set plays that made the difference into the game for both of the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt tailor-made in some of these rounds. Bespoke to kind of target an individual. One thing I will credit though, NRG started this so cautiously, and I thought they were going to execute this composition almost how you feel it should be played, right? They were feeling out the Fnatic trap plays very efficiently, but then Fnatic, they cast the advantage. This was absolutely beautiful, by the way. The pathing here on the Hunter's Fury to actually catch both, and it's Durka that gets pinged by the recon bolt. He satchels away, and then there's 3 teammates that just tank all of these ultimates in the choke.
Chronicle is touching the Hunter's Fury because the Orbiter strike is like, man, I'm dead. I don't know what to, but I'm dead. But the adaptation was also coming into play. Like, we saw Fnatic not being aggressive at the beginning, and then until they didn't have that rolling thunder,
Aduh, silau banget ya pakai lampu yang gue matiin aja guys ya, biar kayak nonton bioskop. Gelap terang banget.
Things change. I think it also has to do with the composition.
Well, again, just take this with a pinch of salt, but
ini sama-sama kuat sih.
actually coming out here 6-6. NRG with that 1 execute away from an 8-4 half, so this is a huge win for them.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. But this is truly the gift that keeps on giving, and we knew it was going to happen this way as well. We're going to send it back over to Doug and Balla, and I am officially jealous that you get to commentate this game.
Amen.
Thanks, man. I'm glad you're here to enjoy it with us, though, because it has been a gift. We saw so many minor instances at the very first half that were just fun.
Dude, first half myself. I feel like I'm in an out-of-body experience.
Fnatic
right
versus NRG.
These 2 teams.
Ini seru sih.
Good breakdowns on the ult usage. And that's going to continue. I mean, they're just swapping halves, but you know that sort of prep is exactly what's coming in the second half, too.
Oh. Ball line there, and look, they're pinching. They're all heading towards the northern side or Fnatic.
I mean, Durka's counting his lucky stars that he doesn't get hit by that stun by Finesse. Otherwise, he's dead to that nade for sure. 5 players here from Fnatic. Look at the re-clear going on right now, the dart from Crashies. But this is, while they're going to find nothing in halls, they might find everybody on site behind them.
Utility dumped out onto the site, and the space is filled. NRG happy to give the site up, so they're going to fight for a retake.
Spike planted.
First shot through a smoke is the only thing keeping them apart from each other. Leo's pushed his way into it. He's behind him, and he gets both. Chronicle with the 3rd. Victor with just a shred of health. But can Artist snatch this thing back?
It's much more aggressive than you're normally used to with Leo.
Artis! How is he snatching back? It's falling down to 1. Victor weak! Alphair with the kills and the Red Bull clutch for Fnatic.
This is what it's like to witness these two teams play. Yeah, we've gotten all the strats, we've got the tactics. That's first half. Now we're in playoff mode.
Kenapa lengket banget
Playmaking mode from both artists.
One enemy remaining.
And then Alphair as well to bring this back. That's a dink. Full HP on Artist too against the Sheriff from long range. In that instance, Victor being low definitely hurts. His chances, Alphair. What a clutch.
Gila. Wow.
We've already seen instances of light by the rounds winning. Here's the classic from Fnatic. Funneling ult orbs towards key players here. Boaster buys the Marshal specifically to leave a gap in that Gen smoke.
That does not, yep.
Oh, hilang.
Oh, he got the Bulldog.
Was able to get it, yeah. Still maintains control of tower. NRG are slowly but surely on the prowl. Victor's taking the ropes, and Leo's going to be there to receive, and surely he's heard that at this point. Victor with no idea.
And that's just crazy wild that Leo is in that position still.
So unexpected, leaving Finesse all on his own.
And Boaster should be hunting now. Already gotten 2 kills in this round, 2 off his
Cannot.
own Chronicle planted. Maybe because they made this slightly uncomfortable Fnatic. You don't go for the full farm.
You cannot see him.
There he goes, creeping Canteen, just like we called. The stun is perfect for him too. Finesse knows he's hunting. He knows.
Timing though, well handled by Finesse. Just out of reach. Leo cleans him up. Fnatic takes the round lead. You're right, it was a little uncomfortable there. They secure the round.
And they eventually fall back into the, the win conditions of some of those anti-ecos, which is for them not just winning the round, getting Boaster's ults up in the bonus. He actually didn't even really need the kill on Finesse, by the way. He's still 1 off ult. Yeah. So I was thinking to myself, that's a great job by Finesse, but instead, no, it actually doesn't matter at all, that engagement. As long as Boaster dies, as long as he buys, okay.
Let's
see where he goes to get this orb right now.
Kagak ada ini enggak? Atau dia lama banget di situ aja.
Finesse and Victor are looking to trap.
Alfajer, Leo.
On this map, Fnatic is known for going for bonus ults. And you could use that to your advantage here if you're Fnatic. You could just completely ignore that possibility. It's hard to do so when it's such a powerful tool, and yeah, now Victor knows. And they should be considering.
There's the orb that you were just mentioning, now Orbital Strike online, and the question is, where do Fnatic go off of this?
Isn't it ridiculous that NRG was already trying to play anti-orb on the perfect choice? There's 4 orbs on this map. They could have guessed any other one of them. And either way, it doesn't matter because Fnatic is just patient enough to wait for their setup to fizzle out.
You see the pings on the minimap. The intentions are clear. They want to go towards B, perhaps to do tower. And they've quietly made their way over. First the Prowler, then the Flash. Space not filled yet. They want to go down low. But Dirk is met with the Nano. He's going to try to satchel across it, and he does.
That's a good haunt. It cleared the entirety of the site right now. They just have to avoid crashes his dart, and then they'll get this plant down with 24 seconds.
I mean, they're so close to
Oh, it's tagged up!
All separating them, and Storm's the first to fall. Now Dirk is satcheling back out. Alpha, you're holding a line on the other side. It's a 1-for-1. But the numbers for NRG continue to crumble. It's just Finesse left alone in the 1v4. He's not able to get away. It's another round for Fnatic.
And the mind games begin again, by the way. No ult used from Boaster there. In fact, he never had intentions. He's the guy who planted.
Apa sih?
Maybe used as a failsafe using the post plant, but NRG was prepared
so much
and
happening.
Playing offsite specifically to avoid getting caught in positions where he'll get ulted. That's the moment where I lost my mind. Crashes his dart, does end up scanning Boaster. Maybe it's a drone.
Itu pas masuk sih, ya ampun.
And that's a bonus converter from Fnatic right now. He started at a tie up half. Oh, Brimo possible if he sees catches, doesn't catch anybody.
Tapi kayak pas masuk 30 detik terakhir kayak
And also the pace of Fnatic are showing NRG is going to try to fill with some of their own on the southern side. But they try to be able to hold them back for now. On the side, in the sand, Durka drawing all over the place and getting the kills that he needs. It's another dominant round for Fnatic, but an opportunity, albeit slight, to make something out of this. Finesse has found himself in these positions so many times, and the outcome's the same.
Tough game from the IGL, but you know his mental right now is being stressed. How can you prepare for all the possibilities from Fnatic on this map? Right there, you already saw NRG again backing off of that siege. In some instances, you have to just start to ignore some of those possibilities and bring the fight towards them.
Good choice.
Test their deeper protocols.
Tamat dulu guys. Aku menjaga ya, takut copyright. Gila loh, temponya serem banget loh. Kenapa dengan 30 seconds rule ini sih? Emang nanam plan itu kayak berapa detik? Terus kayak mereka udah hituin kan kalau di detik berapa sempat atau enggak gitu. 30 detik tuh kayak apa? Kayak emang sengaja gitu ditunggu sampai 30 detik gitu. Bukannya buat attacker mendingan lebih cepat buat ngeplan ya dibanding nunggu sampai detik-detik terakhir gitu ya. I mean enggak gitu kah? Planting 4 detik, 30 detik, 26 jadi harus cari info di 30 detik terakhir gitu.
Game so far.
Okay.
You see the
rumus pro player.
Just referring to on your screen now. 4 members away.
Tergantung strategi timnya. Jadi yang sengaja nunggu 30 detik tuh siapa emang begitu gitu mainnya. Dibuat overthinking dulu. Main game saya dimainin di 30 detik terakhir. Bukan itu disadvantage buat attacker ya kalau kayak gitu ya.
There's a dart setup. Nothing found.
It does get Finesse's ult online. That's the entire intention right now.
That's also so nicely done by Crashies at the opening of the round. A dart on the northern side, the drone on the southern side, and all of a sudden you can turn attention towards A.
Now the problem is they're trying to deny some sort of space for these orbs that Fnatic is picking up right now. Dirk has now got his ult. Finesse is going to have to try to counter with his own.
Another instance in which Dirk is not able to get it off. The orbital strike, Artist down low, falling.
Orbital strike.
Side still held as Som finally gets cleared. Now the Nightfall Finesse, unable to hear a thing, but still trying to find one through the spam. A 3v3 for the site, no ult in play yet. The Shock Dart gets one. It's Victor who's close to his, though. Alfier is to Chronicle on the swing. Crashy's dead. Paul's controlled, site controlled, and Chronicle's just kind of doing it on his own. Finally falls to the nade.
Showstopper, they're up close right now.
He still has 2 satchels. And the Roomba. There's the first. Trying to get across, spotting one. Guessing on the second. Not behind that door. Swinging, not found. Fnatic get another.
That was really nice, yeah.
And both are starting to have some fun with the crowd too, the audience here. NRG have not won a defensive round there, and I honestly think that they did a decent job countering out the ideas from Fnatic here. The showstopper gets canceled because Finesse is ulting at the same time with his breach ult, which they collected early in that round. That's the moment where you stand up and nade it.
Kelihatan aja kalau mereka bisa gagalin musuh planting atau gagalin musuh buat dev. Berarti ada yang udah bisa adaptasi.
Okay. Insane considering how the first half went.
Fnatic now have free reign. Boaster is brimstone opping. It's back, baby.
Ulti 3 nih.
It's back.
Wow. On attack, no
dengan
less.
opnya anjir.
And he finds out. Of course he does. Showstopper from Victor. Not hitting its mark.
We were having conversations about Kong Kong being the best attack side out. Boaster should be out of that conversation. Why? Because he's the only person to do this sort of thing.
Serem banget.
Just reminds me when he pulled it out in overtime. Back in Copenhagen.
Another one for Boaster. They swing into him. Saw him on the trade.
Finally the punish.
That Rolling Thunder's very aggressive from Chronicle. They're in spawn.
Oh, there's a line here for Alfred to follow up, and Psalms full stun.
He's gotten 3. He's had himself a map. He may be the only bright spot on this side for NRG, but he has played well with the position, the potential to get more.
Lengket banget tuh emangnya.
Aware of Chronicle's route here.
Well, they have to be now. This would be backbreaking. Ness cleans him up. Woo!
Udah nggak bisa. Right, go. Go team.
A response finally just in time before match point is possible here from Fnatic.
Oof.
I thought it was Boaster's op that was going to put them there. He's doing it again, guys. I'm looking right now at the spend. He's doing it again. I mean, he got 2 kills, might as well.
Serem banget tuh OP-nya anjir. Oh, lagi?
And NRG is so focused on trying to deny some of these ult orbs early. They're peeking them.
Let's make some chaos.
I mean, it's a pretty decently considered idea.
Begini lagi anjir.
What a 1-2 punch as well. Durka just following really close by afterwards. If he needs to satchel on somebody with Chronicle stun or anything like that, he can.
They can be so decisive in their engagements. And then have Boaster again with the op right behind them.
Ambil orb.
I'm looking at the lockdown to be a potential way to take this site, but no, I think Boaster just wants to ISO up. And they're finally taking an underpass control, so Alpha can creep forward, and that's going to take some time. So
ada crashes lagi nih, lu lihat nih Solfanya nih guys.
The thing is, if they overwhelm Artis up in tower or up on site, all of that utility that he has currently protecting Sam and the site is gone. But they're going to go. And it's all just to delay. The Orbital Strike is going to get Boaster out. Durka's going aggressive. There it is. There were questions around whether an Artis would be overwhelmed, but he's able to keep them back for the first. Traded on the second. A 4v4 quickly turns into a 4v3, perhaps 2.
Perhaps 3?
There's just no real way for NRG to hold them back. It's been so labored. He's going to get the kill.
I can't believe it. At least getting that tag. 10 seconds for the plant right now. Nothing left. Still.
Chronicle is that could have secured the round. I believe it did. I don't think there's enough time. There's not.
Why are they in the open there? Looked away for a second and Crashes finds the angle.
Itu senjata apa guys? Itu Ares kan?
The amount of pressure that guy puts on whenever he ults is crazy. Chronicle thought for sure
one enemy remaining
that he was safe. After that first pulse went out, he stopped fighting the spike, moves away. Second pulse doesn't come forever. It misses, and third pulse still hits him somehow, where he doesn't have information for about 10 seconds. That's ridiculous. NRG needed a streak. That's 2 in a row right now. Their first 2.
Artis has the op, but there's no challenge towards B, where he's currently sitting.
Yeah, but he's
kenapa ada kayak sistem comeback begini sih? Karena ekonominya kan? Mereka terus ada momentumnya gitu kan?
And he's playing offside, he's giving it up.
Kayak flow gamenya itu kayak selalu gitu loh. Kenapa kayak harus 9-3 gitu biasanya yang sering disebut-sebut sama orang.
Definitely could be a factor here, but also look at this double play up through drop 2. Ophius could be able to place his right now. I think he's waiting for their own lockdown, so NRG might not just place it. They might
Dua
just
lockdown
play
lagi
against
nih.
it.
Oh, there it is. There's the attacker one. Still held on to by Artis.
Maybe they go for a sand one. No, it gets broken by a nade.
And Chronicle goes down. And now they put theirs through. Victor is already satcheled out onto A.
And it's planted in such a way, the lockdown in this case, that it's so deep right now. Dirk is just trying to get this nade off. It might actually count.
Sam got it all the way. He just held the defuse.
I don't think that nade landed.
We got to see that again because it looked like it was lined up well.
Go kill.
And also, how did they break that lockdown? I guess just coming through. Fnatic, for the first time, doesn't consider that as a possibility. Just coming through drop, just banks it off the wall. That nade is the best. The paint shells from Raze is the best util at breaking lockdowns.
It is insane that we're having rounds come down to nades. Like a single piece of utility deciding things.
Timeout beneran guys.
Over and over, these two teams. battling.
70.000 viewer loh di Twitch, gila anjir. Lu mau jadi streamer Valorant? Enggak. Tidak. Aku bukan streamer. Aku bukan streamer Valorant. Aku cuman menyelenggarakan watch party buat Riot ya. Best duo. Kayak gitu alasan tertis dipakai biar rusuh. Biar rusuh.
Even just a little bit of trolling going on.
Alright, so
that nade.
Yeah, we take a look at the first nade that cleared the lockdown and gets a kill on
Nade ngancurin lockdown anjir.
Oh, he was spammed up too, just not able to get out.
Well, that's right there. That's Victor. You saw him spam that little angle.
Yeah.
The place where he might run away from. That is beautiful stuff from Victor. Gets the
200.
tag, slows him down, and eventually the frag.
Fragnya damage-nya berapa ya?
Back in the swing of things, Art is still with the op, and he's already being pushed. Are they just going to continue to brute force their way into him? Off of the Prowler, they realize he's not holding halls anymore. They're going to simmy their way into sand. Artist is in trouble. He's not in a position to be able to get out. He's got to hold him back by himself. He gets the first. Looking to provide some resistance, and that's all it was.
Just lost his place right there while flashed up.
Orbital strike straight into spawn there. Excuse me, Rolling Thunder. They push them back. And they've left Boaster in a cheeky position. It may not matter, though, as the rest of the team is getting the kills. It's Chronicle and Alfie are leaving Crashies alone. A 1v3. Some utility. But not much.
It's tough to use here.
He's got the dart, he's got the shock, and he has no health. Fnatic gets him at point.
Has to try to approach silently, can't use any util. His position not known yet. But it doesn't allow him to break up those crossfires. He's just hoping that there's a
cuman di bawah jadi 200. 200
timing
berapa
window
pelor kalau Vandal gitu.
Very, very nicely done from Fnatic.
One enemy
The
remaining.
breach ult to maintain all this control of sand while the plant continues to go through, while they take down Artist. Artist could have gotten a second op shot off, but that flash delayed him for so long and he lost his position and exposed himself to the players pushing sand.
No up this time for the Killjoy. It's just rifles for the defensive side.
5 pelor.
As they try to make their last stand.
Wah, itu kena dong.
I mean, they're funneling, they're pushing, there's no crunch, it's all just a fight from one side! And it's turned in favor of Fnatic.
This might be the end here.
Apakah?
NRG, they go for that drone, re-clear. But you had such a deep satchel from Victor, nobody's able to follow up on it, and the rest of the Fnatic players just group up. This might be it. 3 players for NRG, 4 from Fnatic. Fnatic's so cautious. This grouping here of Som and Crashies might be perfect, though.
It was Durko who had the off a moment ago, just handed it off to Chronicle.
Wants to use his satchel to take space.
The one benefit for the defensive side here for NRG is that 2 of the 3 members that remain are on this site.
Oh, Crashies is tucked here. Leo does have his Haunt, a Prowler too. They can clear it out.
Sam is a Molly.
30 seconds left.
Crashies with some util. Are they gonna rotate? Oh, they're gonna go in through sand. They just don't have a ton of time here.
And the Molly should be able to hold them off too.
Sand namanya.
From one side at least.
Assuming they identify where it is, Leo has been left behind. Crashies falls. All onto Sam, again, who's had himself a great game, but he can't convert here either.
It's just perfect from Fnatic, mauling out the last player on the site too, finding Crashies on the swing. They both got stunned by that breach stun from Chronicle.
Habis nih.
It's perfect.
It really is. It's a little, I mean, it's not even like they're just trying to diff them with gunfights. Everything is so fastidiously considered.
Wow,
and it's clean. The first half was a brawl, but the second half felt like all Fnatic all the way, and they take Fracture 13-9.
Absolutely it was. Only 3 rounds from NRG on that side. Can't be happy about that one. And once it got
we'll be back after this guys ya. We'll be back. Gimana? Halo Bang Hans, mohon maaf kemarin salah nulis nama Jooomers di daftar kostumnya Wikipedia Valorant, O-nya lupa 1 biji. Oh ya, Suzy VLR. Wah ini anak, ada anak Riot guys. Thank you Suzy udah dibantuin. Nggak emang suka gitu. Emang nama channel gue cukup spesial ya. Jadi buat kalian semua yang kenapa gue selalu O-nya 2, kadang tuh autocorrect pun nggak ada pengulangan 3 itu tuh udah termasuk pengulangan kata. Jadinya kalau autocorrect tuh biasa langsung jadi 2, karena kalau 2 kan masih bisa ada lah kata-kata Inggris kayak gitu ya. Makanya kenapa kalau dijadiin 3 ya gitu, kalau ada autocorrectnya atau nggak mindset orang sih. Mandela effect di channel ini tuh emang udah terlalu parah guys, udah bertahun-tahun. Jadi gue selalu bilang, kenapa sih risih banget kalau misalkan O-nya cuma 2? Karena itu. Bahkan jangankan Valorant coy. YouTube aja, di YouTube fanfest aja nama gue dipampang di layar gede itu O-nya 2 guys. Miao Auk Afif Yulistian The Jooomers O-nya 2. Oke. Mandela Effect is real. Kalau kalian nggak tahu artinya Mandela Effect apa, kalian coba search sendiri Mandela Effect. Kayaknya seperti itu. Tapi gue yakin tuh gara-gara autocorrect juga bisa kayak gitu sih. Jadi kalau autocorrect O-nya ada 3 biasanya jadi 2. Karena dia ngerti arti yang lain. Tapi anyway thank you. Nggak apa-apa. Memang begitu. Oh bukan Riot. Gue kira. Thank you Suzy. Jangan diganti lagi. Jangan diganti-ganti guys ya. Jangan O-nya 1, O-nya 4 atau O-nya 5 ya, O-nya 3. Gak ada tuh O-nya 2 anjir. Ya orang yang itu kena Mandela Effect ya biasa taunya O-nya ada 2 gitu. Oke, kita masuk ke game kedua. Round 2 ya, bukan game kedua, round 2. Fnatic versus NRG. Tapi udah diganti kan? Udah diganti. Ya ada tuh Christopher Davy itu kalau mau tuh. Kalau itu kayak udah gak bisa diganti deh. Itu di post Valorant anjir. Itu udah gak bisa keganti anjir. Roknya agak siwer. O-nya 2, O-nya 3. Bener-bener loh. Tuh, kalian bisa lihat Mandela Effect, fenomena yang terjadi ketika satu dapat mengalami kesalahan dan menciptakan sebuah ingatan akan suatu peristiwa yang sebenarnya tidak terjadi secara nyata. Jadi orang-orang tuh assume The Jooomers tuh O-nya 2. Yang gue selalu bilang O-nya sebenarnya 3. Tapi karena itu udah kesebar ke semuanya, which is sekarang gue ngelakuin itu, gue menyebarkan Mandela Effect ini, kalian akan punya mindset, oh iya O-nya 2. Padahal lu tahu O-nya 2 tuh salah. Tapi orang tetap secara nggak sadar ketika O-nya 2 anjir. Nah itu yang terjadi bertahun-tahun dari 2016. Jadi ya udahlah. Christopher Davy ada di Instagram post tuh. Suzy VLR dari mana nih kalau boleh tahu nih? Kalau bisa itu yang Wikipedia-nya. Wikipedia memang buat orang-orang ini ya. Buat terbuka ya. Siapapun bisa edit ya. Mending O-nya 2 atau 4 kok. Nggak usah banyak bacot kamu ya Bastian ya. Jangan nyebarin Mandela Effect yang berikutnya. Ini nih.
By their coach Mini. Now Mini, how much did the change of their comp of Sober Rays affect your game plan?
Kemarin ini copyright lagi begini nih.
We just took it like I've watched a lot of the EG comp before.
Kayaknya kita jangan dengerin deh. Takutnya copyright guys ya. Gue mau jaga-jaga aja mau cobain. Valorant terbuka. Oh terbuka. Jadi ingat The Jooomers Fun Match masuk Wikipedia guys ya waktu itu ya. Fun Match anjir. Kalau banyak edit bisa jadi editor halaman atau buka page player turnamen. Oh, oke. Ya serius, fun match anjir. Tier C. Gak semuanya masuk juga, ada notability guidelines juga. Sih. Iya sih. Itu linknya bisa diklik gak sih? Kok kemarin gue gak bisa diklik ya link-link orang-orang ya? Kemarin gue mau lihat yang dari Jepang segala macam itu. Pas gue klik gak ada infonya. Apakah something bakal main hari ini? Something? Nah ini udah nih kayaknya. Coba.
I think that's also something that Mini was spot on.
Yeah, but he did make a point to praise Leo for his contributions in that
Klik logo
game.
platform streamingnya.
No
Oke.
surprise there. I mean, the initiative for the team definitely stepped up. Was a top fragger in the
Oh,
server.
Leo
but
juga
Leo
gila
on
sih tadi.
top of that as well was really helping out the team to just get valuable information when they need it.
That's you just described Leo. Like there's no other way that you can talk about him. Is
Mana nih Gecko nih?
First and second, utility usage is top level. Probably one of the best, if not the best.
Orang yang bisa diklik itu yang page notable. Pengaruh IP. Aim Lab ada begini sekarang.
You're taking a look here at the aim lab shoot around. It's Leo's POV, but gives us an opportunity to continue to talk about this.
Shit, keren banget aim labs.
They were tested. You know, there was a point where we were like, oh, maybe they're not going to be too tested in the second half. It was looking rather dominant Hypoc, but I was very glad to see NRG implement some of those set pieces and really put Fnatic on the back foot in some of those.
Anjing, gue gak tau aim labs sebagus ini aja sekarang. Gue kira cuma nembak bulut-bulutan doang.
Fnatic are happy to sit back and play reactively until you show something. But there was a couple of rounds there where you're thinking, yeah, Fnatic probably feeling like they haven't had to dig too deep in the strat book here, and Boast is busting out the operator, and things are feeling like they might slip into madness.
Hear me out. You say it like that. I think that they were just very happy to have solutions to a lot of things. But we're seeing Durka being shut down
Valorant Light.
every time that he was using
the
ultimate, and that was not enough to make Fnatic feel like they were under pressure.
You bring up a fantastic point as well as we get ready for map 2 and we go to bind there.
Wah,
I think it's
Susi
important
kena time out.
You can shut down Durka, but then you gotta
Nunggu
worry
siapa?
about Prime.
Siapa aja gue mah. Yang nunggu finalnya nanti. Kayaknya gue nggak dukung Indo sih tapi. Kita akan masuk ke bind.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well that he's talking about no pressure and we're going to go out there and have fun. These are the sort of maps where you see actually, yes, scoreline aside, Fnatic stretching their legs a little bit, having a little bit of fun on stage.
Yeah, and look.
Kalau nggak salah dulu main M-nya dapat skin Ghost Valo. Oh ya. Iklan dulu nggak sih? Betul.
Before we head to map 2,
oh, anjir.
the coach of NRG. Now bind is a very strong map for you guys, but was there anything that
Weh, muter. Bukan internet
you feel
gua kan.
like you guys have to be on the lookout for map 2?
I just feel like Fnatic was pretty proactive. Like their defense was like a lot flank, so maybe we can expect the same on.
Nggak. OBS gua aman. Nggak. OBS gua aman. Twitch-nya nih, Twitch-nya.
Thank you very much for joining me, chat, and best of luck.
Mukanya agak tidak friendly ya.
Hypoc, you seem to be a little perplexed by what Chet said.
Are you ready, guys?
I'm a little confused actually.
Game round 2.
They like to run their Fnatic. Stick to the cypher.
Ketik di bawah.
That's something that
Fnatic atau NRG.
Obviously confirm or deny absence behind those lurkals, and we like to
Ini
see
dia line up agent
yeah, we can see Alpha pull it out here. Yeah, it's one of the few times actually
Wah, ada Harbor, cuy. Viper Harbor.
Prime Gaming agent select as we get ready and see how this is going to play out. But Kukuka, we got this Cypher.
Crazy.
We'll see how this plays out. But on the other side, the Harbor Viper.
Yeah, exactly. That is something that we do not get to see a lot in the EMEA. And of course, I think that the Cypher is going to be very important. We know that those setups needs to be a little bit reinvented, knowing and adapting to what NRG is going to put on the table. I'm not surprised by the rest.
They like Fnatic were ready for this, right?
1,000%, of course.
I think they're feeling comfortable in this composition.
Oh, yes.
Even versus the Harbor Viper.
All right, well, we'll see how this one plays out. We're ready for map number 2. So much to break down as we get ready for bind. Let's send it over to
Here we go, guys.
Yet again.
Let's go. Round 2.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Ball, it always feels like a privilege to see NRG play bind because they're so freaking good at it. But now we get this matchup with Fnatic on the other side, and you know they're ready for this.
Oh, absolutely. The thing is, though, Fnatic has barely played against some of this Harbor Viper stuff. It's not really run in EMEA ever. And they barely played against it at Lock-In, only against that Furia game, and then a little bit in the grand finals against Loud, which, you know how
ada
that
Harbor, ada Viper.
But for this, it's a new map where it's running that, right? It's bind, of course. Fnatic's very comfortable. That was a historically good map for them way back when, last year even. But now, Harbor Viper on this one. A little bit of Sage added into flavor. The new mix of this Ascent comp that ended up being the downfall of Fnatic's fantastic bind. At
Mulai.
An opportunity to reinvigorate and refresh their success on the map. They find themselves on the attacking side.
Oh, they're not ready for this hookah play. Whoa!
So many people through, and you're right, NRG had no idea. Now throwing a Braves on the rotate. The cascade is goes straight to the skies, and he takes Som down. What a start from Fnatic.
Who catching them? Completely unaware. I wonder if there's a flash that gave them misinformation there. If Fnatic dodged it somehow to get a timing up through. But you can tell NRG really interested in getting that orb. And then falling back towards that A side, hoping that they can stack the correct side. Instead, now they leave Artis alone.
You're right. I would love to see the opening round, the opening of that round again, to see what it was that led to a false sense of security.
Susah.
It might just be that there was nothing, and they just had some sort of false sense of security for no reason. That's not the way you want to start off here if you're NRG. Remember, you're down a map. They could already be facing an 0-2 here.
They were gone, man. They were out. They were fully convinced that the play was A.
I still like how NRG was able to actually react and put down the cascade on top of Hookah. Even though they lost one player, they still reacted fairly well. It's just the fact that there's so much explosiveness from Fnatic there. Again, Boaster with that Marshall on this anti-eco. It's consistent. Masters of the economy right now. In the game. They're the best at it. Everybody else is trying to copy them. And for NRG, actually, it's been a story for them where they, after lock-in, they copy Fnatic, they start playing some light armor stuff, but they give up on it.
Yeah.
At some point during Americas, and you can tell already in this game, too, they've given up on it on Fracture.
Three from NRG pushing into showers. Boaster's waiting on the other side of this wall with it. That Marshall, trained. Nothing but a green line keeping him back. Boaster getting peppered past the tuck tail.
Good attempt at the re-clear, just to challenge Boaster, though. Is it going to be enough? And that tells them that they're in deep anti-eco position still. And they have plenty of time to catch up. Nice cam in for Alfredo to spot finesse.
It was so well set up from NRG, given the fact that they had a late rotate. Som puts his wall, but Durka's already passed all of the utility that's intended to deny the push.
And look at this double molly, too. Boaster from way far away, Chronicle as well. Completely denies this high tide take from Som. He was the only one close. And the rest of the players, he's trying to hold on to that space for them to flood in behind him. Instead, they can't get anywhere near.
I mean, look at him now. NRG are stuck in spawn.
Yeah, they're just hoping to die to Spike eventually.
Yeah.
Heal up, squad.
And Durka's starting to hunt, you can tell. He swapped the Marshall, too. Boaster picks up the Vandal. They're masters at this. He has plenty of time to chase still.
There.
3 points away from having the ult online.
That's a nade.
Where's that cam? A cheeky cam looking to spawn.
Yeah, that's crazy. Durka, still close. Ham to support, it's crazy.
Oh, go back. He dies. But he does get one step closer to having the showstopper.
Nah, any engagement's good there.
Kenapa sengaja mati itu
That's why they buy that Marshall, just the 900 credits, really not a big investment. Still fantastic for the one-tap body shots on
Ini sambil gade. Oh iya, gue ngedit video.
Making it so difficult for the attacking side to push
Iya nih,
through.
gue nih. Judge.
Victor close by too. But Dirk is just going to satchel forward. It's just complete disrespect with the judge. Som stops him. And they still have Showers control too.
Well, Fnatic does gain control of lamps. They've lost 2 now. And the trades coming from Alpha, yes. Pinpoint, accuracy, top of the box. Pops 2.
Finesse is still playing on the other side. He's still towards B.
Cage trigger.
And this pause from Fnatic just instilling a little bit of doubt.
It's cunning. Eventually, NRG are going to want to try to reclear, try to get some information. It should just be off of a Crashy's flash.
And they're here. They're ready for it. There's a flash that you mentioned off the swing, but he was just a little ahead of it. And Crashy's falls.
It's too staggered.
Art is taking one back. Spike short.
Finesse still
Finesse has not left.
30 seconds left.
Come on, man.
Those are Spidey senses. Indicator that he should not go forward.
And the fact that Alfir doesn't even TP, he holds on to this space right now. Artist repositions! Are you kidding me?
You mentioned Pinpoint before. That might have been the best of the 3 we've seen.
10 seconds
It's just a needle for a pixel.
Finesse in a 1v2. He's healthy. He's got a Phantom Boaster. Alfir not nearly as lucky. He gets one. He gets both. Avoiding disaster, avoiding another bonus, and getting NRG on the board.
Palanya tuh sekecil masa depan gua, guys, ya. Gila loh.
And they go for a little double swing. It's almost well timed, but just a slight misstep. And Finesse able to convert a 1v2. That's happening more and more often.
All right, never mind. The first one might have been the best.
Nah.
Enemy remaining.
That's nasty. But here, the double peek. Slight gap in the timing between the two. It's a good idea.
Aneh banget. Crosshair-nya bahkan it's not even there gitu di kill 1 kedua tadi.
Especially, I mean, Finesse getting going here. Okay, they're gonna dodge the flash. No info given.
Alfajer.
Picking up the orb. Could have been a massive mistake. And a great counter from Fnatic instead.
Kayak gue harus belajar deh ngepick pakai pisau gitu deh guys. Itu kayak penting deh. Iya nggak sih? Buat ngebait.
Reclear coming in. Cam from Alfir spots them. It's the key for them to bring up, make sure there's nobody.
Iya deh, gitu pakai mata batin itu kayaknya deh.
It's well time for the players on NRG to receive these players on B side from Fnatic.
Jump pick namanya. Kayak perlu deh. Baik yang pakai begitu deh kayaknya. Kayak bagus deh itu tekniknya.
Face of the flash, he jumps through the telly.
Fact says he was left alone as one, so had to be ready. You already saw him tucking into that corner so he could easily backstep. Now he's ready to join the hit, and he has both satchels.
Alfir's on the prowl and Showers, but there are 2 players here. NA, Som being one of them. Chronicle the first to fall. Victor on the swing is great. And then the nade to try to deny the plant. He's still around. He's still healthy. The spike still hasn't made his way out of the sight. Boaster's gotten it down to a 1v2 though. But he's just so weak.
He might have the info. Remember last round when he TP'd, Finesse was all the way back. NRG always leaves one.
He just needs 1 kill here. But Artist is actually, he's already shown up and he's got a judge.
Pretty crazy that he gets the plant down.
It is. There's the flash. He knows where he is. Crashies cleans it up.
Fnatic are just diving through that high tide, which is a fantastic one from Som.
Kalau jumper bagus bisa buat dodge operator.
Once that wall comes down from Fnatic, their intention is to leave lamps.
Tekniknya sih boleh dipelajarin ya.
In the last time they took that A side, they actually pushed into lamps. This time you see Dirk is positioned, the molly's on the back of truck, trying to deny. But Som's high tide cuts it all off. I'm very surprised. Maybe it's a time pressure there from Fnatic. All the messing around on the other sides of the map. that causes them to go forward.
Gini sama Kangkang beda jauh ya vibes-nya ya nggak sih?
They're definitely buying into this, despite losing 2 in a row.
That harbor wall from Som is through teleporter and then roping back in to help control A short.
Harbor ada ulti. Mereka banyak banget sih ultinya sih. Bakar rusuh sih round
And there
ini
are plenty
kayaknya.
of setups that you can do from A without having to go through teleporter to control that area. I wonder if that's intended to make them think he's playing B.
This is a crazy deep B hold from NRG though, as well. Might not matter at all. And double trip to hold the flank here from Alfir.
Are they going to be able to take the space and fill before they get into trouble? You hear the showstopper gone off. You've got the Seekers pushing them back into spawn. Showers control still there. Alpha, you're starting to re-explore.
I think they just jumped one of the trips.
Wait, can you get past 2?
Ulti nih.
The Trailblazer is going to clear the second.
Anjingnya kena tripwire itu.
I mean, they're here. Leo's waiting. Alpha is too. The flash is well considered by Crashy. So Victor going aggressive. He's going for the flank, and it never goes off. He never shoots it. He was too close.
Wajir.
Razer are having such trouble placing these showstoppers.
Chronicle has gotten behind him. Crashy's had no idea. He had no chance. It's falling down onto 3. Finesse continues to frag. And the cascade. Som has to tug right back out. Durka doing well to keep him back. He's gotten 2. He gets 3.
It's too easy down the line there. And what a difference that round could have been if Leo doesn't barrel stuff Victor on the flank there. It's just crazy. You mistimed showstopper as well. Getting the proper timing for that animation to not cause problems is so difficult.
Good job there. Nice!
And it is finally a response here from
Yeah.
Finesse. 2 in a row for NRG.
Yeah.
Off that 1v2 from Finesse.
Two stingers and then pistols. And that's all it is. They've tucked Victor and Hookah.
Derek.
Do they dare go that way?
The late orb as well here from Chronicle.
Hey, that was a cue for Som to put the cascade down.
Tries to re-clear in front. You saw actually they put down the wall and the orb immediately to try to catch somebody re-clearing. That's a shot.
It's pretty. Clears the Trailblazer, and of course Durka's followed all the way right behind it. They've gotten some control of the U-Haul. They're starting to step back, and Energy want to take the fight. Remember, they have lighter weaponry. They want to close the gap. They want to get in their faces. Can they stop the attack here? Fnatic so far up. They have Showers control. They have U-Haul control. I mean, it may not look like it. They have full sight control, too. And once again, the defense looks like it's at a loss. Dark is just playing with this food right now.
It's too easy to contain here from Durka, especially with that shorty. What? And the constant threat from Fnatic to go through that TP keeps Finesse anchored on that B side until it's all over. NRG right now not quite able to really hold on to this short.
Itu bisa headshot juga kah? Mati juga kah? Atau gimana sih?
Usually such a phenom in laps at getting multi-kills, but you can tell Durka doesn't even really want to fight until super late. Just holding that space, making sure that they get the plant down, making sure they can start to take the rest of sight. With the info too.
Oh, bisa. Satu peluru kah? Gila.
Yep. There's just not much more to say, is there?
And the idea from NRG is really good there too. Leo's swinging onto the stairs where the old TP was, so he's not even in that fight from Alfir. Alfir goes in front of the Viper Wall, does not get flashed, which is key. Maybe the execution could be improved.
Showers hold was so important too because Finesse invested the pit on B. They invested a lot towards holding this site. And so far they failed, but perhaps they can reconsider, perhaps they can reestablish as the Som falls one more time.
I mean, they have so many different variations of holding this A side too. They're just abusing this at this point.
Yeah, they are.
Durka can sometimes be on boxes. They can be playing post. They can be holding short.
You're not limboing your way through that. You imagine a timeout has to be on the cards here pretty soon.
Definitely.
Makanya kalau pada pakai dia mau wallbang. Oh.
A. And just exploit the defense.
We've seen good halves from NRG on this map on both sides, so
Al-Fajr.
not quite getting worried anywhere about keeping this game close. Fnatic is putting on a masterclass though. And eventually that conversation will start about how much is too much.
How much is too much?
There was even a flash setup from Crashies through teleporter to help that fight.
But it slightly missed.
Yeah.
Completely.
Time out.
I don't know if it was just
perfect.
Yeah.
Because he just swings on those two players. That's what I was talking about. The wall's put up immediately, the flash through the TP. It's a really good setup, and it does its job. I mean, at least it makes that a 2v1. Alfir is just currently better.
And that's where, you know, we talk so much about these nuanced setups, right? And the timings on flashes and where the wall's going and when you're toggling it up and down. But then, yeah, sometimes it just comes down to Alfir just diffed you, bro. Like, that's just all there is to it.
Yeah. It's funny. It reminds me of a conversation the Desk was having where every single player on this team, if you shut down one of them, another one's going to step up. But the other aspect of it, too, is strategically. You start to, you know, do good things against their strats. We saw a lot of this on Fracture. That's not even enough. And when it starts to falter on both sides, I mean, good luck.
Yeah.
This team that has showed up
Gue
today
sambil
in
ngedit
playoffs,
dulu guys ya, kalian nonton ya.
absolutely deserves to be
Ngedit
put in
dikit,
contention.
ngedit
Obviously, they
dikit.
already were heading into this, but just doubts about whether they're going to put in new things, whether they're going to be able to actually make a sprint at
Peace,
this.
love, and iklan. Sekali-sekali guys, sekalian
By the end of
nih.
this, it might be a resounding yes. Absolutely. Stinger buy in for NRG. One Phantom.
Kalian nonton dulu ya, gue sambil ngedit. Gue ngedit di layar atas, gokil nggak?
Similar setup from Som. The one small difference I'm seeing here is Finesse's wall.
Watching this spot.
It's just a little different. This time set up from A.
There.
Yeah, that's the old bathroom wall, essentially. Completely ignoring the possibility of that, or the fact that that new
Ayo yang mau daftar nanti PRX lawan DRX silakan. Yang menang bener nebaknya bisa berkesempatan dapat Valorant points sebesar Rp140.000 dari Gori.
Victor's got a lot to deal with, but Crashies is close by.
Mata nggak layar atas.
He has one flash.
Ya itu gunanya multiple layer guys.
Nah
kalian sambil nonton
No,
aja.
they don't. It's just one though. And the Sinner's just not enough in that scenario.
It's too tough to follow up on too. A good idea again from NRG, just not quite enough. Fnatic controlling every part of this game right now. Som's going to try to flood out to help Finesse.
Wow. You see the free fire in the spam expecting a second. The flash cleans him up.
Oh, and that cascade actually gave them room to swing out to the left before Som can even challenge.
Wow.
Fnatic starting to wonder what this might actually
Mental sih kena sih. Ya sih. Itu sekitar 1000-an. Kayaknya.
It does look that way.
I'm concerned if they start to find ways to punish this B side. And most of these, they've been ending up A, trying to abuse specific factors of that A hit. Getting early kills on showers, that sort of thing.
So 4-man push here from NRG towards B, and it looks like it's set up to get Som the orb. He is 1 point away from having his ult online. Moster's been pushed off.
Okay, we saw this last, another round, where they did push deep, down B.
Bengkai statusnya lagi inactive. Siapa Bengkai?
But they end up all flanking, and this time there's going to be a showers TP with the Trailblazer to follow up on. Victor's stuck here though. And Fnatic is not committed, so they're happy to wait this out and challenge.
Did he bite off more than he could chew? Stuck in teleporter. Everyone from Fnatic is here to handle him. But he bought
they just used the reckoning to try to clear him out, and yes, it will get him out, but leaves a lot of gaps and loses a lot of tools.
Such a heavy investment to preserve his life, and then he eventually falls. Alfir
Al
once again
Fajr.
getting a 2K from what looks like the same spot.
And right now, these Seekers might all get destroyed. Yes, Artist is going to get the rest, but Chronicles inserted in such a good position. Alfir's punishing. He's so smart.
Crashies, can you hold the line? Durka falls.
Oh, they're just going to TP now. It doesn't matter what Crashies can do.
Yeah, there's just so much room that Chronicles taking A.
It's crazy. They could have crossed there, but they're just a little concerned about where Crashies' position is, and they're just going to use that space. Don't even bother TPing. Take all the time that you
Overhabis
need.
level ini sementara jagoannya
That's
siapa?
discipline right there from Fnatic.
Gue suka personalitinya Kang.
Prospect, you know where he is. You know that you have numbers on
Ekspresif aja
him.
orangnya.
But you're right, they make the safe play.
Kalau jagoan sih nggak ada spesifik sih.
Boaster's already considering the spawn flank.
Of course he is. He's had such a good read
Player
on the game.
PRX. Oh, itu player PRX.
I may have jinxed him.
Timing was bad, but still
Read
able
was
to get
so
around.
Kenapa dia nggak main?
Forgot where that corner was.
Kang besok main lagi tuh di lower bracket.
Doesn't get the kill. Crashes is going to save. Fnatic up to 7. A chance for a 10-2 half with 3 rounds remaining. After Fracture, I didn't think that was in the cards, but I didn't think that this defensive side issue right now for NRG was deeper than it looked at first. Yeah, they got a streak of rounds on that defensive side, mainly due to the ult cycle. And I don't think, especially now with the Wasted Reckoning, the tools in this comp are not as major. In fact, they used a resurrection from Sage too.
That's a lot of ults into that, you're right.
You will not kill my allies. Ya berat banget suaranya. Emang bisa di slow-moin gitu ya? 27 ya guys ya.
By the way, Fnatic too.
It's gonna be a fast game.
Untung
gua bangun pagi.
Maybe that's just the reason why NRG is struggling right now. Hard to deal with the multi-pronged approach. These defaults are good when they end up going dry walking up short with the Viper wall. That's fantastic. And Alfir is hitting every shot when he's pressured.
Bengkai di bench karena waktu visa apa kemarin diganti sama Something. Sekarang Something nggak bisa main karena masih ngurus visanya. Ya ampun. Jadi nggak bisa main gara-gara ngurus visa doang. Astaga.
It's barely out. It's just light weaponry. And the funny part, Crashies, while you might be surprised to see him there, this is like the 4th round where they're there. They're just not able to get anything done.
It's another deep cascade in short, and then the high tide right behind it. They want to go forward. Look at how much they're investing just to slow down, just to keep the Fnatic attack at bay.
I mean, that's important. They just wasted a few mollies on that one.
He's going to be able to get anything, though. Dirk is too high, Boaster's too low, the health is too short. On the nade in the lap of Sam, forcing him to swing out, now without damage being taken.
Habis rontok guys.
30 seconds.
They're rolling them. They're just rolling them.
Yeah.
Chronicles hunting. Crashes can't save the gun that he saved in the
Rontok
previous.
guys.
It's a Prime Gaming flawless at that. And that scoreline that I posited 10-2 is very much within reach. 2 rounds left in this first half. We've gone from Fracture, an insane battle of the minds, to NRG being faced with potentially immediately an incredibly difficult comeback in the second half. Even at this point, you already should be calling it a comeback if it comes to fruition.
And then depending on how things go, the fact that we just saw NRG
lagi couple yang beda supporter, bener-bener nih. Wah, lagi dimarahin nih guys ya. Time out. Sebenarnya secara spesifik role yang benar itu Something gantiin 4 second-nya gantiin role Bengkai soalnya dia ganti jadi flex.
This has historically been a very good map for Fnatic too. They have
iklan dulu guys ya, iklan dulu guys ya.
But that was a bit ago.
Yeah, I mean, but despite people, doubting this comp a little bit, having a few struggles in the EMEA, this is looking very good. Some of those doubts start to creep away. It wasn't perfect during the regular season from them, but it was good still. And they're challenging, you're right, NRG, who has a historic bind. That might start to slip by the wayside when you see results like this, when you see some of the domestic results on this map as well. Fnatic not struggling at all to deal with this defensive side Viper Harbor.
What is Artis doing here? Waiting for an early flash. Deep flash from Crash. He's down long, zigzagging its way through.
Oh no.
So dead, bro.
That is beautiful.
Jet kepanggang.
And one moment difference there. Artis gets that wall down, and they don't break it for the dog to get that stun. He doesn't get punished. That's crazy. Boaster's got to have the highest kill rate with his orbital strike. I mean, every single time he uses it, it's considered.
And it's always set up with something. That's what makes him so good with it. Durka was jumping, and now the showstopper out, clearing the site. Crashies has managed to slip the net and tuck back into elbow. Oh no.
Anjir.
Of course.
Showing off the tech.
Itu lobang
It's so
kecil
hard to
disebut
land, because you know
nembak,
99% of the time, people are hitting a wall on that. NRG once again forced to save.
A high tide fade away.
Sorry, gue mau nanya, ini DRX sama PRX ini dua-duanya ada Indo atau gimana?
Right out of the timeout too. And they hit with an ult combination that they just can't consider at this point. No. There's way too many things that they're dealing with. Finesse's brain's got to be overheating.
PRX aja yang ada Indonya. Oh. DRX full Korea.
Such an
oh,
awesome battle to watch
okay.
it too. But since that second half,
yep.
It's been crazy.
Last round before the switch.
And I don't even really feel like Fnatic on this map is particularly caring too much about the specifics of NRG's play. Yeah, they're reacting to it. They're falling back in instances, but this is so nice. And this is a page out of NRG's book. In my mind, NRG is the guys who consistently got value out of trailblazer stunts from the sky. Ults like that, you see NRG do all the time. Fnatic though?
Jangan juara lagi Fnatic.
What a streak.
7 rounds. Unreal.
Everybody's going to get a chance at this op.
Yeah.
On this attack side.
Handing them around.
Chronicle had it, Durka had it, Boaster had it, Alfier. Leo, it's your turn next. Oh wait, you won't even get another chance.
Yeah, poor guy. Unless they hand it off mid-round. Really min-maxing things here. It's just so ominous what you said a couple of rounds ago. The fact that there's a 10-2 is a very good reality. We find ourselves on the precipice of it. Showstopper up top.
Oh.
Wow, where did that go?
Whoa.
Crashy still gets a kill.
Went way over top that ramp.
Does anyone scoop up the op? No, they're leaving it.
And the late orb is actually going to kind of tell you what's coming right now on the side of NRG.
IGL's battling, and the gun fight goes in favor of Boaster.
Finesse didn't have his gun out.
Spam through, and once again, a complete disrespect of Som's utility. They're just fearless in pushing past it.
Oh, habis.
It's just so well considered. Everything is flawless. Everything is perfect.
Pit might be a little early here for Fnatic, though. Never mind.
Boaster's fragging. Boaster's farming. Meanwhile, NRG, they've been squelched, they've been suffocated, they've been stymied. What a stomp.
Gila, kayaknya apa ya? Rapi banget gak sih?
10-2. When I first started bringing that up, I didn't really put it in my mind that it was a real possibility. I thought, okay, yeah, maybe. And they just convert in such an, I mean, it looked effortless.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely effortless.
Absolutely effortless katanya guys ya.
It's going to be an almost impossible ask for NRG to bring this thing back. But
Fnatic salah satu tim yang dikenal rapi utility-nya.
I don't know about you guys, but that looked like a good old-fashioned butt whooping. I'm just going to call a spade a spade. NRG getting completely outclassed on bind. And genuinely, you know, it's not even a to me, it's not even a composition thing. Fnatic are just out-aiming them.
I think
really.
It has to do with maybe not expecting this kind of preparation, this kind of level coming from Fnatic. And actually, the 2 rounds that they get, to me, had a lot to do with the Harbor, had to do with Som, with the utility that he was using towards A, and how that was affecting Fnatic. The problem is that was good for like, what, 2 rounds? The moment that Fnatic learned how to work around the timing of the high tide, of how Som was using the cascades,
NRG pemain Apex disuruh main Kalo.
When it comes to the next half, because I feel that is a little bit what happened on Fracture.
Yeah. Sure, but I think NRG's strength lies in playing this composition tailored more towards the retake on the defense. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm glad Baller actually noted it. The only time the NRG have lost the defensive half was versus now.
Terus sekarang udah jago gini.
Time and time again, Fnatic are being rewarded for this default by an overswing and overchallenge on one of the extremities. They were lacking value from artists once again on the stage, and that's not even individually. Just
next
as
game,
an agent, they're not able to secure anything. I mean, the round that the Viper's pick comes down on B long, there's a double swing in showers from Artist and Victor.
Turnamen internasional kemarin di lock-in Sao Paulo, Fnatic gak ada kalah match sama sekali.
Being so good for the individuals coming together and being role players, it feels like the individuals are trying to make individual plays right now, Kukuka, which is a problem.
Ini ada PRX nih, kalian mau nonton versi Indonya atau versi Inggris?
You're not getting to the place in the round where you want
Kita
to
bisa
be.
nonton versi Indonya kalau kalian mau.
This is going to be a tool.
Yeah, it could very well be the case. Let's send it back over to Doug and Bala to send us home.
Breaknya lama, ya kan nggak tahu nanti berapa lama tuh. Breaknya berapa lama ya?
In Valorant's history, and it's been nothing but a fairy tale for Fnatic up until this
Kita
point.
bisa nonton versi Indonya kalau kalian mau.
What did you say? The 8 rounds in a row. Now NRG are on
maunya
attack.
Inggris gagal lebih cepat.
I mean, wrap it up, bro.
Emang sekarang yang di Indo masih berapa? Masih 29 kah?
We'll see if that story includes a comeback.
Kurang.
Here comes the hit, sectioning off the site. The dog does clear a lot.
Jadi bahasa kalian ngerti gitu loh.
Which the wall allows.
Jir, itu wall.
Yes, a lot of movement on top of this box, a lot of freedom there.
You can almost see the pathing.
They're not even hitting the site though right now, and you actually do still have Chronicle here.
They're still here. They don't bite on this at all.
With the classic too, I thought it was a ghost at first when he first took down the first player. Artist left wondering, where did everybody go? Like John Travolta.
Itu pakai klasik loh.
I mean, NRG try to run
originalnya aja.
What should be a tempting fake.
Biar ada 1-2 ronde.
Fnatic just so disciplined, so well considered.
I mean, they kind of did. Okay, the high tide actually cut off the spike, but Molly's come in. It should outlast it.
And they put the Trailblazer right in front of it too to clear it. Dude, Fnatic are playing borderline perfect Valorant.
He got it, he's escaped. No, he didn't. What? I thought he got it.
It must have been so close.
Cuma kaburnya nggak bisa aja.
Artist now joins the fray with 10 seconds left, and utility on the other side. They have to dump out Flood, and they do so into their deaths. A prime gaming flawless for Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm betting he thought the same thing I thought. Because Artist stood on that A side the entire time, holding that space so they could fall back into it. And then once he jumped up in the window, he was like, we gotta just try to jump out,
Indo.
Yeah, I'd love to see again his attempt to get it. Obviously, this essentially secured the round, but
he was
standing right next to it.
One enemy remaining.
To be so close yet so far.
Gila.
You know what's coming right now. NRG has to force. Absolutely got to get
Kalau
something
Indo dia
going
nggak
right
nampilin
now.
konten eksklusif wawancara gitu. Terus jadi
It's a
apa?
good start. It looks like Alfie was
Iklan aja gitu.
Dude, this is what I mean.
What a good trip.
The trip was great. Alfie said it was actually a little late.
Yeah, exactly.
But the trip was great. Even in the face of the Cascade, Chronicle just goes. An attempt at flipping the map from the attacking side. They take the teleporter, they leave Finesse behind. See if he can cut off any rotates. But anchor, because it looks like they want to rotate back towards him.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Victor just stays in lamps, holds that space. Derek is going to be able to return just in time.
Host kasar analisa game. Emang kalian ngerti pas analisa game ngomong Inggris dia ngomong apa?
Fight, but you're right.
Wow.
Dirk is back.
There's only one player here right now. They still thought that there might have been a Double step back. But Boaster will now have this flank. Victor in spawn.
Ngerti.
Can he take down Leo?
Si
Coming around the
paling
corner
ngerti ya.
Crucial fight.
Victor on it. Damage done. Still has a stinger though. As Durka repositions. Can he pick it up? Boaster's down. They're going to be able to convert this for us unless Durka wins a 1v2. The tap on the spike, the reposition. Victor showing a little leg, giving him a little bait. Crashies once. I mean, they're just like gnats. They're just annoying and they're being pests. And they're securing the round.
Upgrade to a Bulldog for Crashies too. Off of Boaster's body down short. They needed it. And they got
Nyantai
it.
banget ya, Crashies ya, gue suka sih.
Well, the full force right there, obviously, but the only thing they
Itu
can
kalau
buy
yang
is
Indo,
stingers.
Bang sesi analisa
That's
kalau
three
luar
led
ada
by
yang sama
wins
interview.
for
Oh,
NRG.
gitu. Oke.
So far in this series.
Ya, kita bisa lihat sih kalau mau sih.
There's one thing to walk away with after it. Maybe that's the success point for NRG, which isn't really a major part of their toolkit overall.
Mau, kita buat PRX ini kita coba nonton bahasa Indonya. Nanti next time kalau kalian lebih prefer Indo atau Inggris, kita nonton Inggris atau Indonya. Kalian tinggal pilih nanti.
The flash, the turn! That shot was gross!
That's got to be an accident.
That shot was gross.
When you're down 11-3, though, better lucky than good, I guess.
Maksudnya gimana
Maybe
tuh?
playing against Fnatic overall better lucky than good.
Yeah.
Indo nonton di mana ya? Mau di Twitch juga atau
It's ridiculous.
di YouTube? Indo YouTube
Just
sama
so
Indo Twitch
strong.
apa bedanya ya?
High cam, spotting the lurk through the orb.
See that attacks that wall from Sam and the cams above it.
Indo case besok aja yang case seru.
There's only one spot.
Emang case beda-beda?
Everything else that you're hearing, where the hit
Hari ini
is.
siapa?
See the flash shoot, they want to try to fight back sight, and they managed to get what they were looking for. Alfier Sheriff. Oh,
wow.
my goodness. Like this? With the neural theft, he knows where he is, and he pushes, but Zam's there to greet.
Anjir, ditungguin.
Yo, I can't believe he goes for that with one bullet.
Di rolling.
Low-key, I do.
Oh, gue nggak kenal caster ini sih Indo. Siapa aja sih? Ada siapa aja? Gue lihat.
Who's that first? I mean.
Caster.
Spike planted.
New patch, that won't happen. That's just crazy.
Co-streamer.
Oh, that would have been one of the clutches of the century.
Yep.
English
Okay,
broadcast EMEA Pacific Show All.
That would have been insane.
Nah, ada dari Indo.
NRG
Oh ini
managed to
nih.
white knuckle their way
Indonesia
4
host
rounds.
komentator analis.
But it's still so comfortably in favor of Fnatic.
Mas Gear Abigail.
There's no stress
Oh,
at all.
Momo-chan. Momo-chan masuk. Host. Dona Raffi,
As
Dona
loose as
Berlian.
can be. Alfier 2 has been the star on this map.
Ini bad banget ininya Indo.
Anytime there's a chance for NRG to get back into it, he's the guy who's shutting it down, almost did it again. Multiple 3vx situations that Alfier was a part of on that first
Beda-beda.
half.
Kalau mau bagus pas Indo case Wilson atau enggak Prof Ministry.
You need to be using that dog
Minty.
to get up short.
Means
There's too many
D.
trips to get through.
Min City.
They're up in U-Haul. Victor taking care of Durka. That was off the Trailblazer setup.
Agak kurang
They pushed him
analisnya.
through, but he just kind of ran out
Anjir.
willy-nilly, not expecting them to still be in the
Hari-hari
default
langsung
setup.
dikritik.
Just
Pasti
good
banyak
advantage here for
bocil
NRG.
kritik sih. Kalau misalkan analisnya sebanyak itu ya nggak sih?
You've seen multiple
Indo
times now where it's
lagi.
late fakes.
Ada Momo-chan, nanti kalau ada Momo-chan gue cengin.
Dumping util.
Momo!
Leo's playing to get walled up. No.
Out, ulti.
He doesn't actually go for the wall. Artist made a misclick.
Anjing, ya
There's a
utility-nya
slow on
pusing
top.
banget, anjing.
Artist!
He's pushing right into
Oh,
him.
wait, what just happened?
With 10 seconds left, I don't know that NRG are going to be able to get out.
He just had a meltdown.
Alfier still here. And Alfier gets 2. Chronicle gets the last, and that's series point for Fnatic.
No, but Doug, what just happened?
Wow,
It's your job to
gila.
describe, man.
Artist just had a mental
NRG kayak
breakdown on
kewalahan
stage.
gitu anjir.
The Sage Wall comes out, and then the Self Slow as well. They're just spraying him down. On top of that, running through the Viper Wall. What is that wall?
wallnya hancur gitu lagi ditembak atau emang gimana sih?
The game is over when a mistake like that is made, not in playoffs.
The game is so overwhelming kali ini guys
I
ya.
would be surprised if he's getting an earful right now from Finesse.
NRG versus Fnatic kayaknya. It's gonna be a GG.
Final attempt here to keep this game alive for NRG. Final attempt where it has to be 8 rounds in a row.
Karena sudah 3 kali.
A scattered by, Salmon crashes with the weapons. Trying to consider how to break this Cypher setup. They already break the camera, not any of the trips though. And unfortunately for them, Crashies is starting to creep up, but he's got one of the Vandals, so he can't really spend time breaking with the Trailblazer.
Chronicle's positioning is just perfect. Just around the corner, understanding that if someone gets up in the box, he'll have the sightline on that. Victor's going aggressive for him! What on earth? I mean, it's over! It's just 2 left for NRG.
Oh, Artis has gotten on the site. Meanwhile, all of that. Which means there's not much more util coming in from the side of Fnatic. They just started the retake.
Sudah tidak ada utility.
With the Spectre. The potential to Crashies alone is exactly what takes place. He has a rifle. So it'd have to be a 1v4 to pull this thing off, to keep the series going. And that just seems impossible. And it exactly is. Durka with 3, and on the graves of the fallen, Fnatic raise their flag.
Anjir, satchelnya buat ngedash gitu ya.
That simply looked way too easy.
Anjir, lepas sepatu, gokil.
Too easy.
Is it too easy kayak gini?
13-4. A 10-2 half. You're not supposed to have dominance like that against a story team like NRG.
Abis.
And you're certainly not supposed to have it in your first showing against.
Kita nonton di mana coba bola Valorant Adi? Yang nonton 7.000 anjir.
It'll have to be a lower bracket run for NRG and the NRG faithful. They've been there before, but recovering from that is tough. Knowing if they want a chance at this, they need to come back and beat the team that they just lost to here. Fnatic definitely look poised to go crazy.
Wow. Valorant Indok. Aduh.
Simba.
There's so many different adjectives you can use to describe this Fnatic.
Iya kan bonekanya nggak tuh.
Flag they're raising on the fallen.
You can call him
Hari-hari Simba. Iya, ini Simba.
You can call him prepared, you can call him disciplined. I mean,
Race bisa kayak gitu ya mainnya ya. Dia nge-satchelnya buat ngedash dikit ya.
It's crazy. And they come into this as favorites.
Okay, we're gonna take a break guys ya. Karena abis ini ada DRX versus PRX jam mestinya jam 1. Satchel peak.
With big challengers still. But one thing I know for sure, the winner of this tournament is going to have to beat this team. It is the team to beat.
Wah, NRG.
And if NRG can't even come close.
Sulit sih.
Cloud have lost.
Ngancurin crosshair.
This might just be Fnatic's tournament to win with how good they looked.
Apa gue harus mandi sekarang?
Chronicle was insane, Alfear was insane, all the players stepped up.
Ini mulai kapan lagi nih?
Not that anybody was concerned about anybody on this team. But Durka continues to look as one of the most flexible star duelists, right? A lot of other teams still struggle because they don't have a star duelist that can play both Jet and Raze, but Durka fills all the boxes for that.
Dude, things like this. Chronicles hold with the classic. That double swing into short where Durka was up high and Boaster drops down low. All of those little things. They just do it. They do it. There are a couple things here because not only do they do it perfectly, but they do it
Kemarin jam 1 kurang udah mulai anjir mereka.
I'm left watching these highlights. Wonder if I could forget about Bind somehow. Erase my memory because the Fracture battle was insane. But why would you want to forget this when Fnatic looks so insane? This moment definitely ended the comeback for NRG.
Gue masih mau nontonin gini loh.
What a game.
What a series. 13-4, a 2-0 win for Fnatic as they absolutely obliterate NRG. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Oke, mandi dulu. Wah. Mandi dulu ya guys. We'll take a break. 30 menit lah. Break. Aduh. Ih, gimana gue mau mandi kok ini 1 menit sih? Ih, seriusan ini? Kok 1,5 menit? Gue mau mandi.
Finest in NRG, a shattering 2-0 victory that continues the reign of terror of the EMEA top squad. What a matchup that was for Fnatic. Of course, Golden Boy here with High Pocket and Kukuka. And, you know, I mean, just jumping straight into it, out of the gate. I ain't going to sugarcoat it. I have a lot of respect for the NRG boys. They're friends of mine, awesome people, but they genuinely got mollywopped. They got absolutely dominated.
Sometimes you speak in English, I don't understand.
Hey, I make up words as well. I can't really help it. But that being said, one one of the reasons why was because of our HyperX reflex moment, which came from Alfier. This kid, Hypoc, just was nasty this game.
Yeah, I mean, he was just on this is one of the cleanest three clips I think you'll see. Again, a little bit of space in between, but it's so crucial as well here with Boaster planting the seed of doubt. Obviously, that fake I believe it was Finesse was still over there, right?
Yeah.
And then Alpha finds this kill. Again, it's the Sage.
Of course he loves. Of course he loves.
Moment once again.
That kid is just out of this world. But it also just goes to show too, right? Fnatic, not only
coba gue denger caster Indo ya. Nggak ada yang ngomong.
Shut up a little bit of those pros on, well, not only pros, but these kind of people that think that they know everything. I think that everybody was not praying for the downfall, no, just stupid people online, you know.
The internet
is full of but some people literally, they just wanted to be like, oh no, they're just going to get to the international stage and it's going to be awful.
And I understand it because EMEA had a struggle in the group, so everyone assumes that it's just the same thing, but it really isn't. This team's built different.
Yeah, but I think they also needed to make that statement, right? And they also needed to dictate how they were going to be in this event. And I think this last match specifically showed a lot of that. To me, two players to stand out, Chronicle and Alpha. I think that we can literally highlight all of them, but to me, that duo, especially on the last map, was something out of this world.
Yeah, I think as well, give lots of credit to Fnatic today. First map aside, I think the second map, it's got to be a wake-up call for NRG, though.
Yeah.
Obviously, with this composition,
yang mau dapat Valorant point, daftar tuh, ya, di pin message.
Too much. Again, the first half, they were getting so much value time after time from this default. I don't just talking about space. I was talking about a number of times that actually NRG were feeding into it, giving away kills on the extremity, and they don't have as many options with this composition.
Yeah.
Again, the utility stops that initial sight here. They dump all this utility, their side of the Harbor utility, their side of the Viper wall, but Fnatic were coming away from those situations like 2 for 1, time and time again.
It was truly a dismantling of what the idea was from NRG, and Fnatic, they just clicked heads incredibly well and had incredible coordination, but I actually do want to hear a little bit more from the players. We actually do have, let's see, who's over there? It's my boy Durka standing by for the Rise and post-match interview with Yinsu. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and the Des. I'm joined by Durka here from Fnatic. Durka, congratulations. Now, over your career, you have never played against NRG, which I think is crazy. Now you have. What did you think of that match?
It was a fun match. It's kind of like what I wanted, and I've been wanting to play them for a long time, and I wanted that win too, because they have been a huge core and like a really good team over the past like 2-3 years.
Now, on Bind, I feel like before the Icebox Fnatic era, everybody said that you were the best team on Bind. Now Bind is back in the pool. Do you think that you can take that title again, be the best team?
Yeah, sure. Our Bind is good. We like the map. I think everybody likes the map, and we really did a lot of work on it. I'm having a lot of fun, and like I think me, Boaster, and Minim missed the map a lot, and now we're glad to be back.
You played Sova on Bind, Chamber on Bind, Raze on Bind. What's your favorite? What's been the most fun?
I think Chamber. I got PP from B to A all the time.
Oh, there we go.
I was calling the map too, so it was fun for me.
On the defense side, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of the calling, Mini spoke a little bit about Leo's calling on Fracture. So talk us through about, you know, what Leo brings to the team, and how does that work? Like, does Leo give some mid-round calls?
Yeah, Leo gives good mid-round calls. He remembers really good the anti-strats and reactions that we have to do, or like if certain player does this, or we can do this instead. So he brings a like good atmosphere, and also like tells us what to do or when we should like re-push something, because he has more information as initiator, and I think he's super good at it.
Well, very great asset to have. Thank you so much, Durka, for joining me, and best of luck in your next game. We're going to throw to the Prime Gaming post-match highlights here, but on the back of that, we're going to be bringing you PRX versus DRX.
It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Two teams who have never had their paths crossed before, but they find themselves at a crossroads here in Tokyo as they get ready for what can only be considered one of the greatest matches that we're going to be served. It's NRG, it's Fnatic, it's time.
It's going to be another hit towards B. This time, Chronicle finding gorgeous timing, and Durka does too. It's back and forth again. Nice.
Dude, I'm jealous of myself. I feel like I'm in an out-of-body experience right now. Watching these two teams.
And off of the pace of Fnatic are showing, NRG's going to try to fill with some of their own on the southern side, but they've got to be able to hold them back for now. On the side, in the sand,
Masih break, guys.
drawing all over the place and getting the kills that he needs. The first half was a brawl, but the second half felt like all Fnatic all the way, and they take Fracture 13-9.
Absolutely it was. And the trades coming from Alpha, yes. Pinpoint, accuracy, top of the box.
Finesse in a 1v2. He's healthy, he's got a Phantom Boaster, and Alpha, you're not nearly as lucky. He gets one, he gets both. In the Cascade, Sam has to tuck right back out. Durka doing well to keep him back. He's gotten two, he gets three. It's a trap, do they check him? No, they don't. It's just one though. I mean, the Stinger's just not enough in that scenario. Boaster's fragging, Boaster's farming. Meanwhile, NRG, they've been squelched, they've been suffocated, they've been stymied.
Every day, non-stop grinding.
On the graves of the fallen, Fnatic raise their flag.
Bukan. Cepet guys. Untung gua nggak mandi. Wah. Klan dulu. sorry. Klan dulu guys. Nggak, ntar aja gue mandinya. Kalau championship gini pernah ada pemain yang ketahuan pakai aimbot nggak? Waduh, kayaknya yang kegap-kegap gitu banyak sih. Cuman gue nggak tahu ya kalau di championship gini ya. Gue pernah lihat tuh videonya. PRX menang di Bind Lotus Pearl. Harusnya 3 map itu mungkin cuman Pearl yang mau di pick DRX, sisanya veto. Lah, tiba-tiba jadi 5 menit. Ya 5 menit guys. Aduh, gue ngantuk. Aduh, gue ngantuk lagi gimana ya? Apa gue tiduran bentar ya? Nah, gue ketiduran lagi. Minum kopi. Ah, enggak, no. Gue cek ya di bawah ada apa ya. Oh no. Masa gue jam segini udah lapar. Aneh banget. Bangun pagi. Paling bener sih emang pesan makanan. Iya ya, wajar ya. Gue nggak biasa makan jam segini. Jam segini gue tuh baru bangun biasanya. My follow heart is so happy today. Kan makan siang, betul ya. Gue kan nggak pernah makan siang. Makan siang gue kan jam 3, jam 4. PRX. Yang mana orang Indonya?
To Masters Tokyo, and it's time for our second match of the day. I am your host Yingsu, and joining me at the desk is Bawah and Kakuka. Kakuka, you were on already for today. What a match that was! But Bawah, welcome to the desk.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited for this next one because I don't feel like that first one delivered. Maybe a little bit on map 1, but then map 2 was kind of a stomp. I really hope that this rematch that we have with PRX and DRX is going to deliver because I really do watch PRX and love what I see.
Enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of the Valorants that you just watch to see how crazy the game can get.
Are you a paper boy?
Absolutely.
Yes, Paula, let's go.
I used to not be, but I think they convinced me during Pacific to become a paper boy.
Yeah, all right. Let's have a look at this history of DRX versus PRX because they always play against each other once a year at an international tournament. As you guys can see, Berlin and Reykjavik as well. But Kakuka, the funny thing is, for PRX, since like May 20th, they have only played against DRX for like a whole month.
Yeah, exactly. So
players,
of course, it was about them too. But I think the most important bit is that now they are winning. Now they're on the winning end, especially during those finals where they actually have to reverse with that win. Being on the losing foot and being like, okay, this is not going to be like the rest of the times. It's not going to happen again. We're going to win again. We're going to do it in the fashion in which we're doing.
Yeah, it was a really interesting story to follow PRX throughout specifically because to me, they were struggling at the beginning of the league. They were struggling in the beginning of the season.
Emailnya ketahuan Om Jimmy.
Having a disappointing finish there.
At least kalau mau donate jangan pakai email
I think we
asli.
all know why. Of course, there's one player who comes in as the name is something, but they really doubled down on the style that made them good in the first place. That made them those matchups really interesting between
paling
these
10
two teams
menit
in prior
lagi lah,
iterations
mulai
of them
lah.
because it's just a lot of micro plays, a lot of really fast aggression.
PRX lawan
DRX is very
DRX.
controlled.
Yeah, and let's talk about the comms as well. I am so jealous of the talent in VCT Pacifics. I get to cast and watch PRX play every single week because Kakuka
would die.
We don't get comms like this, and we don't get the agents that they play.
Yeah, exactly. I think that I completely agree with you, Bella. When I was about reviewing this team, and when I was watching throughout the season, in so many instances, I was like, "Is this for real? Like, am I tuning in at the wrong time? What am I watching here?" Yeah. But it is actually the fact that even they're playing in weird composition, the micros, the combos that they do with Sky, with Reina,
formnya dipin sekarang. Ya, lu tebak siapa pemenangnya. Lu nebaknya bener. GG. Boleh gua ganti baru.
It's very unlikely that you're going to be pracking against a team that does this kind of things.
Game 2.
You never know when the Reina's just going to dive around a corner and drag all your attention. I mean, you're seeing some of these clips, the way that Jing is able to get active because you have these ideas to have this double duelist constantly happening. And we did see for a moment there Cigarette's going to be playing instead of something here. It's going to be big shoes to fill because he is so impactful in all those little microaggressions, right? The Reina in some of these instances, but the Jet and others, the guy is a beast. And I think that is a major part why they came back. But I think with that success, they end up having a lot of confidence to go forward with whatever roster they might have.
I mean, let's talk about this because I think this is one of the biggest talking points of this entire tournament. Is that something the player that was carrying them through is not here. We can confirm to you that today it will be CGRS that is going to be subbing in and playing. I will give you guys some context. He is a Gecko geek. He is a Gecko main. My guy loves that agent, but Kakuka, how big of a difference is this going to be for them?
I mean, I think Bella was hitting the nail in the head there. I think that something has been very, very important and determinant for this team's success. Now, knowing that a player that has only played one official with them, in fact, I believe that only one map and then one show match. The fact that we know that also it was an Icebox that is not even available now, that is going to be most likely on Gecko, and that PRX has relied so much on those crazy compositions and actually being a surprise on the server.
PRX nggak main, so DRX for the win. Firepower PRX nggak main. Firepower
in one way, I think that this is the
something ini.
It's going to get for them because it's an opponent that they know. But on the other side,
something itu
DRX is
hantu.
going to have an easier time finding the weaknesses on them.
Something
crispy. A paper girl, and now you're a paper boy. You've been a paper girl for a while. We are very, very excited to see PRX here in the building. So let's send it to Sideshow. Who's with the team?
Ini jago orang ini, bisa ngomong Mandarin juga.
Coach Alex, can I grab you for a quick word? Swoop on in here. All right, so you've been put in a difficult situation for this tournament, but how's the preparation been going with CGRS?
I think we had about like 10 days of practice with him over here in Tokyo.
Tokyo UC 1000.
It is what it is. We'll try our best, pretty much.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck for the game.
That is the calmest I've ever seen Alex, and it's not going to stay that way, you guys know. But I think as a result of something not being here, I think one of the players we have to talk about is Forsaken, because during the regular season, he took up the brunt of being that flex player. I can't help but feel, though, surely something not being here he's going to go back to more of a duelist role, you think?
I think that maybe is one of the easy solutions. I don't think that's the one that you should go for. I think you should start going for some harder solutions, because for me, Forsaken, while he maybe didn't have to play that duelist role, he wasn't the focus of the team, he was somebody who also reinvented himself, right? Became really flexible, able to play the killjoy, able to play one of the most unique harbors out of any harbor player in a way that really enables PRX to continue to do just wacky
di sisi
things.
PRX bikin mereka kemarin menang Legion dan bisa masuk playoff.
Stays flexible in my mind.
Yeah, and here we can see the comparison between 2022 and 2023. We know that is a very extensive list, but I think that also something that he was saying during the promo video that we had at the beginning of the day is like, we just play good against ranked. And of course in ranked, I play a lot of different things, so anything can work. Of course, I think that also coming here to international stage, when you have so many people that are succeeding and excelling at their roles and the agents that they play, I think that keeping up the level is going to be a little bit complicated, but Forsaken is the only one that will make it look easy.
It's funny because I look at the list, the comparison between the two sides there, 2022 and 2023, and I'm like, wow, he's played the same amount of agents, but because PRX is just so troll. They just do anything. It doesn't matter. So low key, it doesn't really matter what we think about what CGRS is going to play, whether it's going to be Gecko. He grinds ranked a lot with Gecko.
Gecko, please.
They're going to throw whatever. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I just think that Forsaken is such a key player for them, because he not only changed his role and played those new agents he didn't play last year, he was incredible at the agents that he didn't play last year.
Yeah, exactly. So that is why the reason why we understand that if something changes on the team, I feel weird every single time that I say something, knowing that something is not here. But if something changes on the team, he has to be one of the ones that steps up, that keeps not only keeps up that performance, but also everybody feels like the eyes are on him, being like, okay, so what are you going to do now that CGRS is playing here?
On the IGLing issue as well, Bala, because we know that Jing,
Forsaken, well,
exactly. We know that Jing, Forsaken, and Divide kind of split those responsibilities across them, which is just giving Forsaken even more stuff to do.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because something was a key part when you heard them talking about like coming up with some ideas. So yeah, I think everybody adds a little bit of their flavor, and it's been working really well. So I'm not thinking that's a major issue here, but there is a lot more pressure put on Forsaken,
if
put on
they
Jing,
pull this off.
Well, you guys heard from us already. Let's hear from the players themselves. Here is Forsaken and Mindfreak.
Berarti mereka improve dong.
Hello guys, my name is Jason aka Forsaken. I play for team PRX.
Gokil.
So we decided to like change new member, which is we bring something into the team. And I felt like when we play with something, our team is like become even stronger with him, because now we have firepower.
Terus kenapa diganti?
I'm Marilyn Hart, known as Mindfreak in game, and I'm from team PRX. We kinda trying to adjust to our sub, which is Cigarettes, because he need to step in because one of our players cannot get the visa in time. And yeah, I think so far so good.
So I think from the qualify into the playoff, it's been a long journey and it's been tough for PRX. I think having something on the team is really benefit for the team, because he play without fear. He plays so confident with his aim. I'm the flexible role now, and it's also new for me. And I think I have to like learn more about flexible role, and I hope I can do better as well. When I was playing Duelist, I just shoot people around, but now I play on flexible role like Sentinel or like Initiator. With the flexible role, you cannot push like crazy because utility support is important for the team. So I think that's the like biggest difference. So I have to be more disciplined and play with the team as well.
Guys?
I kind of feel a bit nostalgic because all the players is almost the same, right? Like Fnatic, Navi is the old FPX, and then Liquid. Some of the Liquid members are like Gambit. We met them in Berlin. Then from NS like NRG and Loud, we met them like how many times? I can't remember in any events. It's like all the same players all over again.
I would say all of the playstyle is a bit similar like last time, because PRX is always be chaotic. In every tournament, it's always gonna be chaotic.
19
and it's gonna be fun to watch PRX.
I mean, of course, every team wants to win, right? We're trying so many times in Masters, and the best one that we get only like second place. So I think we want to leave it the trophy in Masters. We'll see. We just trying our best.
I mean, we talk about teams that haven't won a trophy yet that are due for one, and Kukuka, I feel like we should put PRX in that list as well.
Oh yeah, completely. I think that they have some crazy runs, that they have been on the spotlight more than once, and I think that we could say the same about their opponents today.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about DRX. I mean, you guys spoke a little bit about maybe this is a good time for PRX to play against DRX because they don't have something. It's better to have a familiar opponent, but I can't help but feel the same because DRX is not the same.
Ada yang kalian highlight
nggak mungkin dari salah satu dari mereka? You continue to have that narrative about DRX not looking very similar. You know, looking like they have some internal issues, and I think we could obviously see that with some of the external decisions that they're making. You saw Zest again in the roster and in the lineup just a moment ago, and that is continuing to be a question mark for people where they played Foxy9 all season long. And for me, I look at DRX against PRX and I think you might need to fight fire with fire and use Foxy9 in that method. But it didn't work out in the upper bracket final, and yeah, I think that they're reeling from that decision.
Yeah, they still have that decision to make today, but I think it's just surprising to see that we have a tournament with DRX is not favorites. The spotlight is not on them, and they barely made it out of groups.
But they still did.
Guys?
They still did. And speaking of DRX, they are standing by with Sideshow right now. Let's see what they have to say.
Segini belum sampai Masters Tokyo. Hah?
Marco, can I get you for a quick word?
Anjir, Marco ini, Marco.
We've got Jen here for the interview too. You've played against PRX a lot recently. Are you feeling more confident in getting the win this time around?
이제 PRX 상대로 올해 많은 경기를 펼쳤는데 이번에 복수하고 승리할 자신이 있나요?
사실 그 전까지 컨디션이 별로 안 좋았어가지고 졌던 것 같은데 요즘은 폼도 올라 컨디션도 좋기 때문에 이번에는 이길 것 같아요.
I think the times when we lost to PRX, we weren't really feeling it on that day, but I feel like everyone is in a prime form, we're in a good form, and we're feeling okay today, so I think we're going to beat them with no problem.
Sounds good. Thank you very much for the interview. Well, I'll let you get back to the rest of your team.
Ooh, those are big words. If he had said that normally, I'd be like, yeah, of course they're going to say that.
No
but
problem,
you mentioned Zest versus Foxy9. It is going to be Zest today. Macro seems to think that that's, I guess, is what
19 tahun aku sibuk ya mahasiswa angkatan COVID dan kalian nggak bisa.
I guess that means the RX is going to be good. Not like the entire group stage. It was just constant struggles for them.
Bangga sih, tapi kayaknya dia mengorbankan banyak hal juga sih di umur 19 tahun ya kalau kalian menjadi e-sports ya. Mungkin terlihatnya memang wow, gila banget ya. Kayak gue 19 tahun ngapain aja gitu kan. Tapi mereka pun yang masuk pro player ini, mereka ngabisin banyak waktu dan mereka banyak harus dikorbankan juga guys untuk menjadi profesional ini, profesional player. Salut sih, gokil sih. Foxy, Zest, latihan 10 jam per hari. Lu kalau ngelakuin apapun 10 jam per hari juga males. Kecuali mungkin kalian demen tidur ya.
It's really interesting to me because I think everywhere across, other than like EG, when
jam bandingkan kami sama Forsaken Jason bang, itu abangnya juga pernah masuk ke Major CS. Emang gila satu keluarga. Mungkin genetik ya? Apakah mereka manufacture kali ya? Sarafnya kayaknya emang dibuat untuk gitu deh. Latensi -1 ms. Orang tua pada dukung. Katanya itu mantan Major CSGO. Jadi orang tuanya udah pada mulai ada-adanya kalau masuk e-sport. Kontraknya juga bokapnya yang ngatur. Wow, such a lovely family ya. Andaikan keluarga gue juga mensupport gue kayak gitu guys ya. Alison, pantas lu udah gak main Diablo lagi. Lu main Kingston, lu kesini ternyata ya. Lu sama Jot nih diem-diem nih masuk ke VCT ya. Gokil sih. Gue support lu udah jadi apapun deh. Gokil, let's go Bambang. Gua tahu kenapa lu disebut orang Korea. Sibuk lu ya di DRX. Gokil memang nih. Satu nih. Ini baru saudara gua guys. Kalau yang kemarin nih yang kerjaannya cuman makan doang sih, itu bukan saudara gua coy. Sibuk buat roti, now here you are Bambang. Lu masuk Master Tokyo. Gokil, let's go DRX. DRX Edward Gaming. Let's go, let's go.
This matchup, right? When you think of how to deal with
ini baru
PRX,
saudara gua, guys.
you think of
Yeah.
let's slow things down, let's be a little bit more
Gokil.
cautious, let's try to use defaults to our advantage, try to
Abang
spring the
adik Susanto
traps.
Family udah
Mako's
pernah
the guy
nyentuh
who's consistently
1
being
radian.
under pressure in those moments because that's what that play style requires.
Gokil,
Other
ya.
players like Zest too, I think, fit in that type of style, and I think that DRX in general and historically fit in that type of style. But it puts a lot on Mako, and especially
Susanto
when you see the
Family.
form of Buzz and RB.
Dia streaming nggak setiap hari kah? Atau enggak di YouTube gitu? Enggak ya, dia latihan terus ya?
It's variable all over the place, whereas Mako is that guy
Pasti
who
akan
has
jadi
to
coach sih suatu saat
consistently
nanti
be
sih.
there for this team over and over.
Yeah, and a lot of them have been pretty open with what they've been going through and how they feel. Here is Stats
Lihat
as well,
temen
giving
gue
us
guys,
his thoughts on
jualan
fighting through the
voucher
group
gaming
stage
sekarang
before this
ikut
rematch
Master
against
Tokyo. Yang kerjaannya bikin roti, sekarang lo lihat
비몽사몽한 느낌이
dia ikut Master Tokyo.
그리고 2, 3맵은 저희가 이제 진짜 완벽한 커뮤니케이션, 완벽한 팀 플레이로 해서 이긴 것 같아서 기분은 좋아요. 제스트를 다시 넣게 돼서 넣고 이겨서 다행이고 플레이오프 못 갈 것 같다라고 생각한 적은 없습니다.
Tapi nggak ada yang ngalahin monitornya Kangkang sih kalau gue lihat ya.
뭐 긴장될 거나 뭔가 조금
Belum mainstream live follow di Twitch. Oh iya, di
너무
Twitch
많이
lebih bagus
국제대회를
sih.
경험해봤고
Pasarnya sih.
그리고 이제 우리가 이제 할 것만 한다면 된다는 마인드이기 때문에
There are some key ults here close. I mean, there's one. I wasn't even talking about that one.
PRX는 퍼시픽에서 저희를 2위로 만들었던 팀이기 때문에 저희가 이제 다시 복수를 한다는 느낌으로 저희가 다시 한번 이겨볼 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 이제 다 자기 5명끼리 말 맞춰서 한다는 거 자체가 좀 신기한 것 같기도 하고 거기서 개인 기량도 뽑아낸다는 게
크로스헬의 오딱 안질.
제가 최고의 선수라고 자신 있게 말할 수 있을 때는 제가 세계 무대에서 타이틀을 땄을 때일 것 같고요. 언제든 세계 무대에서 우승 트로피를 딸 때까지 포기하지 않을 예정입니다.
I mean, this is the thing. Stack said it. They were dethroned. They are no longer the kings of Pacifics. And Kakuka, I want to quickly talk about map pool.
They're gonna dethrone PRX, guys.
They played a
Here
lot
we
of maps.
go.
And in that grand finals against PRX, do you
Abangnya
think the maps that we
Forsaken,
saw there
CS.
are we going to see again here? Do PRX lean into those?
I mean, the thing is that PRX
Legasinya sih
did have a
akan
couple of bans
dilanjutin
for
terus
that one,
nggak sih
and
dia?
PRX could not ban any map. Still, as I said,
Monitor
they
kayak
had to,
nyetir truk.
PRX had to perform a reverse to actually
Kangkang sih
close
nggak ada
that
yang
one out.
ngalahin
I
sih
think that this is
monitornya
going
ya.
to be very close. Maybe it has to do with comfort on both sides.
Ayo,
depending on
sebelum
who's going to
mulai,
win, because we
formnya
have to
akan
think
ditutup
and
yang di
see
pin
it's
chat
DRX.
sekarang.
Like,
Kalian
how is
tebak
that
yang
going to
menang
fit? And if he's
DRX
going to
atau
be playing,
PRX.
maybe he
Yang
feels
benar
very
nebak,
comfortable on
kalian akan
Lotus, and he's like, okay, either
berkesempatan
this
untuk
or Fracture.
dapetin
Like, I really want to do
Valorant
it.
poin
And I think that
buat kalian sebesar 140.000 kurang lebih lah segitulah. Tebak nanti game mulai, vote-nya akan ditutup. Vote di pin chat ya, pin chat bukan vote YouTube ya. Itu di formnya gue kasih tuh. Ada Google Form, tinggal pilih. Kalian pilih DRX atau kalian PRX. Choose wisely ya. Bukan berarti majority itu berarti dia menang. Kalian harus cuma bisa sekali ya, 1-5-1.
And that is really, really tough to get used
Daisy,
to as
Daisy,
players coming in if you haven't practiced those
sebelum
specific
mulai.
maps. But it does allow you to end up being super flexible with that because it doesn't have to learn all these
jadi kan
protocols,
si
right? He
something
just
ini
learns,
kan
okay, these are the types
digantiin
of
ya.
things that you guys like to do. So
Gimana
it does
ya
take a
rasanya
little bit
untuk
of
jadi
time, but thankfully
stand-in
they
ya?
have had time, right? They've known for a while that something is not
Apakah
going to play.
stand-in
They've
itu
known for a while.
mentalnya
Everybody's
sama
been here
kayak
since the
orang-orang yang
beginning
ada
of group
di
stage. They've been
ini?
watching everything, and that's a lot
Di
of time
bench.
to get up to speed and scrim. And you saw what Sometime did for
bukan
Fnatic
yang main
in that first
kayak
matchup.
Yeah, I
stand-in
love the
kan
point
buat
that you both
backupan
made
doang
about, you know, the change of game
Dengan
plan. They should just be focusing on maps that CGRS is a little bit more comfortable in, because Kakuka, if we remember back in EMEA, Harmy, Kamek, Zeish, Weber, every single team unanimously said when they had to sub, what they unanimously said when they had to sub someone in was, we had to limit our map pool and just focus on 1 or 2 because we just don't have the time and resources to try and get 7
So
maps.
sekarang
It
jadi
doesn't make
orang
sense.
bakal
So Kakuka, do
ngebandingin
you feel like
something
maybe
dengan
that changes things
pengganti
for
barunya
PRX?
di
I think that
PRX
this is a very
gitu kan?
special
Enggak kan?
situation
Nggak bakal
because
kayak gitu kan?
if PRX had a
Nah, pasti
one
orang kan
strong
nggak compare
IGL that has
performance ya
been
dong.
head-to-head with the coach, just thinking everything out, have very clear compositions and a very clear idea of how they want to interpret the entirety of the map pool as having a very clear playstyle, I think it would be something different. To me, it really feels like everybody is bringing something onto the table, being like, okay, I'm playing this agent, so I'm just going to prepare, and the rest is going to be playing this. I'm going to prepare some combos. Let's prepare some micros that we can just execute on the spot.
I think the point that I've always been trying to make about PRX is no matter what we think they should do, they're always going to try to do the opposite. Like literally look out for what the opposite is. I wouldn't be surprised they listen to like some of the pundits and say, oh, okay, we're just going to do the opposite. Unless it's Brendan, they just play hard when he asks for it. There's moments like that. It just, to me, proves that PaperX is super flexible.
Well, they banned Haven and Split the last time they played against DRX, but that was not on the international stage. They're about to face each other now. Let's send it down to the coaches and find out the picks and bans and the maps we're going to be seeing today.
Alright,
penggantinya dulu Pro Player CS. Okay.
So you'll be higher seed coming into this. Do you want Team A or Team B? Team B. Okay, so DRX, you will be Team A, and we'll start with your first band. Lotus, your band.
Lotus.
And so Mac
band.
DRX. Split, side on split.
Lotus Haven band.
Vine, side on Vine. Attack. So we're gonna go next to the band, starting with DRX. We have Ascent, Fracture, and Pearl. And Ascent, your band, you have Fracture and Pearl. Band Pearl. Map number 3 is going to be Fracture, DRX, side on Fracture. Okay, going through this, make sure we're all good to go.
Gue mulai lagi guys. Sorry. Ini decider map yang milih siapa guys?
Map number 2 is Vine with DRX on attack. Next set of bands are Ascent and Pearl. Decider map number 3 will be Fracture with DRX on attack. Good? Alright, good luck to you.
Decider map siapa yang milih? Bisa map. Gue nanya itu, kan mapnya ada 7. Emang tadi udah kepilih berapa? 6 ya? Oh iya. Dari tadi tau gak gue mikirnya apa? Mapnya 7, di band 4. Kan dia nge-pack ya? Bener-bener juga. Gue baru gue gak ada yang salah ya? Kok sisanya ya? Orang-orang jawab sisanya sih 7. Benar. Benar, sorry guys. Nggak fokus. Oke. Lanjut nih. Udah masuk. Nanti gue tanya lagi guys ya besok ya. belum mandi.
It's the two Goliaths of Pacific, but both
satu pakai jas cuy, gokil banget, rapi ya.
The other not in peak form. Bala and
go, ayo guys.
Who takes it though? Which one has
chat.
a bigger disadvantage, do you think?
PRX atau DRX guys.
Rematch to have in the quarterfinals.
Chat.
The disadvantage aside, I think both these teams right now are looking to find their form as fast as possible because not only is this an important match, but this side of the bracket is so difficult. So it means a lot. 3 matches played in the last month is crazy.
Ini DRX
they really know each other.
Bener-bener compose banget ya kelihatannya ya.
Yeah, Kakuka, the winner plays Fnatic, the loser plays NRG.
It's definitely not going to be an easy one, but let's take things one step at a time. PaperX might have found the success in the region, but they need to prove it in the international stage. We know that maybe not everything is on their favor, but they still have a lot of people cheering for them.
Yeah, and let's talk about the map vetoes. We are going to get the split, the one map that PaperX took away from DRX in that grand finals, and DRX still haven't shown split here yet. Where do you guys want to go with this first? DRX, PaperX?
I want to go with DRX.
Boleh deh, next time kita rekomendasi. Ada yang tahu nggak guys rekomendasi ini?
His movement on this map
belum mulai.
Now you're going to potentially
Santai, udah gue hilangin deh.
Buzz on the raise, put RB on the raise. It's very different in terms of what they want to go. We didn't see that in the grand finals.
And not only that, if you're going to get rid of that double duelist, maybe you have to move also the double controller. We'll see.
Well, let's take a look at the Prime Gaming agent select. I mean, CGRX is playing the Sky Forsakens, but slotted right into something's wrong with the Jet.
It's the regular double duelist for PaperX, but look at DRX's comp. This is like the old mech ideas with the neon, the old optic ideas. We haven't seen this for a long time, so they've been cooking, and I'm really excited to watch.
I'm excited to see that Sky on the side of PaperX. We were talking about the Gecko. We needed some initiating power. I love the fact that he's just slotting in on the Sky. I think that both compositions are very strong. Of course, the main difference is going to be between that neon and the Jet, but there's going to be a lot of walls, a lot of smokes, and I am just praying for observers.
Yeah, but Forsaken's Sky has been exceptional this season. I don't know how I feel about taking him off of that, but then again, could CGRS play the Jet, though, in this situation? It had to be Forsaken.
Yeah, it had to be Forsaken, but again, that's the kind of thing that they're trying to go away from. Like, he was limiting them when he was not flexible because of how passive he was playing. It's good to see, you know, the OG duo back together in terms of the Jet Rays for Jing and Forsaken, but that's not necessarily the direction that I want to see, especially in the long term.
Well, this is going to be a crazy split. I can't believe the comms we've just gotten as well. Let's send this down to your casters and see what they think. Here is Sideshow and
Itu mamanya ya? Bukan kan?
Up your ball, guys.
I didn't mean to.
This time.
What?
Oh, come on. This is a Pacific rematch, but at a global event.
Oh.
Yeah, but we're the guys.
Ini rame sih. Ini rame banget.
You guys suck. Get off.
Get out of here.
Oh, they just want to take every DRX Paper X
game.
It's unbelievable.
Time. I mean, they just shoved us off. We had to just come in here and kick them out.
Enggak, jadi nggak pertama kalinya nih mereka ketemu di sini ya.
This is going to be a
High
game,
sense.
This is going to be a game.
You could go into this with some nuance. You could go into this with some critical thinking. And like, wow, you know, the chess match, the revenge for DRX, blah, 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 whatever else. Listen, mate, something's not here. They're playing with a sub. DRX have got roster problems. There's inconsistency with it. There's so many questions, but it's going to be a brawl. We've seen the agents select double duelists, a new comp for DRX.
Yep.
I just want to get into this. I hope it's going to be explosive.
DRX should really be the favorites here to take revenge with something gone. And also the composition that they're running, it's not that different to the traditional Jet Rays double duelist situation. They've also had a lot of history in the past of running RB on Neon. On Split even too, but never as part of a double duelist setup.
Jadi maksudnya 7 kali ketemu, 6 kali kalah gitu.
Huge amounts of value on this match.
Let's go. Mulai.
I'll just watch the game and talk over it, I think, Josh. About the theory of it all. It's a deep push down mid here with a flash to re-clear. Forsaken also taking a couple of shots off. He's still got the dash active. Does he want to make another go of it? Just the once and backs away.
Yeah, but he's the only person over there. Instead, the rest of this is coming into Marco.
Yeah,
who's sat with just a classic, has to give the site. By the way, Devi's got a sheriff in this round, so why not?
I mean, I love it. Fast plays around. RB's trying to catch. Again, just the backhead ahead of Forsaken when he's rotating back. The plant's already down. What's the post-plant position? It looks like they want to refight up a ramp already. It's going to be 5 players stacked up towards main, and they're trying to fight for control of this one. Nobody is left onto the site. Got the one pull.
That stun is quite nice.
Yeah, one pull. They still have a bit of time pressure as well.
No one from Paper X on the side.
Yeah, no one from Paper X at all on the side. They do only have the one pull. They have to clear this. RB is gone down. Buzz, though, has to stand his ground, has to spray them down. He does claim the one. Already, players are weak, sticking onto the diffusers. Yes, but they don't have control of main. This mind freak to clean it up. Absolute chaos.
Wonderful. Absolutely brilliant.
I mean, what a play, what a play.
Always going to have moves like this. They love dynamic post plants, which means that they don't just go into these same positions at the end, you know, one in elbow, one at ramp, that kind of thing, creating crossfires. They like to move around in post plant situations and put pressure on the retakers. It's one of their biggest strengths and something that I think a lot of other teams in the world need to catch up with, DRX included. But what a start there as Mindfreak picks up 3.
What a start.
I mean, by all of our expectations, you know, something was doing so much for this team.
Ooh.
There we go. Bit of an aggressive play on the eco round here for DRX as they try and clear through, but they have just been
very clean.
Turned into mincemeat, haven't they? But yeah, all expectations, you know, just to finish the point that I started, really should be that DRX are taking this series, but a strong start for PRX. They've only had 10 days of practice, Josh. You asked Alex earlier.
Yeah. Yep, and, you know, Alex likes to be humble. He likes to underplay things, but he did say could have gone better. Now, CGRS is coming in here to play Initiator. You heard from the desk earlier a little bit of a breakdown of this player, and he is mostly a Gecko main, but he has been known to play some of the other Initiators, obviously picking up the Sky here as Forsaken moves over to fill in something's role. Forsaken, too, is going to be probably the most important person, in my opinion, because he's replacing something on a Jet role that he started to struggle with towards the end of when he was playing that primary duelist. And he's talked about how sometimes when he picks up duelist, his brain turns off. He said he plays brain dead when he plays duelist,
And he's actually quite liked playing the flex role because it forces him to think and call more, and he thinks he plays better like that.
It's part of the reason why he was taking up the mantle as well of being almost, primary caller, not quite. It is evenly spread as a satchel with the flash as well. It's all combined together, and yeah, they're not wasting time. Stars have to be activated. Buzz seeks to again reinforce it up. That Boombot was again just drifting around the corner. There's Nate sailing this way, that way.
He's in the right city for it, that Boombot.
Absolutely. The snake bites at the feet though will slow this one down. PRX get a bit bogged in the choke.
And this would be a nice round for one of the PRX players to have started over at A and get a lurk off. You see, RB and Stax considering it because the rotate was extremely fast from DRX. Devi, I mean, he's heading in that direction, but he's going to take a long time to create any pressure over on the A side.
About 50 seconds in a round, though.
CGRS sends in
Dia ngecek
the
di balik
flash,
sini.
which means he doesn't have one now for another 30 seconds, I
Wow.
think. That was the timer. That takes away a big tool and doesn't
Dia
really
balik
tell him
lagi
too
ke
much.
situ.
But it looks like Devi's going to be the
Apa
player that's
kalian ngomong
supposed
itu?
to
Papan? Bukan.
open this site up for them. Yeah. The spike is just so far away.
The goal is, what it seems at least, PRX make noise towards B, send in the
50
flash
seconds.
spam there. Mindfreak was trying to drag over the rotations, which is quite successful. You can see the DRX players.
It's very dangerous crossing RB here. I mean, he might just jiggle and back up. Now he's going to stun and refight, and that's going to make it hard for Mindfreak to cross with the spike.
Yeah, that's a really great decision. Recrossing up onto the angle, there's 12 seconds remaining. The spike is dropped down. It's an unwinnable situation for Devi. Keep your rifle going, you've just got to save it. So a successful bonus round for DRX. The aggression at the beginning towards B main doesn't quite pay off. They couldn't grab the openings like they were hoping for.
And PRX will throw in these kind of ideas where, you don't know whether they're going to explode instantly or whether it's just a play for B main control. Well, I feel like most teams in the tournament, Brent, run a lot of slow rounds, and then they'll use that to occasionally throw in a fast one to throw you off. It is the opposite with
PRX.
They will throw fast round after fast round and then throw in a slow
Neon.
one, and suddenly you're like, wait, where did they go?
Exactly.
Where'd they go?
The crazy thing about PRX is I thought they were going to trend away from this playstyle. Playing fast 80% of the time after, after Copenhagen.
Yes, yeah.
When they lost in the finals.
They lent into it.
Udah ditutup ya guys spotnya ya buat Gori ya.
The all-in aggressive playstyle.
Nggak boleh lagi.
One of the most cracked prospects you could possibly find. Gutting that he hasn't been able to make it here for their first match, but PRX will be looking to try and do
Wah, itu
Copenhagen,
masyarakat.
in fact, since you bring up the tournament. So this one is slow. This one's slower.
Yeah, but really just
This one is
slower.
slower.
Playing that common heaven position as well. Normally you see, Jet and Sky players, they will play here with the double duel.
Buzz. Kita lihat buzz.
We were talking about it even before we went into the game, Josh. The idea behind it, the stuns are quite good at delaying. Now you start to see them taking a significant amount of space towards ramp.
And they're stacking a heaven here because Buzz is on the monster lurk.
Oh yeah, he's got the timing through sewers. I mean, he's going to be able to surely get a kill. It's all about the timings, though. They're already exploding out into the side. Stacks with the
It's
anchoring.
happening.
He spots many. Buzz just trying to get the knife out of his timing, but footsteps abound. Enough noise cues were made, but it is cleaned up. Mako just
Itu apa nggak nyampe 5 detik?
self-known onto the side, swinging out from heaven.
Buzz makes the play, though, that wins the round, in my opinion, even though he doesn't find a kill off the back of it. The info play with him and Mako doing that mid-round deep push down mid. They get all of the information in the world. Stax is ready to collect this. He informs Mako to rotate too. I mean, DRX knew what was happening here. And that's going to be part of this match, is that...
Wow.
You've already won the round, man. You don't have to be mad about it. There's so much history between these two teams. So much. They've played 9 maps. This will be the 10th this year.
Yeah.
Tadi ultinya siapa?
That's part of the reason as well when the, well, enough about a bracket I was about to discuss. There's already a fast
Ultinya
play out of the
Zest, really?
showstopper Jing. In there, not getting too much value. The dash then comes in a little bit later. It's the 1-2 punch of the duelist and attempted a trade, but Buzz just is that guy. Rocket online, fires it into the smoke, blind fire, but the rest of his team now starting to converge on the position. Mindfreak spotted out there with just fight. Maybe he can get a bit of space here towards heaven. Tap through the wall.
Nice ideas. I think he's giving Buzz a haircut. But the spike is down in no man's land. I say no man's land, it's actually DRX's land. It's very deep in enemy territory.
Absolutely.
And it's Buzz that has won them this round, assuming Mindfreak isn't going to be able to commit some kind of heist here and somehow get away with the spike. Oh my god, the timing there is just so brutal. RB threw down his... Yeah, threw down the fast line and then just looked the opposite way.
30 seconds
It offered him the one. Mindfreak, though, on 47 health. A single bullet will really bring him down. It's a doubled up, high-low setup. He actually spots both of them, hoping for it, but no. Straight through the wall to the cranium. Buzz.
Wow.
Again, being a difference maker. When these fast B hits come in, there's just so much utility that can be used to try and slow them down. Now, Buzz, of course, he's got his nade that he can use at the beginning there. That's just a raw gunfight that's being in place. But they also have the volleys as well that aren't really being baited out. I'd like to see PRX, I think, explore towards mid a little bit and try and drag out some utility.
Buzz serem banget.
The big fast hits.
Wah, time out dulu guys.
Amount of practice here with this version of the roster. The way that Forsaken and Jingtake fights a lot of the time is heavily influenced by an aggressive Sky player. Some maps that's going to be Forsaken, some maps that's going to be
Mejalek tidak aman.
You know, CGRS just doesn't have that level of practice with the team. We were talking about it with DRX in all of their previous games, how difficult it is for them when they change the scrim times and the match times with Foxy9 and with Zest. Well, it's
kenapa guys? Kenapa way gaming sih?
Large history of playing with CGRS in the roster to lean back on. He just has to find his moments to slip on in.
W key. You can use the old server time, the old preparation. It's
1000 loh yang nonton di ini.
Play like kind of what they're doing with CGRS playing that initiator role, but it's taken Forsaken off of that kind of like
winnable, rush. Nggak berhenti terus.
Stick with it, but yeah, it's kind of like
put
him back.
Gak pernah mencet S. Yang penting gas terus. Oh gitu.
He sometimes turns his brain off when he's playing Jet. When he's playing as primary duelist, it causes him to almost regress in terms of that and his calling capabilities.
It's going to be a thrifty here for PRX. Divide the other player with a rifle. And they're going to start out slow, just contacting behind this wall by the look of things. Trailblazer, really standard. And this is where RB's Neon looks great, because those stuns, I mean, he can get away quickly, sure, but he could also stun to refight in that situation, which Jet can't particularly.
Yeah, repositions back towards heaven. Further back as well. First snake bite going to be used, a dash backwards from Forsaken. Trying to play for his life here. Jing is quite pushed up. RB seems to be quite aware of the possibility. Another stun. Minute down, all the players grouped up here, and again, it's these deep flanks. Zest, look at all that space he's just getting there. Into market, he's going to be calling the entire time to his team. He's like, guys, there's no one around this area of the map. Most likely still sticking around A. Now the util starts to fly back and forth. Taking a bit of space into heaven. What is the pathing going to be here? You just never know with PRX. Ready for them, though, with the snake bite. Buzz, crossfire setup, inside the smoke in his face, the nade there, they're trying to chase him all the way down, Satchels to avoid and adjust. He is being swarmed, isn't he? Mako goes for a bit of re-exploration. Mindfreak was holding that down and he's still in position. He's tinking players all over the place. The real test for the observers. How are you going to catch all of this? It's all over the place, man. Zesto with the rifle. 2 necessary kills, but the site has been gained over towards B. Time was running short. They're going to be able to get this one. And Mindfreak, look at this guy. Like a fox in the pen.
It's ridiculous. I mean, the positioning there of all of these players. Zest on his push through B main makes a very sensible, nice read. PRX, chaos, anarchy. Let's try and really mess with their protocols. Push into spawn, prompts this play. Buzz gets caught even though he was trying to be as aware as possible. Then Mindfreak is up in A heaven, freaking their minds. That's an amazing thrifty to get PRX back into this one.
Already the series just is, I mean, it's fun. It's fun, man. Always a pleasure to cast a PRX here. Here we go. There's the exploration in mid. So I was talking about this a little bit earlier. They force out the nade. They do have to use their Trailblazer because of it, but they don't take any space. They're just backing away here.
Look how aggressive DRX are on the defense. Whether it's B main or A main, they're constantly prodding and looking to see whether it's free and they can push. I feel like Zest may well get caught here, though. Is he just going to tuck in this corner? It's a nice spot to play with a judge, to be fair. So maybe the action will happen over on A ramp instead.
Yeah. Manfred might choose to take adjustment. RB, well, by jumping up in the air, firing off the molly. He was an easy target. Inside the smoke, though, Forsaken is leading the charge for his team, so he's taken up that space already. They've gained access to the site, but they don't have heaven control. It's lost for them right now. Spike planted safe behind the position. Have to use the Seekers now, letting that one loose. Gives them a bit of notice in terms of where some of these players might be.
Mindfreak only had 1 star and he used it to smoke heaven, so he doesn't have a pull on the plant right now.
Silent drops down, makes a bit of noise here. Cosmic Divide cuts through into the site. Now you start to see it. DRX moving forwards, high ground position. Forsaken still holding it. He's got the dash back and enabled. Brought down though, but the trades are online for them, and it's left just down to Mako. Lovely movement. Slight jiggle there from Jing, sets him up beautifully for the aim duel.
Nice.
PRX are really finding their openings around the map here. Jing 10 and 4 right now. It feels currently like a battle between the Raze players in terms of who gets more impact in the round. Jing's been good for it.
1 enemy remaining.
DRX are trying to play aggressive up at the extremities because that's really good if PRX stack one side of the map, as they're prone to do. But actually, what that also means is that sometimes Stacks and RB aren't in the greatest position to hard anchor the site.
Gila, yang itu mousepadnya gede banget.
Get bullied away and access is given.
Oh.
Being used this time on the side of DRX here. So both
Mako
teams have used 1 at this point.
I do wonder how this will change now with the timeout, because, like I said, I wanted to see PRX, explore a little bit into mid, pull the util out, and then re-explore another area of the map afterwards. It worked out in that round.
DRX have got a tough decision here on whether to force up too.
They do.
Yeah. RB has his ultimate, but other than that, the economy's a bit stretched, so they might also be taking this time out to discuss some kind of tactic that's going to allow RB to use his ult at the beginning of the round and push aggressively. There, take a look at the money on the bottom left. We'll see whether they invest into this or go for a half buy. Yeah, it looks like a...
half armor. Everybody can buy for next.
Well, yeah, and it is a half buy. They've got 2 stingers and a judge here, so they haven't gone... They could have bought, I believe, 4 rifles and then just had RB use his ultimate, but maybe they don't have fast plays like that in their playbook.
Yeah. But remember as well, as we've been mentioning, DRX with this roster, it's been chopped and changed, and the amount of preparation and practice you can, in theory, is quite limited. Zest with the jiggle peek. Oh my god, they are so fast up and across their placement. Forsaken, it's on point with it. Dashing forwards, no judge in the hand of us. His dash, stun, still takes the aim duel. Straight up close, and he shreds them with the pellets. Claims 2 kills for his team. How does this get salvaged? Divide round the back as well. The tight squeeze. But all the remaining players, as DRX attempt to flood in, it's shut down.
Calm face from Divide towards the end.
That was fast.
Feels like Forsaken's waking up in his entry role too. He started this map 1 and 4. Since then, he's gone 4 and 1. So exactly opposite level of performance. Another round where Buzz has outsized impact, but DRX still not able to close it out. But we're going to head into a rifle round after this. Remember, that was just a half buy for DRX, despite the fact that they had some dangerous weaponry on board. And this is now 3 in the round that they need to find an answer.
Flash misses, I think, actually. I went towards the left instead of through the main choke. Still PRX not shying away from it. They want to try and play fast. The boombot spots it. That's just through the...
What?
Jing! Can't be getting away with that, man. Get out of here. The showstopper. It's an easy one. 3 kills in the round.
That's unholy.
What is he doing? Running and gunning with the Vandal, a mockery.
Well, that's that round over. You got no chance if Jing's doing that to a Viper wall.
We'll see if 11 fixes it.
I mean, that's off the boombot as well. He does have an idea that there's somebody there. It's a good read, too, to realize that people are playing that close by. But yeah, when the bullets are going perfectly like that, it's PRX's day, I guess. And I do feel for the DRX guys. I really do, because they're in this kind of situation. And a lot of people are looking at it thinking, there's actually a little gun barrel that pokes through there, too. So a lot of people are looking at DRX thinking, they've got a great setup here. They get to play against PRX with one of their best players, if not their best player, missing. This should be a nice path through to have a banger match against Fnatic. But actually, I think all of the pressure is on them here. If they win, it doesn't really prove anything. It's not a full strength versus full strength matchup. It's great for them to be able to advance through the bracket, but it doesn't really feel as sweet, I would imagine, the revenge. But also, if they lose, it's a disaster. It's a very tough position. It's kind of a lose-lose.
Yeah, going down to that lower bracket. I mean, the competition has never been higher at any international tournament. In terms of the caliber and quality of these teams, just a lower bracket. I mean, you've got Loud waiting down there, man. I mean, it's crazy. So another half buy for DRX. Do still have the danger. They kept the 2 rifles going. That dog does connect right around the side. Stax is spotted. Still maintains his control. They want to try and refight this. That's the old overdrive. Ripped out in the hands. RB is going to try and open it up with a bit of galvanizing. Still, it's Forsaken on the high ground position. A flash play. Smoke at his feet. There's danger in it. Everybody's running out of bullets. And it's just silly.
I mean, that's amazing stuff. I really respect the discipline there from PRX too. They had an opportunity to dive into the site and try and punish Stax, who got tagged by the Trailblazer, and instead they knew that there was a reactive play happening over towards A-Ram. And they paused for a moment and made sure they fully dealt with it.
Just feeling like he has to make a play. Only so many rounds left in the half with that rifle as well. He will fall.
And so far, PRX are winning almost all of their rounds by just battering A. It's just A-Ram pressure, A-main pressure. And DRX can't figure out a way to hold on. I thought that Neon here would be extremely useful to land some deep stuns in and be able to just take fights. And instead, they can't find the right timings to be able to do that kind of stuff.
Just the mid-game love heart. That's a new one instead of the fist bump. I like it.
Wow, gila, PRX watch party Singapura cuman di airtime 2 detik doang, guys.
Yeah, Forsaken trying to punish it. I imagine getting a read as well, knowing that Zest has been jump spotting that early on. Swaps it out though. That was just operator to his side, still has the rifle as well. And this is quite slow and spread out. Making noise in almost every area of the map. It's only Devi who's really playing quite slowly, trying to creep up towards A main. Took a timing there, actually. Devi's going to be calling that the Trailblazer was just used. If he dodges his flash, he doesn't. Okay. Could be problematic.
He gets caught.
But he did call that the dog didn't see. They forced out the Seekers. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the entirety of the util being used by Stax. Do they still want to go off of this? RB seeks to reposition as well. Closer, trying to anchor onto the side. The knives out now with the dog. Satchels forwards. Over the top. Up in the air. The right click with the regen. Still the damage is done. And it is 2 for it. Forsaken's there. Buzz right back at it. But 3 for Forsaken on 4 the ace. What more can he do? There's the trade. Where's the 5th? He wants it. He can feel it. Zest shuts it down. So the 1v3 to Pit. Drop down, doesn't know what a crossfire position is. Isolate one of the fight. Here's just Devi. 1 versus 1. Devi low on a 4 HP. A bit of spam will do it, Zest. What a moment to come alive. Denying the ace and potentially grabbing the round. Just needs a bit of luck. There's no shot. With the Phantom, the spam. 20 bullets left inside. Time running so damn short now with the decay kicking in. Devi. Blessed by Lady Luck, hasn't he? Really getting away with that. Any one of those bullets could have landed, and it would have been an absolutely miraculous round from Zest. But
if you want proof that God is a PRX fan, contrast that round to where Jing got 2 up in A heaven by spamming through the Viper wall. Some days it just ain't working for you. And Zest, I think he played that as well as he really could, spamming reasonable positions. Just couldn't quite catch Devi.
And again, fast towards A. Satchel laid down ahead of time. There's a stun actually used to push this back, but there was a flash on top of that. So taking towards main. Both the stuns actually being used now. Again, updraft. Ground position here. Jing eager to take a fight. It's RB who swings into him actually. What timing! Rips out the gun in time. How's he managed that? And Buzz falls. Is he going to be that difference maker? Stax close position where he's anchoring, not winning the aim duel, not against Forsaken. This guy is popping off right now. Any attempt.
Forsaken's individual turn-up has absolutely flipped my expectations for this team without something on its head. How dangerous this duo looks. 15 kills apiece for Forsaken and Jing.
They're feeling it. Wow. 9-2-3. I mean, it's just sheer domination on the half. DRX unable to withstand any of that A main pressure that was going at them. Multiple rounds in a row.
Meanwhile, CGRS is getting put in the backpack by bottom fragging king sub.
Don't worry. It's like, no, your util's good, your util's good. Don't worry, you're helping, you're helping. Well,
wow.
The first half of Split.
Gila. Untung gua nggak mandi.
I'm not too sure, but DRX is going to be definitely scrambling for an answer. Let's send it down to the desk to break it down so far.
Mana penunggu PRX?
Thank you very much, Sideshow and Brent. We were worried about something not being here, but Bala, did we all just forget that Forsaken exists?
That's a good question, because this guy dominated 2 4Ks, in the last 2 rounds? Just insane stuff from him. It's the type of level that you remember from back in the day when Forsaken was that guy on this team.
He's still that guy. But let's take a look at Verizon high-speed moment from that half. Round 8, Kakuka, talk me through this.
Yeah, exactly. I believe this is one of the executes that we're going to get for PRX. I thought that there was a lot of them. Of course, Forsaken is going to be the first one in, but he's not the only force. Buzz is going to find a couple of kills here, but everything happens in the gist of what, like 30 seconds, an entire round. Everybody is rotating. The sandwich comes also from mid, and the round is over. Very PRX style.
I just love how they're able to pinch dynamically in that situation. Defy on the late flank through Heaven is just so perfect in that situation. That is the type of thing that is constantly so good with PRX, and that is working. You're seeing multiple 2vx situations, 3vx situations that DRX is not having.
Semua orang bilang nggak ada something pengaruh ke PRX. Lupa PRX punya bocil kumon.
We were talking about the Neon and how probably that's going to have an impact. We need to see the same that we saw from Forsaken and Jing, now translated to Buzz and RB. I think the RB
individual
had a better
bagus
idea
semua.
at the beginning of the map, but as it was moving forward, I feel like the intention that he had on A, he wasn't really accomplishing, and Stacks was burning utility way too fast to actually last for the entirety of the round.
I mean, you're asking a lot here on this 9-3 half for this
Bocil
from DRX. I think it's just a worse version of the Jet Raise that actually works out here on this attack. It's a very tough task.
I mean, we're gonna see what they can do,
one of a
right?
kind,
Let's see as we send this back to Sideshow and Bren.
Yeah, let's find out as well. I mean, it really does feel, as the desk was saying, quite, plug and play, removing the Jet. You put RB on a comfort role of the Neon. They have played Neon in the past on Split when it was a solo duelist comp. So they do have some ideas, but we'll see just how good it is and how fleshed out it is on this attack side now. In theory, lots of stuff that you can do, but with how PRX are playing and how on point Forsaken and Jing are, what a difficult task.
They did play Split in the regular season. DRX ended up coming out on top, but that was when PRX had just started moving their roster around a long, long time ago. We know the history of these two teams and the history of the rivalry, but we had really no idea what to expect today. And even those slim expectations we were thinking about have not played out. The pressure's on DRX here. Very different tempo to start. An extremely spread default where they put down a little bit of pressure over here into B main. So they feel confident about taking this. Did that see something? It feels like it might have just popped up a couple question marks.
Yeah, maybe getting a read on the minimap there just from the tail end of it. And the flash also confirming the suspicions. They got the noise cue, so they know that there's at least one player there. We know, of course, it's a heavy group up, maybe setting up for what was the 4-1 split, now looking like a 3-2.
And Forsaken's very deep in A main, which means PRX are allowed to put 3 on B.
Interesting stun, rebounds towards the side as a glide, and a nade used in response here. A lot of damage done. RB's going to be low. There's a nade of their own, Buzz using it, but no one's actually really popping out of the smoke. They're waiting for Mako and Zest to get in position. It's really disjointed here. Jing being shot from behind. No one was covering his back. The slow play, well, it works out with 12 seconds remaining. Time was running so damn short there, but do a good job, DRX. They cut noise adequately enough, whether intentional or not. Really, I mean, I think it was just because they were forced to wait for the Heaven players.
But the timing worked out.
Yeah.
And again, patience being beneficial for both of these teams. Forsaken was the player that was putting pressure over in A. He's forced to try and win a 1v5 here, which I think is going to just be a little past him.
Well, spotted out where the potential reswing was, but yeah, 30 health.
extraordinarily difficult situation, and a very good start here for DRX in this half. They obviously needed the pistol to mount any kind of a comeback. Yep. But I think the desk might be right with this being, you know, attack side on split. You saw the stats as well, that they tend to win about 60% of their time. I think a little more than that on the attack side. Historically, this is a fantastic map for DRX. It used to be, you know, back when they were Vision Strikers in the very early days, it used to be their absolute best. I think they still boast something like a 90% win rate all time on split. But of course, the theme of this match does seem to be, history doesn't really matter. It's what happens today.
And expectations, toss them out the window, because really, I mean, everything was against PRX. Still plenty more of the map, though, to go, potentially, so
absolutely.
See if DRX can turn the tide. I mean, they get that pistol round, like you said. Pretty important.
And CGRS is going to be a player that is taxed quite a lot on defense, I think. On the attack side, as we see DRX going into B, on the attack side, CGRS is just going to be feeding, you know, utility for his duelists and can rely on Forsaken and Jing calling that. I think mostly Forsaken calling that out. But on defense, CGRS is going to be asked to do a bit more on his own, especially if Forsaken dies early in a round, or if he's having to hard anchor A. He's got to pick his timings for the defensive info utility. Definitely something to keep track of.
Supposed to get themselves in the satchel with a shorty up close, but everybody's getting mowed down.
Gila Arby, nyayur dia.
Interesting that, yeah, PRX, they don't go for... Okay. Damage done, but time is running so low. That's a shorty. Not the weapon of choice, but take whatever you can get.
A shorty.
But yeah, interesting that they didn't opt to, you know, wait and spawn, go down to the spike, send it all flying, hoping that maybe they could make it a bit winnable.
Okay.
PRX have never lacked ambition.
Real match begin ini sekarang.
Yeah, they certainly have.
Round 15.
They will go for them.
Yeah.
So, DRX with a chance to convert some kind of bonus. This is where you would usually see DRX cooking up some kind of set play, where both duelists barrel down mid into male, or they explode onto the A site. But thus far, it has been quite slow for their attack side. Oh, here comes RB.
Okay, here we go. Stuns, flashes. Absolutely blinded up, Jing. How's he finding that? Satchel to the side. He's grabbing all of them. Mindfreak also seeking to contain. And again, stop that pressure that was going through into B main. Forsaken did lose his life earlier. That's a wide double face. Mako, he does trade a necessary kill, but he's left alive in a 1v2. Does have the spike. By the way, there's only 25 seconds that have passed in this round.
What a difference to some of the teams that we've been watching at this tournament. Both of these squads quite happy to increase the tempo when it's required. Mako using the Trailblazer audio cue there, realizing that CGRS is looking for information and routed to the spot, so he's happy to just run through, catch a little earlier of a timing.
He has a ton of time to work with here. I mean, like I said,
Cek
Mako,
atas dulu ya.
he's got the pieces to make something of this. Not the health, really, but...
He really is the rock that his team relies on.
Yeah. See that influence in his play at times as well. You know, when the team's not doing too well, it feels like he needs to step up. But man to man, he pulls off some insane moments with insane consistency. I really did for a second there. The crosshair placement was looking quite good, but no, he gets brought down. So PRX,
Gue kira bakal kena
first
timing
team
gitu.
to get to 10.
So we did see a bonus round tactic there from DRX. Very fast play up through B heaven, but well responded to by Jing. He backed it up using a blast pack. And to be honest, the spacing difference was enormous between RB and Buzz.
What the fuck are you hear that?
Buzz couldn't really follow up on what RB was doing there. And I imagine we're going to go back into some slow rounds, though they're set up again for a similar kind of mid pressure on attack.
There's a lot of space cleared out just from the Trailblazer. Yeah, didn't check down into sewer, so Mako still lurking there. Goal just to be setting up Forsaken onto the A main angle so nobody can lurk. So he is past the, you know, the Viper wall. That was really what they were intending. Mid as well could be some back and forth exploration potentially, but yeah, time ticking down still.
Mid is such an important part of the map for DRX to control, especially in this round where they have Seekers. It's just going to be so useful for Stax if he uses them in that kind of spot to tell where PRX is
Oh, this is so risky from Jing. He sees it, the shoulder, and it's a wire face by Buzz. He's immediately there to capitalize and punish it. Still, they want to try and play fast off this. DRX taking that B heaven control. Did lose a player in the process. Devi, he's got to try and anchor it down. Mindfreak being swarmed. Smoke was propped up though. He managed to get the utility off. Needs to hold this smoke as well. And he has created a bit of an opening. Drop down. Where is the trade? It's nowhere in sight. 6 bullets towards the back. RB, he's playing it with patience. At its core, this could be momentous. Slow it all the way down, son. Don't reveal anything. Finds it. Brought it to a 1 versus 1. He expects it as well. He knew where CGRS was. Spike's picked up 14 seconds. Lands the shot. 3 kills. And he salvages it.
What a clutch. What incredible trigger discipline there. More too easy
Trigger
than too
discipline, guys. Itu istilahnya. Gila.
He did not make that same kind of mistake, same error, and pays off massively. That discipline and patience that he shows.
Untung nggak dipisau ya.
I was all ready to sing Devi's praises too because he played that round phenomenally.
Yeah.
Dia sambil ngecek angle loh, masih bisa loh. Masih bisa loh.
I mean, you can't be telling me you're watching RB in that situation and not just thinking of 2Es.
Yeah.
And
that was an amazing moment.
Here.
There's the half buy for PRX. Economy really taking a knock.
Shorty.
After losing that one, DRX.
Shorty loh itu sih.
Back, at least the possibility of it. I mean, they're winning the necessary rounds, but you got to keep it together.
DRX have never got a read that PRX are only leaving 1 player A. They're using CGRS's utility to just, most of the time, rotate off.
Mau ult. Oh iya sih, satu sih.
Satchels. Again, another glide forwards. White face, Mindfreak still alive and kicking, but not for long. RB is there. Jooomers player dropping down into hell. It's cleanup duty for him.
He's looking crispy with it.
Yeah, he really is. When RB's firing off like this, he's on a comfort roll. It's a good sign.
Best
take it once the rifle. Smoke to cut up the angle. Not quite a rifle, a stinger, but maybe he can do some damage with it.
Serem banget. What?
This timing with that one. Wanted to get set up by the flash, but
for ace.
Ain't gonna go.
Bukan dikasih.
This is clean though from DRX. I mean, CGRS really no chance at all. Just with the sheriff.
The ace.
Going for it. Wants it, and he's got it.
That's a crowd pleaser.
There's somebody chanting ace as well.
Yeah.
Wow, amazing play, amazing play, amazing
coming
play.
Into this next one with rifles and all 5 ultimates. The team's going to take a tactical timeout too, as Coach Alex has his input.
Coach Alex, timeout katanya guys.
But to be honest, I don't feel like
kena pas
there's
banget
been too
tuh.
many major errors from the way that PRX are playing this on the defense side. However, there are tendencies to dig into here. DRX have been going B a lot. In the same way that PRX were favoring A ramp and A top control, DRX have been putting a large emphasis on B.
Okay.
But I think the current way that PRX are playing their defense side makes
Bukan
sense.
PRX kalau tidak throwing. Okay, timeout.
Sky utility to just set up Forsaken, then CGRS rotates
wow,
off
gue mau lihat chatnya.
Like 3 towards B, 2 towards B.
Vandalnya nyala bos, Vandal kesombongan nih, champion. Tapi emang Neonnya gila sih, masuk dash-in, pede banget buat menang M, bahkan pas lagi dash tidak pakai headshot.
You had RB with a fantastic clutch play, which, you know, he's not going to be able to do that every time. Just because you lost the round doesn't mean you played it badly.
Chances for PRX to get back into it, using that last time out. Look at the amount of ults they've got online. Forsaken.
Nah, lu kalah round bukan berarti lu mainnya jelek guys. Itu quotes of the day.
Spread out defaults for DRX. Just poking and prodding. Maybe there's something there to punish.
Yeah, not just that. Devi's got his Viper's Pit online and a judge, so I would not be surprised to see him just rip that in B main to start. However, yeah, I mean, DRX have not really been playing fast in B main.
Viper's Pit in B main. Showstopper! An exchange of all sorts of utility. It's all over the place, man. Jing still, he did the damage and he cleaned it up.
He's cleaning up his own mess there. RB had a phenomenal dodge and yet wasn't able to reset the aim to actually punish that showstopper from coming through.
All needs a buff or something. I'm telling you.
He just got 2, Brad.
He did. He set himself up quite nicely. Mindfree with the jiggle. Lays down the star. Oh my goodness, almost goes down because of it.
Yeah, he also didn't have the pull to be able to work with. So he had to... He was kind of too late on the timing there.
There's up the util. Seeker's being used.
It's going to be so difficult to NB in this spot, though, because of Devi's ultimate. It just doesn't seem doable.
It really doesn't. That's probably why they've just slowed it down again, making sure that they explore up into mid as Mako, who's gained his position.
And it's a bad flash.
Well. He's pushed all the way deep, and yep.
Wow, that is so unfortunate. CGRS just used his flash in A-Heaven to make sure Forsaken was safe from that spot, and Mako dodged it somehow. Maybe with the Viper Wall?
It's a free plan. Stax gets that one down, 3 versus 3. Viper's Pit online. Place that one down into the elbow choke, and look at that area that it's covering. This is brutal to get through. If you are PRX, got to pray for some of that Jing RNG, I think. With the run and gun as well. Collect an easy kill, spamming into the corners here. One upside is everybody is playing in the pit, so there's always that potential. You've got to land your shots properly. Flash around the side. Decay kicking in, makes it an easy kill to claim. Mindfreak forced to back away and save.
And that is an enormous round for DRX and Mako. There's the hole. I was talking about how I really liked the way that PRX were playing their defensive side, and they were just posting up Forsaken on A main. Now, obviously, he's weak from that mid split, but CGRS was still spotting it with utility. I don't know how Mako quite dodged the flash through the Guiding Light. Was he around a corner or something?
CGRS flashnya jelek. Kenapa? Ada apa dengan CGRS ini, Joy?
What?
That is okay.
He just activates his wall as he hears the audio cue, and even though it's half bloomed, it gives the false info because he's behind the wall. I mean, that's
kena flash, tapi
crazy
sebenarnya nggak kena. Gokil.
Shout out the replay observers for catching that one too.
Yeah, that is nasty as well, though. Mako immediately capitalizing off of it.
What a phenomenal play, and instantly recognizing the advantage he had there. That's part of what makes Mako world class.
Now you're starting to see, got to turn up the heat, haven't you, Forsaken? Straight up into it, taking the fight to Mako. That's a bit of a read, I think, that they know that Mako was playing so slowly towards that area. 2 players in sewers. The Soundbane, Forsaken!
Ooh.
Absolute genius at work here. Grabs the one, doesn't quite get the third. Still. He's made this more than winnable. Oh my god, okay, CGRS, why not? Go for it. Pop flash play around the side, but Buzz wasn't really blinded up. Double satchel now. Makes his mark. His claim as well towards the site. Got to try and get this spike down, but important to note as well, they do still have a main control.
And they have a pull that can go on the spike here. Buzz with a showstopper.
Flanked as well, though. And there's a fight taking place on the site. Buzz, 3 in a round for him. Got to get a bit of a move on. And I think Mindfreak running. No, he slowed it all the way down. Him versus Zest is quite important, and Zest falls. Now they know. Should be at least 2 players onto the site. PRX starting to put the squeeze on into elbow. Maybe some util to set it up. Showstopper's forced out. Trying to make something from this one. 55 health on Buzz. He'd love a kill from this. Again, just waiting it out. Time is ticking. It's getting shorter and shorter. Have to let rip. And you have to find some kills. Mindfreak, he wins his Defy. Follows up and just in time. Just in time, man.
Yeah, I mean, they had only 3 seconds to spare, something like that. 2.5, not even. And yet, once more, what I'm appreciating from this map with these 2 teams is that despite the chaotic moments, the players are so smart at when to be patient and when to play the time. They don't overrush things in this spot where Buzz is holding his showstopper. They know that they can play the clock, use it as a resource, and win things out. What a huge one for PRX to be able to take away.
Yeah, amazing play.
That's another one where it's a bit of a broken play too. They've been almost perfect in those low eco rounds.
It's
pretty odd, isn't it? Both of these teams really just excelling at the attack side so far, but not much breathing room if you are DRX. I mean, 2 more chances.
Gila, 2 tim ini gokil banget.
Game for PRX, and they can convert this map.
And something we haven't really discussed too as DRX take a tactical timeout. I think it bodes mentioning that one of the big reasons why DRX have been able to run Zest is that they lean back on old compositions, old strategies. They haven't had much scrim time with him. They've only started playing with him. Termi was saying in a press conference,
kalau ada something lebih gokil lagi.
In the low bracket finals against T1. They weren't practicing with him before that. So that's not very long to cook up a deep playbook with a new composition like this, one that they haven't played before. I feel like, I could be wrong here, but I feel like every other map we've seen an old composition or something that they've played recently, something where Zest would be comfortable and understand exactly what was going on. This is different, and their attack side still looking decent, but it's a deviation from the norm of how they've been able to maintain success whilst messing their roster around.
So here's a difference maker. It's been slow all up until this point, but now our Trailblazer leading them in the side, forcing out the snake bite. Nade towards the back, and a flash. Devi is in a lot of danger. Low enough. But it's a stray bullet to Buzz as well as he does lead the charge for his team. He's in there towards elbow. CGRS, what?
That's unfortunate.
Mako, crazy.
That'll happen.
Yeah, still, nade in the hand of Jing. He's cleared out towards main. Wondering if he is going to get reformed out. Seeker is broken. Here's the nade. Rebounds over towards the side, trying to force this fight out. Again, Mako is just elite. Only the one before it's traded. Mind Freak, 1v3. Doesn't know where anybody is. Buzz.
It could be anywhere. Ya, 9-11.
And PRX still smiles in the camp there. 2 ahead as DRX attempt to mount a comeback.
Kayaknya kalau ini tipikal orang Indo gue bisa nebak sih. Pasti disuruh pecat.
Barely sees him and flicks around. It's one of those instances where it's unfortunate.
Ganti aja. Mungkin lagi bad day kan. Bad day.
He's coming in here without any scrim experience apart from what they've been able to put together just recently. They played him for 1 map, I believe, in Pacific.
Let's see if PRX again get away with murder on their half-buy. This is exploration into mid. Deep contact play at the beginning, seeing if they can hunt for a kill, but don't get too much done. In fact, just spotted out. No reaction from DRX, but now you're starting to see them go a little bit. Boombot, Dog, either way, making sure to clear some of those angles. Devi still playing his life. Going for any sort of one and done, so they give them the side entirely, while this flank also starts to really pay off. This flanks again on flanks, because Zest is also just in the middle of mid.
I mean,
every
A hit, Zest has just been sat AFK in market playing the pull and then going for the latest lurks possible. So, I mean, that's how they're working him in this roster.
Retaking that main control, pushed up. Together now, heavy group up onto the side. By these DRX players, could be some danger, absolutely. Satchel plays still with the rifles. Is it going to be easy sailing? Mako. To stop from this aggression. They double face though, and they have handed Forsaken. One of them with the dash back online, rips out the Sheriff, tries to take the fight. RB! It is magnificent, but they don't know where Zest is. With time running this low, it's been played well.
The final layer. Zest just having so much faith in the rest of his team that he'll be able to go on these long, late lurks. And RB stepping up. Forsaken couldn't quite get the reload off there.
Yeah.
He's mid-reload, dashes, and then swaps over to the Sheriff. Stops him from being able to get the trade kill off properly. But then again, he hit that one, so you can't be too mad with what happened.
Nasty shots. I think as well the time pressure there. They know that
reaction time-nya sih bisa kayak gitu ya.
Well to delay, they have to go fast. Yeah. Into the side there, so they can't really wait around and reload. It's the right call to make in the moment, and almost doable, but yeah, Zest playing RTS mode.
This is a major comeback for DRX. High-low setup for PRX.
It's just that 1 round, as you mentioned in Josh. Bring it nice and even. What a comeback. The high-low setup, it pays off, doesn't it?
High-low setup.
Kill onto RB.
I love that. PRX has been running in Pacific too a lot of the time. Very good against the DRX team that's going to try and take that space before bursting.
Just an innate understanding of the timer of that one with the Boombot. Duck to the side, but the purpose of it was really just to fake that A pressure and presence, and it's a re-clear called again by PRX. They're just contacting down into mid.
Yeah, CGRS also missing his flash there, so they're worried that somebody could be deep into A heaven. they're actually giving, or being forced to give DRX all of this space.
That's the second flash used. This time a bit of an indicator, but no more to play off of. Don't know if Heaven's compromised. You can see how scared they are of this while this flank comes through in and out of sewers. Stacks with the gun at hand. Ready and waiting. And now he immediately runs up onto the side. He realizes, I've got the spike. I've got to try and play for this. Satchel forwards, Buzz. He swings out wide. Jing still in a fight. The rocket let loose a little bit too close as well. Doesn't really get any damage at all, but they do have that Heaven control. All three players now grouped up as well. Starting to see the util. Sails through the sky. It's a snake bite. Looks off the one angle there. Shot. It's an absolute firing range from Mako. And it gets the ult off online. Spray down from Mind Freak.
Very weak.
Damage done. Mako is low. A single bullet.
Oh my god, this is hard. Ini gila. Favorite lagi.
Crumbling. Still Buzz.
Oh no.
Holding down the one extremity here into elbow. It needs to be that random kill. And the random spray, the last bullet, finds it, isolates it, knows what Buzz is, and he wins it. Just insane.
These are the moments that are making the difference in this match. And Mako's reaction says it all. And what are you supposed to do there?
Yeah.
That's almost the exact same spot that we saw how many rounds ago? I can't even remember. 12 rounds ago, something like that.
One enemy remaining.
And this time, a deity guides the bullet straight into Mako's head.
And it brings them one step closer to taking the map.
I mean, just ridiculous scenes. But yeah, you're right.
Do love a fake comeback. Do love a fake comeback, but I want to see DRX bring it to OT. Catching just onto the model.
Yeah, Zest's cape almost just drifting away there.
Playing as well with the judge. Now there's a star at his feet. There is a lot of danger here. I'm pretty sure that will pull him if they choose to use it. That's a recall. Oh, well, okay. Just a star. Propped up. Divine takes the timing. Right around the side there with RB. Follow up with the rifle. Zest containing this deep push as well. Fights all over the place. Missing the shot. Forsaken.
Break dulu guys. Tiga menit. Gak make sense anjir. Kami lagi live watch party. Yang ngegantiin something itu siapa guys? Di tim. Oh, GeForce tuh yang gantiin. Oh wow. Oh mungkin sinerginya kurang. Maka dihujat nih sedikit. Oh, ya ampun. Kalian ini. Tapi role something diganti 4 second. Mana iklan? Nggak usah lah. Oh ya iklan. Ini gue pencet. Tut. Kalau kataku kurang jam terbang langsung main di playoff. Aslinya mah jago. Pasti jago lah. Mode BU. Mana ikonnya kurang? Udah. Dua detik nih. Hari ini gue
display got a little dicey there for a moment, but it looked good real fast. So you knew you weren't going to have something here, so you weren't going to be necessarily at full strength. What were the contingency plans that you guys had put in place to get ready for this match against DRX? But also, I'm curious as well, like, what are you proud of the boys as far as pulling off that victory goes?
As far as contingency plan goes, I mean, we knew that maybe he might have a chance to make it, so we started the first half of the practice in Japan with a little bit of practice when he's in Singapore. Yeah. Then we changed that once we knew that the visas were unlikely to happen for at least the first 2 games. In that case, we practiced with Clark, Cigarettes. Yeah. He managed
Cigarettes.
I mean, he's been playing very well in practice. He's very, very calm, and I think he gives a little bit of a veteran presence. He's played professionally in a few games, so I think he brings a good energy and a vibe to the team.
Awesome. And as far as, you know, what were you proud of with the boys? What do you want to take away from that last win?
I think it was very difficult to play against a comp that we've never seen before. I think nobody plays Neon in Asia on Split, so it's something very new for us. And I think I'm proud
he
that
plays
to
very well, cause
without really much of my help, my input. You know, most of the time my tech boss I actually spend calming them down.
Orang Indo nih, heboh
well, thank you so much
ya.
for the insight, brother. Appreciate you. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Alex. Now, Bod, I like the veteran experience point because this is a team full of kind of mental, lunatic style player youngsters. Maybe DRX being there kind of calms them down a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. And you actually kind of felt that style from them. I think, especially on their attack side, it was a lot slower. There were definitely moments where, you know, you have the microaggressions that we know and love with Paper X. But yeah, maybe that adds to it. I think CGRS definitely struggled a little bit in this game, but you have at least the rest of the players able to cover it up in some sense.
Yeah, but Kakuka, DRX, they nearly brought it back.
Yes. It was insanely close, and I wanted to take a look at one round, actually the first round of that second half. Of course, after a 3-9 scoreline, things, you know, get dicey. The most important round is the pistol round. You need to get those numbers on the table, and I wanted to take a look at what DRX is going to be doing here. After working a little bit around the map and actually only given the bit of information that there might be someone around B lobby, they decide to go on this execute. And the cool thing about it is how important and how decisive they're going to be with the utility usage. We were talking about the Neon, about what she can do. We're going to see stun use here and here, plus a smoke that is going to be just instant, but not fully onto Heaven. And I want to play the clip directly so we can dive into it, clearing that early space and actually giving that first kill that is going to go on this direction, as you can see right now. And the moment that they freeze inside of this smoke, acknowledging the strengths that they're also on the side of Paper X and how important this round is. Now, look at the minimap. We still see how Jet is going back into A, saying like, okay, there's such a big freeze time into when nothing happens, and all of the players, a couple of them coming from mid, take that space and take that moment of a little bit of this jointing just because of the utility that is being thrown onto B that causes the right exact amount of chaos for them to take that space without actually any casualties.
It's crazy how well that freeze worked. And they dove into the smoke too. That was Paper X's. That is just perfect. That's like really giving Paper X a sense of what is going on. And I think almost every single round had an element of that from DRX as well. For me, the game plan was really good. They started abusing that B side. They went there like 5 times after that pistol, and then they started abusing that A side, where CGRS is struggling to get the information so the rotates can come in time. It's just a bunch of hero plays, and like Josh was talking about on the cast, a lot of really lucky moments as well, like that spray through the Viper's pit.
Yeah, but we're going to move on to map 2 now, and I'm really excited about this. I know it's a rematch, but this is where I feel like DRX, they're going to want revenge, Kakuka. This is where the final map of that grand final as well. But again, very different players this time. We still don't have something.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions.
I think that's the biggest question, because one of the craziest compositions that Paper X has on their map pool is here on Bind. And one of the pivotal points of their wins was actually something on Reyna and all of the combos and all the insane individual plays that he could have. Now that we have seen CG Ravers playing on the Sky on Split, what is the team going to do on Bind?
It's really interesting because to me, something on that Reyna actually played quite isolated on this map. And
you can. I mean, it's Reyna.
You definitely can. He goes for like a lot of like late lurks, all that sort of stuff. But to me, I'm thinking if you put Forsaken back on Jet, you know what's coming.
I don't want to take him off the harbor. I just don't want to think of a world where we have to take him off of that. But let's hear from DRX's coach Termi before we head into map 2.
Hey guys, here with Coach Termi. Of course, Jen's here as well for the translations. This is a familiar team, Coach, that you guys have played time and time again. How has the preparation been different, knowing as well that you were facing a Paper X team that doesn't have a star player on there, but yet now everyone's stepping up?
일단 페이퍼렉스를 상대로 많은 경기를 치러 왔었는데 상대편에는 이제 썸띵 선수가 없잖아요. 근데 이렇게 많이 만나본 팀이 다른 라인업으로 경기를 준비할 때 좀 DRX의 경기 준비 과정이 많이 달라진 점이 있을까요?
준비 과정이 달라지진 않지만 썸띵 선수가 없어도 충분히 파워가 넘치는 팀이기 때문에 굉장히 그런 부분에서는 좋은 팀인 것 같고 준비하는 과정에서는 딱히 서로 잘 알고 있는 것 빼고는 다른 건 없습니다.
Well, we are pretty familiar with each other, but Paper X, even without something, I think they have plenty of firepower and they are a strong team. But our preparation doesn't really change because of that.
Yeah, makes sense. What are you telling the team as you're getting ready for map 2?
이제 2세트 들어가면서 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 해주실 건가요?
첫 번째 경기라서 사실 선수들이 몸이 안 풀린 것 같았는데 2, 3맵은 충분히 이길 수 있기 때문에 선수한테 그런 점을 조금 준비시키겠습니다.
I don't think they're warmed up, but I'm pretty sure that they're all warmed up after the first set, first map, so I'm not really too concerned about what's going to happen in map 2, 3, so I'm just going to tell them you guys can do that, stay confident.
All right, well, Coach, I want to thank you so much for your time, my friend. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Jen, as well. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Tammy. Well, it doesn't really affect their preparation, but how do you prepare for a team who is playing with a sub, Kukuka? We don't even know what they can, where they're going to run.
Listen, I think that also after DRX going through the group stage and knowing that you don't really have the time to prepare specifically for each opponent that you have, because this is not like the regular season. You do not get a week to prepare. It's literally day after day. Maybe you get a day break, and that is all. So the best thing that you can do if you want to have a strong map pool is literally play for yourself.
I mean, even if that wasn't the case, I think throughout the group stage,
unless you're
they've been struggling. And if they've been struggling, they need to focus on themselves. They just need to focus on themselves. And you're right, though. I mean, there's nothing you can do to prepare for what's going to happen.
As you guys can see in the Prime Gaming agents are like, Cigarette is going to play the Gecko, his main.
I don't mind the Gecko, but I'm not super happy on sticking with the Forsaken Harbor. I think it's okay to not have a second duelist here for Jing in most cases, especially when you're replacing Arena. But that does lose an element for Jing. That guy is really good off of playing with timings of other players, and without having like a Forsaken on Yoru or Forsaken on Jet, you're missing that.
Changes on DRX here as well. Now going on to the fade, we saw the KO, the double info now is swapping back and swapping around, probably trying to counter a little bit of that harbor, of that well, not the reason exactly, but everything I think is going to be on Bass, because the ground is going to be completely prepared and suited for him.
Yeah, they've gone back to the comp. They played against Optic back at Champions in 2022, so they do have experience on this. I can't wait to see what we're gonna see on this map as well. What do you guys make of this, Brandon Sysher?
Hopefully it's looking quite fleshed out, honestly, as well. I mean, DRX, they've been trending back to some of their old compositions when they've been running Zest in a lineup as well. And so, as you guys were mentioning, this is something that they have ran before.
Yeah, they only ran it, as far as I can remember, though, I think they only ran it once at Champions, at the lower bracket final on Bind. It's never actually been a map that DRX like that much, or are very good at on Bind, in my opinion. They're good domestically at it, but then when they bring it to global events, they're a little behind. I like the composition that's being run. I think the comp on the other side, though, is the more interesting.
Oh my goodness.
Because it's like T1's Gecko comp, except they're running the Brim instead of the Viper.
Yeah.
So it's weird. It's definitely weird. It's somewhere between
Cigarette.
T1 comp and what they previously ran, I think.
Cigarette otomatis langsung.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Wah, anjir.
Hopefully
What a lineup.
have a
Lihat
better
tuh.
individual performance.
Ada Harbor.
Flash pull and a satchel to take up Shower's control for DRX early on in the pistol. And there's a molly that meets them. Not going to back, nobody can really scale off of it. So given up
gila utility-nya.
entirely the front section of A, including lamps, has been given up. The reflank, though. CGRS is already straight through the back into Showers. And they want to try and get the squeeze onto them, but is alone. Surrounded on every single front.
Devai is still here on B.
Yep, and Devai could be the difference maker. Surely there's one kill found. Still got the flash, wants to take the fight to them. Everybody's blinded. And skipping, Zest survives. Still, Boombot in his face, low enough. Single ball to it, Jing runs him down. And CGRS, what a statement.
Okay. I believe he's got half the amount of kills he got on the entirety of Split.
Cigarette.
The pistol round.
Yeah,
that's a fantastic beginning. And I don't think it's necessarily because he's playing Gecko, but maybe because he's a bit more comfortable with what they're doing. I would imagine that if PRX is going to play Bind, it's been something that they've been scrimming quite a bit and putting a serious focus on. They instantly had a reaction there as DRX took Shower's control. Molly the front of it, Brimstone Molly at the front, CGRS at the back. So it's quite a light Showers crunch, but it was still a crunch.
One of the big questions I had, I think, when I was seeing this paper, Gold Star, interesting. The free shot. Do you really want to be taking this fight into them? Of course you do. PRX, oh my goodness. Yeah, they don't back away from any sort of challenge, do they, Josh?
No, they don't, but now Jing is getting pinched. He's got to be worried about Hookah. You can soft, silent drop out from Hookah now.
Haunt was timing ever so slightly. Reveals him still. Maintains his hold on to it. Tried to satchel him back as well. Get away from me, Mako, but the spike's in his hands. Smoke dropped. Got to expect that there could have been rotations in this time, but lots of time in the round still to make a play. Where have I seen this one before?
Marco can definitely win these.
Gak ada yang tahu cuy.
He just waits it out. It's a luxury that he does have. Picks up the Bulldog as well, so there is plenty of chances. Forsaken playing is particularly safe. I mean, the man's just jump spotting through the back of their halls, but
nunggu dia.
they're worried as well that he's rotating
Kenapa
all the
ditunggu
way
nih?
through.
Like,
Be long.
Yeah.
You can see the positioning. I mean, they're already playing back over
dia nggak
towards
tahu pada di mana juga kan.
At least Forsaken is.
Marco's going to assume, I would guess, that Hookah's compromised because they didn't clear that area out at all.
Wow.
Now, where do you plan for? Just inside tube?
10 seconds left.
10 seconds.
All right.
Back of the site. Yep. There's a plant. PRX hoping to play this one together. Mindfreak jumped out. Oh, wow. No sound cue off that. Spam into it. Yeah, that's just unfortunate timing. Silent drop, I guess, from Mindfreak.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it.
Yep. I mean, that is a massive meta change on Bard,
timing?
really. It's a small adjustment, but it makes a huge difference to the way that you run your B holds. Tell you another thing that's like a very meta thing that PRX do. They push sand a lot with this, you know, with their former composition that has the
Emang
radar in it.
bisa
And I'm wondering whether
ngedrop
they're going to do that
guys
because
di game ini.
they don't really have a player that's going to want to play in that position as aggressively as something would on Reyna.
You know, take the duel, dismiss out because you're confident you're going to win the fight. But he often does.
Absolutely dominating DRX in the way that they want to play. Obviously, DRX don't play with the Cypher or a chamber, anything like that. They can watch behind them. And usually, your defaults are going to be slightly weak in that area. Well, we haven't had one of these in a while.
No, we haven't. It's escaped a lot of it.
It's been very, very smooth. But yep, we're going to have a little technical pause here as one of the people restart. It gives us some opportunity to talk a bit nerdy about the way that PRX have been playing this. They've been playing both initiators over by B long, and you know, really heavily playing for that area of the map. CGRS has been wanting to fight a lot. I'm intrigued to see how they time it. It seems to me like they're playing those players over there so that they can go for showers crunches a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw in the pistol round, right? It's,
right.
Either the dog or
Main
Flash
gak
set it
sih?
up through the
Riot
TP,
nggak
but
nyuruh gue
if
main,
you hold on to
nyuruh
B long, in
nonton.
theory, it makes it much easier to squeeze any players that try and play in showers with the new form of bind.
Technical
where the
pause
TP is way
loh,
closer.
restart dulu, restart
It's,
modem
new
guys,
iterations.
restart
So, I
modem.
mean, we are really nerding out about this. We can get into podcast mode if you want.
Well, the other thing that really intrigues me too, if you haven't had the pleasure of watching PRX on this map for a while, you might be thinking back to the aggressive stuff that they would do with their Yoru comps in the past. Forsaken on Harbor throws the most bizarre Harbor utility compared to everybody
Kalau kayak gini,
else. I feel
coachnya
like
masih
every
boleh
other
ngobrol
Harbor
nggak
player
guys?
went to the TUI's school of learning Harbor, very diligent walls, always placing them as accurately as possible. Forsaken's cooking up weird stuff in the server. One of the things he really likes to do, Forsaken will play around the lamps area and throw his
Terus sekarang ngapain? Mereka saling ngechat kan?
to support his team going for sand
Mereka saling
pushes.
ngobrol boleh kan?
And they'll try and
Lagi
fight
technical pause
aggressively
gini,
for
masa
sand
nggak boleh?
control on defense. Now, how many teams do you see that do that?
It's very creative. I mean, they are really pushing the limits of it. I mean, Forsaken loves
Dulu
to play
kalau lu
Arbor as
disuruh
well.
bikin tim,
Spoken to him about it.
siapa aja yang bakal lu ajak, terus namanya
As
timnya
well, the
apa?
entirety of the team was trolling me on social media.
Kalau gue suruh bikin tim, gue akan gue sendiri aja sih.
Okay, well, sure. And then they pull it out in the playoffs, and
Solo,
it's just
one
crazy.
man
But
show.
Forsaken loves it. You know, it's one of the things that allows him to be that third
Nama
player
timnya
in,
FO.
rather than one of the primary
Fuck
initiators,
off.
and allows him to slow it down, think more, and just collect up some of those kills. But
look, he's doing the high tide. Oh, he's doing a different high tide here. One that goes, again, though, through the teleporter and threatens like you could be pushing out sand. This, though, is a bonus round strategy for PRX where they want to fight showers, pick up Thrash. What's the play with the Thrash, though? It's only Devi over towards B. It looks very weak, and they're banking on DRX just playing slowly.
That's incredibly weak.
Gila ya, Sky boleh-boleh ya. Tapi ngasih info juga dia blind.
What was that? He just lobbed through the TP.
I think that was his pistol. I think that's his reliable sidearm.
Yeah, that is. That's funny, honestly. Okay, here we go. Thresh being used together. That is the Tainment just on the one around the corner. The kill's found behind the box. This will not be escaping at the eye and immediately picked back up again.
They're picking it up. They're not worried that there's anybody coming to help and punish them for it. All right, so now they're going to have Thrash again.
Diambil lagi.
Still the nade as well. Through into the back of the side. It's going to be a Dizzy. Broken. Here's Thresh. There's a nade as well. Slams it on both sections of it. It's up to Stax and RB to really hold their own. Rooted to the ground. Wingman falling. Hop up. DRX not favored, but there just couldn't quite the rifle cool down enough to take a shot. Mindfreak's worked his way all the way around. Oh, okay. It's Stax actually. Still Mindfreak is alive in the fight, but well, not for long. So the bonus round, there was a cute idea behind it. There was a lot going on.
Yeah. And you can see CGRS is actually playing like a ranked Gecko.
Gokil.
Like a very duelist Gecko. He's using his Wingman and his Dizzy in order to help give him better crosshair placement. He throws them out just to see where they get shot from, so that he knows where to pre-aim as he like drops out of hookah or something like that. You can see here he knew exactly where RB was playing. Doesn't help him actually land the kill though, as you're jumping in. Yeah.
Okay.
Nevertheless, very cute idea. Get to see one more of those creative plays. And this is that high tide I'm talking about, where they fight for sand and fountain control potentially.
The Haunt lands all the way over the top. I don't believe it tagged onto anybody. Not sure what the purpose of it was. Dizzy over the top. Broken.
Anjing Dizzy dilempar dari sono anjir.
The high tide, I mean, yeah, it makes it easier to fight over that sand control. There was no intention of that though from the PRX players. Flash pushing them away. They still have control of hookah. Jing is holding close. I think. Oh my god. It's the Dizzy.
With the mosh pit lineup as well.
Just gotta get out of there.
That mosh pit went all the way over the wall and landed right about where the ult orb was. So, cute trap play again.
Some very nice ideas.
Doesn't actually gain them anything though, but it does tick time off the clock. There goes the Dizzy again. How many Dizzies has he used in the round so far?
It's 3, I believe. He's throwing it straight up in the air, so he's able to get it back immediately towards safety. Trailblazer, that is a stun that latches. Nade all the way through. That's a TP crunch, but it's just Forsaken. Is it really a crunch if it's just a one solo player? Forsaken going for it. Up through it to be long. Last player standing is RB. Can't see a bloody thing.
And it looked like Jing was aiming at Divide there.
The hell just happened? Huh?
Seeing if he could do some extra damage. He looks disappointed he didn't get the final kill.
He's like, I wasted my ult.
I mean, he'll definitely be disappointed that he wasted his ult. But I think PRX had a great idea of commitment there. They stalled out DRX for so long while getting consistent information that DRX was still around B. And then when the hit started, off the back of, I think, Stax' Trailblazer
Dia ngeliatin apa aja, gue nggak ngeliat anjir.
He just, boom, instantly tried to collapse on B. You love what they're doing.
You really can see how so much of the strategy of PRX, it centers around that B long control. It was so difficult for DRX to take it. I mean, the amount of util that was coming their way. This time, it's the eco, it's the half bite. DRX, oh my! Unaware of that one, it's traded. He does well for it. Prowler in his face, crunch through into the showers, as well right through the TP. RB though, takes care of Divide. Mako's just running and gunning right through the smoke with the Judge in his hand, set up for it, close, shoulder to shoulder, running backwards. All over the place, isn't it? CGRS with the Wingman dropped down immediately, broken 2 pieces, but they still maintain control of showers, and that causes the early exit. DRX, they do not want to fight it. Through the TPs now, they get the sight. They know that it was that overcommitment, but Mindfreak hot on the trail. TP's right behind them.
Wow, Alisson, gokil. Teman gue tuh guys.
CGRS, the substitute, left in a 1v2. Tries to find the timing past the Trailblazer.
As good as util.
Quite gonna
Anjir ini util lagi kok gak habis-habis cuy.
To take the fight though. The high-low setup. Yeah, thrifty. Our minds were linked for a second there. That's scary.
That's a big error from PRX. I mean, that's one of those rounds where Coach Alex is going to be slamming the desk. All of their players decided to play like one and done situation.
Slam the desk? The desk?
Really aggressive.
Kenapa mejanya anjir digeprakin ya?
And then Forsaken was jumping around towards short. I mean, no reason for him to be playing that riskily on an anti-eco. It offers DRX an opportunity back into this one. The ults are starting to build as well here, Brent, for the attacking side. So DRX are going to have a round, maybe this one, maybe the next.
I love this development of the meta, where people are just trying to headbutt the util that flies over the top.
Yeah, there's only a few lineups where you can punish it in that way.
Here we go. Nightfall gives them showers control all the way through. Again,
Oh, malah geprek meja.
see the orbital strike being used right through main. Satchel to avoid it. Damage is done though. Sets up Mind Freak. It's able to beam him through. Jing through the back of the site. It's on top of it. On top of the truck. It's 2 kills. Jump spot. Wide swing wants to take the fight. Spike drop down. There's really no reason to try and give Stacks that one, but he does it. I mean, confidence is there with Jing and enough time bought. That was a really rapid flank while all that was going on. CGRS and Divide. They didn't take the TP. They opted to just run all the way from Fountain.
Mind Freak was asked to do everything in that round too. While we were focused on Jing getting the kills, Mind Freak pops off his ultimate, was stunned in a corner, and manages to also get this kill onto Zest right before he falls, right as his ultimate timing is going off. So a lot of PRX's defense here is them fragging themselves out of really uncomfortable positions. But they're also putting enormous pressure on DRX getting through the first choke point. They're not trying to hold the backside of A, as most teams would. They're not trying to fight heavy for showers control and play retake. Retake, what does that mean? Retake? I've never seen a retake.
Yeah, I do love it though. I mean, I think PRX have got a really clear idea of this. I was just about to talk about it in one of the prior rounds before there was just an absolute explosion occurring across the screen and bodies were dropping all over the place. But this heavy B long pressure is excellent. We saw how hard it was for DRX to take it. It gives them easy access to showers. They can push deep out of it as well in contact like they did in that last round if they want to. And that gives you good information if DRX are playing slow.
And once more, let me reiterate that DRX have historically not been good at this map. Every time they've come to a global tournament, they, in the past used to play this double flash, double duelist setup. That ended up getting countered at the global level. Then they tried to copy other teams, have never been able to make it work. Something about the way that this team plays and the way that they think about the game does not gel with Bind. They're constantly readable and end up getting flanked and pushed and shut down. So PRX have a fantastic opportunity to keep this one going. And 2-0 DRX. Without something even being here in Tokyo. And that would be so crucial for them too, Bren, because it buys time for this visa to potentially get sorted.
Yeah. One of the things we haven't really spoken about, but it's so important. I mean, if PRX ended up winning, it would just be, even if it's an extra couple of days, could be all the difference if they can get their full roster together. Here's DRX, flushing their face, Forsaken. Oh my goodness, okay, backing away, Cove at his feet just to try and survive. Interesting usage, Rocket sails and lands onto the top of the truck. Forsaken though, out to the one side of it, and here we go. Potential detainment as well. Thresh was coming right through the TP showers. Control is theirs, but there's that late lurk that's still occurring from RB. Plan, jump spot, right click, not enough to claim the kill. Mako's got his ult, Viper's Pit now in play, flashed up, blinded up, Goop in his face, nobody can see a bloody thing. It Stacks left again to contain and control the stalwart defender. Through into short Zest. Over the top now, Horn going to be spotting quite a bit as well. All 3 players being lit up towards the back of the side, and RB needs to be final line of defense and a bit of a difference maker. Does he want to swing and take the fight? Just holding his ground. The plant's down. Gives a bit of a breather. Holding towards the back. Zest with only the 1 kill before being traded. It's a 2 versus 2. They need this pit to go down. And Mako's still alive. It's a real nuisance to get through. The fog settling in. Random spam as Mindfreak will back away, but it's a consolidation kill. The round win goes to DRX. Heavy investment. Scrappy all over the place.
Semuanya. Apapun itu
and I feel like PRX had an opportunity to completely flip this on their head. Right when that Dizzy came through. As the plan was being stuck and Mako was ripping his ultimate.
Blindly shot,
the
blindly aja.
And the player just whiffed. Can't exactly recall who it was, but they had their opportunity
itu
to take
kalau
out Mako
bubble-nya si Harbor di ulti sama Raze gimana? Hancur aja gitu atau gimana? Ditangkis bisa kan ditangkis?
DRX get another.
Itu chaos banget sih nembaknya. Tahu nembak apaan?
Yeah, making it more even.
But that's what I said. DRX were getting so close to those ultimates.
Oh, wow.
They decided to spend them all in that round. And it has knocked the economy for PRX. It's an important, pivotal economic swing round. But we saw PRX being excellent on the Thrifties in map 1.
Yeah, you cannot count them out. Even with the Stingers, a rifle or 2. They will make plays, they will take risks.
Thrifty?
They'll win their Angels.
Especially when they have the Reckoning to work with and Jing 1 away from a showstopper.
Oh, yeah.
If Jing finds a kill, I mean, then the ultimate situation can turn the round completely on its head. DRX are holding a very strict, slow default to start this round. And now they've backed up.
It's because they're scared, but the more time they waste, the worse it's going to look. They haven't bled out the molly. Grouped up towards A. Here's the wall going up. Mindfreak is close. He actually needs somebody to spot this for him. There's a Reckoning being held at his back. He hears the dog. There's a molly. There's the ult trying to buy time. And a dizzy Buzz. Whoa. He's blind as anything, man. Screen completely obscured. Stuns there. Can't set up Mako for the kill. And a white swing the trade. Stacks is eventually brought down to his knees. Out to the open, though. DRX might be able to salvage this as well. Zested claim control of Showers with the stinger from that range. CGRS.
Apakah akan?
Out of nowhere, RB round the back, spots it, and well, can't take the fight to him.
We were being kind to CGRS in the first map because he's been put in such a difficult spot, but he's both warmed up and looks more comfortable here. The utility support for Mindfreak was beautiful in this spot. The Dizzy comes through, catches onto Buzz, then a wingman comes through there again, and it catches onto Mako to set him up just to anchor this spot. And then not only does Cigarettes provide value with his utility, he also picks off 2 with the stinger towards the end. This is PRX playing with, 5 people having impact, compared to having to pop him in the backpack.
And it's whimsy.
Itu Dizzy.
The PRX players.
Dizzy sama
They can go into the
si
match as well,
wingman-nya.
probably thinking near the beginning, guys, okay, let's just have fun
Huge,
with it.
huge,
We're not playing
huge.
with our active roster. We've only had 10 days of practice. Let's make the most of it.
God, the fun buff goes crazy.
It goes crazy, I'm telling you. Every event, there feels like a team that's just like, guys, let's just have fun with it. They pop off, they do well. Here's an attempt from DRX. They do take that Lamb's control. There's a pull. It's really mistimed a little bit. An attempt to re-clear into Showers. Orbital Strike pushes Buzz really far back into it. Lined up. Zest lands that one shot with the Sheriff. Rocket up in the air. Jing. Oh my goodness. He's an easy target. The Rifles sail them away to the round win, hopefully. Mako, though, still alive with 70 health. It's a 1v2. It's a high-low setup. Times we said that one, it does shut it down. It's safe enough.
A little shake of the head there for Jing. I would have a heart attack coaching this team. I would have a heart attack being a fan of this team, Brent. The way that PRX played the anti-ecos has got me sweating. I mean, they are Mindfreak just, again, isolated in Showers. Really weird Showers hold. Jing just bouncing around, looking like he's giving opportunities to these guys.
Yeah,
they clean it up.
Pakai per anjir, loncat-loncat mulu anjing.
You love to see it. Now this horn, I do want to see where this one goes. Because it was being thrown before by Zest, bit of a lineup. Oh, okay, into B long. Well, the fight gets taken by Jing alone. There wasn't really any util to set him up.
Yeah, that's nice though. It combos with the snake bite from Mako.
Yeah. So an actual good attempt here to take that B long control, which DRX have already just vacuumed up the space.
Yeah, and you were talking about how important that area of the map is for PRX.
Bener-bener kayak jangret anjir.
By denying it now, you reduce the amount of options PRX have, but they've usually rotated 3 of the players now over towards B. They're going to try and re-clear this.
Yes.
But just, okay, just dry picking. There's no util. And the trade time and the swing time of the Forsaken is so delayed. He's not there to set up for it. Buzz can just be cool, calm, and collected. It takes those fights, a bit of a timing. CGRS, when's this smoke going to fade? Not spotted out by the dog. Haunts around over the side, a bit of spam as well. They seem to be aware, but that was, where was that from? All the way back into spawn. The wallbang kill onto Buzz, and it's caused a full rotation. Backing away. They don't want to give away anything in a 2v4.
CGRS is one away from Thrash as well. I think that's why they were fighting so heavily over that B-long ult orb. But now, he's going to need to kill in order to get it online. And will he even have time in a clutch situation like this?
Mako is in the middle of nowhere, but the rest of the players' positions for DRX is actually quite nice. Double up Lamps, late hold into Showers, even the pull that RB, he's got the star, you can see it sitting there on the spike. Lovely job showcasing that. Too many layers to get through, and so PRX, they call quits in the round.
That's an unfortunate one. I mean, they still have money to be able to buy for next round as well. Jing, his cash might be strapped just a small amount, but if you save a rifle, I actually think I'm in favor of CGRS just running in and dying here. Because you get Thrash online for a potential play in round 11, and you actually don't get punished with the economy. That's not going to happen, though. So we might see another big clash over an ult orb. We've seen PRX fight for B-long control a lot. They also, on the bonus round, when they made that play off the Thrash, were fighting Showers to try and set up CGRS for the ult orb. Obviously, there's only 2 to play for, but my point being that they have at various times stacked over towards them just to be able to claim that reward.
Gekko tadi kayak nggak ada util sama
players
sekali
ready
deh,
to
atau
fight
emang
over
nggak
it
beli ya?
towards B long. And DRX also have 3 players. So this might end up just getting sorted instantly.
Yeah, is it going to be a coin flip round?
Look at the snake bite, though.
It's over the top. They just want to push right past it. Doesn't matter if there's a snake bite.
Whoa.
Oh my God!
They've just run him over!
It's a firing line.
Oh, that is disgusting.
You walk into that one, you are not making it out alive. Not even a single player going down. Listen, there was some damage done, but it's Mako and RB.
And that's the spike. You saw the same high tide being thrown there from
Round's
Forsaken.
over.
It's done.
We've got a minute 10 to talk about whatever we want.
Yeah, pick a topic.
Okay, Greek mythology. You want to revisit that?
I'm afraid I'm not brushed up. I mean, what on earth do RB and Mako do?
You just save.
Ini attacker siapa, defender siapa anjir?
Here.
They've got money though, that's the weird thing for the final round. But it's just over. What an incredible play though. I mean, PRX want the ult orb, so DRX are going over there to try and deny it. And PRX know that DRX are going to try and deny it, so they're like, okay, let's stack 4 people over there and run at them. I mean, I love the way that these teams are thinking about each other and playing. And this is a stimmied up ball of destruction.
It's just prime PRX. It really is.
Meanwhile, Bawah has gone and collected the other ult orb.
Yeah.
So they weren't even required to use the thrash.
Yeah. I do love the decision to run the replay as well when there's like 30 seconds left in the round. It's like we all know what's happening. What is he playing on there? He's just scaring Forsaken. Oh, we gotta hear the comms after that. What? I want to know what Forsaken's reaction was like. Oh my! He attempted to punish. Quick little reminder: Mako is still him.
Anjir, masih bisa ngebunuh.
Oh God, this game is a delight.
What a difference in the faces. I mean, DRX are not even that far behind in terms of rounds. But
Ice breaking namanya guys, biar chill gitu loh, jangan serius-serius, don't get so tense.
Like I said earlier, it's all fun and games for PRX, but DRX are kind of in a lose-lose situation. If they win, people are just going to say, well, they wouldn't have won if something was here. And then if they lose, they're in a disastrous spot.
Last play. It's the last round for it. Fresh going forwards. Barreling into it, right for a short. There's a rocket exchange as well in the razors, but I don't know what's going on. Quite taken though, Jing's still alive in it. Brings down the adversary. Seekers as well, just pushing them back, but they have lost that shower's control. Can Zest do anything with it? But left through cave. CGRS, there was somebody watching, and I believe that was RB for just a moment. There's a real chance for some timings to be taken. That was Fight swinging through. There was no flash to really set it up. Nightfall as well, scattered us across. Jing, can't hear any sound cues. Just trying to buy time as well, create and hold the space. Zest out in the open, it's got to be called. Jing, Fight close with the reload.
One enemy remaining.
And Mako seeks as well to win out his fights by swinging close to the site, but yeah, PRX just unrelenting, not willing to give up a semblance of map control towards Showers.
Gox.
First map, a 9-3 half from PRX. Second map, 8-4 half from PRX. They're playing so well with a team that they never had any intention of playing with this roster at Masters Tokyo. If they had it their way, you know, CGRS wouldn't be in the lineup. No shame to him. He's just not their normal. And yet, wow, the way that they're playing is sublime.
Yeah, insane beginning here to buy. Let's send it down to the desk to break it down so far.
Yes, another dominant half, Kakuka, on a comp that we've never seen before.
Exactly. No time before this we have seen this specific comp. We know that it's a little bit of special, having the Brimstone, having the Gecko, and having the Harbor. To me, the most impressive, alongside that Gecko, has been Jing putting up the same performance that we saw on that first map.
Jing's movement is insane, but you can tell CGRS is so much more comfortable on this fourth round where they go for really cool bonus, by the way, with the Thrash. He's just reclaiming his Dizzy so many times. They re-clear again as well with the dog coming through. And there's so many pieces of util that he's finding so much extra value with because he's able to pick them up, bouncing it off of the truck, you know, being able to re-clear space, re-pick up the wingman. It's really, really nice. And he's fragging with it too.
This, of course, comes to comfort, but also I can imagine and I can picture him calling these things. Hey, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna DC this, you can pick this, I'm going to throw the mosh pit. You know how to use your ultimate that I think was so valuable for them in so many rounds, and I can feel him as they're moving, making those calls, and also going on the flank. So if he manages to pull out this performance, PRX is taking the win again.
It reminds me of what Josh was talking about on Split, about when he was playing Sky, trying to find that individuality and being forced to call the plays for himself, right, on that defensive side. And you saw that's where they struggled. That's where he struggled as well. And now he's comfortable. And with this first half from PRX, it's a really dominant one. DRX, while they've reverted to some of their comfort, I still don't think they have it right now. They just do not look super happy. Mako looks kind of upset about this game and how the way it's going. We already know what's happened on Bind to them in the past.
I mean, DRX, if they want to avoid that elimination match this early on at Tokyo, they have to bring this half back. Bren and Saisho is now or never.
Definitely now or never, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, these 8-4 half for PRX, it's sheer domination every time they've started out on the maps. But we've seen DRX, they put together some sort of a comeback. You know, there was a semblance to it on the first map. They couldn't quite close it out, bring it all the way into OT. But right now, the way PRX are playing, it just feels like they are, you know, improvising, throwing out plays, whatever the team wants to do, making calls, playing with confidence. It's all there for them, and you're seeing it once more manifest. They are straight up through into B-Long. Cove to get them in as well. Nade towards the side onto the one angle. Molly on top of it. It's all coming together. And where's the defensive utility? Anything to slow them down? Mako in tube. They don't have control of elbow. Satchel's pushing the back and away. Okay, and a call is made. Is DRX want to try and flood into this one right through the smokes? It's successful.
DRX needed that one. Absolutely imperative pistol in order to avoid a disaster of slipping down to the lower bracket. And what a crossfire they had between those two initiators. Stax playing an elbow and Zest slipping into the site here. Usually they're going to have Jing playing way further forwards than this. When you see the rifle rounds, Jing's going to be double blast packing in, and that breaks those kind of crossfires. But on a pistol round, they're not going for that. Much more of a slow approach into the site. And DRX going for that bonus round buy.
Oh, they're going to be meeting a boatload of players, though. Got to back out of there. You get your two, and they're like, we don't even want to cross with them at all in terms of what they're putting up with the classics, even still. Give up and concede that space into Shower, setting up Jing into a 4 position, but still with the weapons, they should be okay. There you go.
Looks clean, in fact.
Yeah, spam through the wall, left it up to just Forsaken and Devi, and doesn't really feel likely that they're going to be able to get too much done. Happy to take the fight with Buzz. Yeah, looking like all 5 players surviving from DRX. So we'll be flawless. Unless Devi can do a bit of damage. Ping onto the Ghost. Flash misses. There's one. Okay. Buzz taken out. Is that a Bulldog?
Which won't matter if Stax is able to retrieve it.
Oh, well.
But if Devi can do more damage, that would be huge.
He's just going to save the Bulldog.
Well,
no, he's not.
And Stax is making a beeline for it too. RB throws him his.
Oh, he was trying to throw it over the edge.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, they got it there at the end. So this is going to be a bonus round with some serious sting to it. DRX have got a chance of getting the rounds essentially level here if they're able to pull this one off. Keep an eye on how Forsaken uses his utility on the attack side. It's so different to all the other Harbors. The high tides he goes for, often using his Cove, not to get the plant, but to get them out through choke points. It's very unique.
Essential beginning. Bonus round conversion for DRX would put him in contention once more.
Yep, I mean, this is a weird high tide.
It is, it just rips its way through. It grants them a bit of a pocket to play through, doesn't it? Oh, okay, here's the mosh pit. Over towards the top. That's into triple, Dizzy, and a nade. Snakebite used just on the default box angle. They have Shower's control as well. They're taking up pretty much all of this one. Now Wingman going for the plant. Fast flank through now. Prowler and a Trailblazer used at the same time, and Mindfreak just doesn't have the bullets to spare, really, for it. Flash into the corner. CGRS can't see a thing, and the crosser placement's just not good. Bit of a wraparound. Buzz, is he going to miss this timing? Jing takes a fight to them. Oh, my. Collapse. Straight onto short. Mako and RB. What can they get done now? Noise cues cut away, yet Device still remaining sharp, in control as well of Lambs, making sure nobody can walk past any of those high tides. So there is no conversion of the bonus round. A decent try by DRX, but PRX still holding on to this lead.
Yeah, a sick round from PRX though, really is. They segment off the site into little chunks with their high tide and their brim smokes, and then they can combo the flashes to be able to get through. Then in the post plant, Jing does such an excellent job there of being able to hold his ground in pocket, slow people down so that Forsaken gets the backstab. It's really tough to deal with what PRX does on the A side of the map. Their B hits tend to be a little more standard, but A is anything but.
Isn't this different? It's all 5 players grouped up into sand. Horn destroyed, there was a timing there. This potentially could have been punished. Trailblazer, that stun connects. Forsaken's already in. Nade at his feet, mosh pit over the top. It's a full util dump, the execute, and the mosh pit lands the kill. Spray transfer from Buzz, almost landing the third. That is absurd. He's made it even. 3 versus 3. Rebounds. They're in the close corners here through the smoke. Lovely movement from Arby. Enough to jiggle as well. It makes it a favorable fight for him. It's just down to Divide. Flash in 12 seconds. Is he even gonna have time to really play for this one? They know exactly where he is. Onto the corner.
So many moments like that in this game.
Yep, there's one. 5 seconds until the flash comes through. Ping on 2. The tap already onto the spike. It's halfway through. Arby just sticking it. And yeah, just couldn't quite land the shots. Thought he was off. One of the fuses coming through. 40 putting enough damage, but was just not quite landing him.
I think probably bad comms there too. The plant was tucked into a corner. There wasn't really possibility that the player could have been on the left-hand side of the spike, and yet not really communicated to him in that situation. And I kind of lied to you all. I said that their B hits were fairly standard. This one was weird.
I did think you were about to set up a cast the curse. As soon as I saw them grouping up towards Hookah, I was like...
I mean, it was an odd pop.
It was, yeah.
What I meant was that Jing tends to double blast back through.
Yeah.
The rest of them follow out, but
more standardized. But that was just...
The high tide makes that one really odd.
Emang bisa ke-detect guys kalau jatuhnya di atap gitu.
Towards showers. Buzz is one away from the ult. Doesn't go for the orb though.
Yeah, bit strange, but he just wants to get back to short. Have they got a C-Snake combo or something? Zest is definitely holding utility. Could be a Prowler though for RB to peek off.
Here we go. Talking about set executes. There's another one. Reckoning. Stuns landing. There's a mosh. Towards the side of triple. Still this time, Showers control is maintained. RB will fall at the back of the side, but 2 players need to hold this ground from DRX right now. It's on to Buzz and Zest. Forsaken, eager to take the fight. But a satchel, yeah, that's Buzz.
Wow.
Set up nicely for it. Offsetting of the aim, bit of a tap through with the horn connecting.
Because it's satchel.
Still needs to hold it down into Lamps, make sure that nobody can cross. As well is going to be trying his hardest, but with the Prowler latching onto him close to the corner, flash and a seize, and the snake bite, it's all combo together. That is beautiful. Okay, showstopper, maybe a little bit overkill. Potentially the kill was already theirs, but it's brought an ult of his own up close into the face. Damage is done, but they all fall down and tumble. So damn close with the timing, but it is DRX winning that round.
DRX are just about holding on in these kind of situations, only just.
Wow.
The crucial element to me is the fact that they managed to maintain Showers control. The high tide that Forsaken throws kind of segments off triple and Showers so that they don't have to worry about that. They can take Lamps, they can take backside, and then they return back to Showers later on. But Buzz being able to find that kill means that they never have to worry about the backstab. And that post-plant position is denied. They haven't really been missing him that much today, to be honest.
We'll see how the series plays out. Because right now, once more, it's DRX who are mounting that comeback. This time, similar scenes. This mosh pit looks like it's going to land on the backside of B long. Where's it going? Over the side, Trailblazer. There's the Seekers. It's a pull into the mosh, but it's all a little bit mistimed. Enough of the defensive utility of DRX that stave them back, stave them away.
And just a little set play, potentially for a pick, so that they could commit afterwards. Still a Thrash to work with here, and they're hoping that they can barrel over somebody from DRX that's pushed through Showers or short.
Satchel into the face, it's traded.
Good trade.
Yeah, with those guns, are they going to take the DPs? They are. Long control was being held this entire time by Devi. Still, don't have any real idea of where players are onto the site.
And now Devi's making noise, which makes them think they've gone B, but actually Forsaken stayed to get a rifle, and now he's calling them to come back.
Yep.
It's layers on layers, running rings around DRX.
My brain is struggling to keep up here. Wingman, send them charging in, going for the plant, so that's going to be
30 seconds left.
Finally getting themselves into this post-plant situation.
Devi is miles away currently, but DRX are not starting this quickly, waiting for the high tide to fall perhaps.
Try and play aggressively with the Thresh. I mean, they still see GRS playing into showers. He has the ult, but with Forsaken falling, they might not opt to actually use this one. No, he still does. It's being used close to detain, up in the air. Did it actually catch? Stacks. Oh, he covers his teammates back. Buzz can't get the weapon out. Bit of a tap onto it. It's left down to it. What is that? The flick to the side. Zest lovely once more with the movement. Shots need to be fired off, and with the Sheriff in his hands, doesn't have the gun for the job. Not to push back that.
Wow.
Another stick. Onto the fuse. 9-9 being that scoreline in terms of the rounds. DRX have really dragged this one all the way.
It feels very similar to map 1. The sides obviously swapped around, but DRX have mounted a comeback here, and PRX are struggling to get anything. Now, it was about at this point on Split where we saw PRX have an adjustment that allowed them to pull out a couple of their own and get across the line. But at this point, despite the fact that PRX are getting aggressive, putting pressure on DRX, getting plants down even, they're not actually being able to get aggressive in post-plant spots like I'm used to seeing. If you think back to Split, they would get the plant down and then they'd all be fighting A Heaven, for example, or you know, someone's making a push, someone's making a play to stop DRX from having these nice set retakes.
Kayak cuman di Jepang deh supporternya digabung deh.
Too much here.
Nggak ada kubu-kubuan.
I think, if anything, more aggression might be the name of the game instead of dropping back and playing post-plant.
Part of the problem they might be running into as well is that they are committing
Indo udah
a ton
berantem
of
itu.
util with the first layer, first wave, just trying to push back and take the site.
Yeah.
I don't think they've really got anything in the tank to try and refight again.
Yeah,
and take space further because they are using everything when they're going for these XX.
Yeah, it's a really great point. I mean, DRX are just allowing them to util dump on the site. And as long as DRX don't get caught in those anchor positions, then they have a massive utility advantage to be able to retake with.
This timeout. Maybe adjustments can be made here. 9-9. DRX have earned themselves back into it. And here we go. There will be a fight that's going to take quickly now as we are jumping back into the action. 30 points, seconds to spare. There we go. On top of Truck, Buzz going to be holding close to the corner. Heavy group up into short from PRX. Might want to play with a bit of aggression. Here's an orbital strike as well at play. Trailblazer. Cascade. High tide rips through. Tons of util being used in conjunction. There's a Dizzy and there's a kill. Buzz just trying to vacate, trying to drop off the backside of Truck, but he paid for it with his life. Wingman out. That plan off, a bit of spam as well. It's a hard target to hit, and now the showers lurk all the way through into the back. Zest was aware of it, but already the back of the site. There's that aggression at play. Giving up control of showers, the nade rebounding to the side. Zest is an absolute difference maker, but he will go down to the util regardless. It's up to RB. They can't stand it. Not against that type of pressure.
Awesome adjustment by PRX. You know, they don't use as much utility to be able to get into the site to start with, which is what you were mentioning, but the piece that they do use, the Dizzy, CGRS's entering off of it is absurd. He jumps through exactly as the Dizzy is landing, and then Jing plays aggressive, and they have a double late reflank through showers, so even after the first player dies, Devi is there to be able to mop it up. Cool adjustment, excellent entry, and you can tell this guy's a Gecko one-trick. I mean that in the best way possible. I mean, his utilization and timings of his utility are really good.
Crunch towards showers, potentially. There was a flash there. Grouped up. DRX, they got to know there's players out here. You're going to just push right through the smoke. Nothing to set this one up.
Wow. That is a bold read from DRX, and there was nobody there. I don't know what that's based off. Maybe the fact that Forsaken was throwing utility over towards B. Maybe the fact that there was, you know, no cascade used at the beginning of the round, considering that's normally how they take showers.
I mean, PRX have been playing quite grouped up, so maybe just expected to catch the late player, but, well, essentially salvaging it. I mean, this was a half-buy round, remember? And the rifle was salvaged by Buzz after it fell on the opposite ends of showers. He didn't let that one fall into enemy hands. seconds left. DRX feeling like they've got the read. Smoke's dropped down, cutting up a decent portion of it. There's Dizzy, RB close though. And he's gained as well an upgrade for himself. Picks up the rifle. Here's the wingman. Any sort of covering fire. That's going to be denied, surely. No, still planted. No, brought down. Spike dropped down. No fight taken here with the Satchels. Right into the smoke with the shorty. And the Sheriffs are going to be in play once more. Mako ripping off, firing off. There's 15 seconds left. CGRS.
Yeah. Spike,
know where he is. Stunned up. They're going to be hunting him down, making sure that he can't get away with anything at all.
This round has just saved DRX on this map, potentially. This is going to draw things level at 10-10, a Thrifty that they've pulled out of nowhere, despite the fact that they lost a player right at the start of the round. They were so confident in this read that it was going to end A. They saw Forsaken throwing high tides and cascades and all sorts of stuff on the other side of the map, and just did not buy it. 3 players stacked over here, focused on short. They get the pick on Jing, no punish, and then Forsaken's throwing wiggly walls all over the place towards short, completely alone. Again, the way that PRX plays anti-ecos is fundamentally too risky for me.
It's fun.
It's definitely fun.
To watch.
Yeah, unless you're a PRX fan or Coach Alex, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's just going to be causing stress. Here we go. Nightfall's going to be used as soon as the first wave of utility jumps out towards short, so Prowler's even as well, chasing them all the way into market. Even the C's used on top, so a lot of util used in response by DRX here.
Jing's got a judge. If he decides to go for a double blast pack push out through hookah.
Got the satchels for it.
Mako's going to be the target.
Rebound off the wall with a cove. Oh! Get him in, there's a flash into the corner. Hands over the rifle, here's the ult. Online, rocket, right into tube. Nobody's going to be there to receive it. And Mako has repositioned. This is absolutely gorgeous! And CGS gets off of it. Plan going off, still finds the kill in a trade in the middle of nowhere. The fast reactions. Nade rebounding, forces him into the fight and forces him into a 1v1. He will go down post-mortem at that.
How do you expect Divide to be in this spot? There's just no way.
Wraps all the way.
You think he's long or elbow?
He's waiting to hear a sound cue from the drop. Hears it, and that's when he strikes.
The difference that CGRS has made from map 1 to map 2 is fabulous. I know that this is still a really close map, but it's just been night and day. Getting him on the Gecko on maps that make sense might be a major win condition for PRX. I mean, look how much more confident he looks. That pick, delightful. This punish on Mako, who'd made a phenomenal play around the cove. And then that! Grabbing a third onto Buzz while he's under pressure from the nade. He's just won them the round.
It's crazy. So well played towards the end as well, Divide. Consistent. Here's another fast play though. It's DRX with their own spin on things. It's a showstopper straight down short. They cleared all the way out through A, and a reaction from PRX. Still, he has to fuse. Rocket right through the TP. No damage done. They're already into the site. Seekers and a Thresh all used together. One after another. Even the wingman as well should be able to get that plant down and opting for it. Still watching onto the flank. He claims to kill into Zest, but will he expect the second player that's late lurking up here? It is Buzz, elbow control. This is the adaptations that you start to see from PRX. They love to change up their positioning. It's aggressive, fighting towards the back, not letting DRX set themselves up nicely. Even with the Thresh picked up as well, that's going to be pushed all the way deep into the spawn. DRX, they've got nowhere safe to stand.
This has got to be a save, and it's going to allow PRX to get up to match point here. Using a substitute, playing against their rivals, who they've had the better end of in the last couple of matches. Doesn't matter which roster DRX have used, Foxy9, Zest, either way, they have fallen recently.
Right there.
Historically, DRX has been the best team in the Pacific region by usually a long shot. They've taken on challenges like PRX and turned them into mincemeat with their more disciplined style.
Yeah.
But something recently has just changed. And even without something, it's changed.
You got to stop, man. These players have got to change their names. I'm putting in a formal complaint or something.
I mean, that one wasn't even deliberate. But what a day this is for PRX.
It's huge.
And what a disaster for DRX, though. Like I said earlier, if you can't beat them with CGRS in the roster, when are you going to get your wins?
When are you going to get your wins? One more round. It's all it'll take for PRX. And I mean, 5 players. They're grouped up once more. Towards Sand. Trailblazer, high tide. Plays it through. It's an interesting adaptation again. It's a nade, sails through with the mosh pit all the way. Things over the top. Dizzy right behind him. Plant will go down here. Lost control towards the back of the site because Jing's already there. The counter spam. And he was on that angle, so they do trade it out, even though they couldn't see where he was. Molly towards their feet. Nobody can get in towards the back of the site, but DRX need to salvage it. They need to find a way back in. Deep smoke, placed, Horn, broken, pushing them off. Cosmic Divide as well. They choose to play up close. This is PRX, making an in-the-moment call. It's agile, spray transfer, not connecting shorties, and play with the rifles. It's up to Zest.
Oh, no.
One man against the world to keep his team in it. The extension of play, is it there? Not quite at all. PRX.
Okay.
Today, Josh, whimsy ruled the day.
What a performance from this team. Just playing some gorgeous Valorant and bitter disappointment on the other side of things. Not even a third map. A 2-0. And just bewilderment, I feel, coming from that side of the stage. DRX dropped down to the lower bracket where they will have an extremely tough game against NRG. Coincidentally, the last time we saw them play Bind with that composition, up against NRG. Champions. Lower bracket final, ended up getting eliminated from the tournament there. That kind of stuff will be replaying through their minds.
Absolutely. Chet's going to be able to reuse his prep from last year. Pull up the old notes, man, the history of it. But
meanwhile, we get PRX playing against Fnatic.
Yeah.
With CGRS in the roster potentially still. But my God, what a fun game that is going to be.
We can't stress enough as well how important this is for PRX to get a win here today. They buy a critical lifeline. More time for something to potentially get back and get the visa as well. Maybe play with a full-strength roster. But, I mean, CGRS has stepped up. Listen, it was a bit gimmicky at times. I'm not going to shy away from that.
Oh, yeah.
I think, listen, the guy is a Gecko one-trick. That was pretty evident. You know, the performance from map 1 to map 2, he was pulling out some incredible little tech onto Bind specifically, and it really did catch a team, you know, like DRX off guard.
But he also looked more confident in terms of how he was taking fights.
Selamat yang pilih PRX.
Yeah, it was
Anda bakal menang.
more value for the team overall. I think, I'm thinking back to, I believe it was in the press conference where Buzz was saying that in the game, in the grand finals, and in general their matches against PRX, he felt like it really highlighted weakness in their map pool and their playstyle, which they were trying to fix for Tokyo. And to be honest with you, Brent, this is map pool issues again for me. DRX just can't get wins on Lotus and Bind right
Berapa
now.
orang?
So if they end up also losing map 1, which is in such close fashion, nevertheless, it just sets them up in horrendous fashion.
Really is looking brutal for DRX, but listen, today, celebrations for PRX as well. That's the series done and dusted. They bought themselves that lifeline. That's it from us as well. We'll send it to a short break on the other side of things, a desk to break it all down for the day.
Sekarang banget. Ayo.
Bentar. Gue yang bertahan sekarang. Bentar.
Kenapa? Bam. Bubar guys, bubar. Habis gamenya. Ngadot. Nanti copyright ya. Jadi itu buat hari ini. Besok apa?
Kenapa tuh tiba-tiba?
Besok kayak gue nggak bisa bangun pagi deh, ngantuk.
Ngantuk tuh ya.
Besok kita akan masuk ke lower bracket tanggal 18. Kita ada jam pagi itu ada EDG versus Loud. Habis itu kita ada NRG versus DRX. Udah kan musiknya? Nah itu lower bracket sih. Kok ada lower round 1, round 2 sih? Gimana sih tuh? Kok lower round 1, lower round 2 maksudnya gimana tuh? Oh, abis ini masuk ada yang lower round lagi. Oh, astaga. Gila, pantesan aja lama banget matchnya ya. Yang udah menang kalau kalah bisa ke lower round yang kedua. Kalau yang di lower round kalah, udah nih, bubar ya. Pesan. Di DG. Ya, besok ada jot lagi. Ada jot lagi. Yang di atas kalau kalah pasti turun. Yang di bawah kalah udah pulang. Jadi Bambang bakal ketemu Jot nanti di bawah. Nah, iya. Gue pengen nge-tweet deh. Nongol nge-tweet gue di situ. Yang kalah udah balik. Biar sama Fnatic sih kayak seru sih. So kita ketemu lagi lusa kan guys berarti ya. Mana Gor?
Bentar. Belum.
Kenapa?
Apa tuh?
Besok gue nggak bangun. Tidur. Nggak bisa bangun pagi gue guys, ngantuk banget. Menyesuaikannya sih parah banget sih ini. Besok kalian mau nonton di Christopher Davy aja ya.
A little bit more from DRX, but PRX though, they managed to hang on in the end despite nearly maybe giving DRX that comeback.
Love and enjoy this.
Gak bisa bangun coy kalau match siangnya. DRX versus NRG mungkin. Tuh, si Grass tuh si Grass.
When he looked comfortable, he looked comfortable. He saved some key rounds here for PRX. And I think if it wasn't for him having a good time on Gecko as well, innovating a little bit for us here, which PRX always goes hand in hand, you must have it. You might be seeing a PRX who looks flat. And because they have to substitute a very crucial part of their game, you have to credit this guy a lot.
Si Grass loh, kalian meremehkan si Grass. Mungkin tadi belum PW, sekarang kan baru sinergi dapat, tapi tetap 2-0 kok. Udah mood booster coy.
It would have been different. I think that also the way and the shape that we saw DRX wasn't the best, but definitely looking for the teams that are.
Jadi something nanti jadi backupnya.
People thinking CGRs will be coming in to replace something. That's not actually the case because the person that replaced Ebola is Forsaken.
Baru kecil banget sih.
Take a look at what Forsaken and Jing were able to pull off today.
Apalagi nih?
You definitely had that one-to-one comparison.
Bebek lagi.
But I think on Vines, what I saw was Jing and Forsaken being that duo together.
Okay, guys.
He didn't have a second duelist, but Jing was still able to find the crazy timings that normally he's relying on something to.
Jadi ini ada
reaction or something like that. Jing and Forsaken played phenomenally, and I think they had like something like 2 or 3 rounds were 2vx, and it was them really having insane chemistry. And I think those are the moments that people are still so surprised of.
Nih yang menang ya.
Oh, they just peak.
Nanti dicek Gor, kalau udah nanti akan langsung diproses. Langsung Gor. Hah? Berapa orang itu?
207 orang.
Berapa bebek?
207 bebek.
207. Ya udah gitu loh. Go. Sambil menunggu ya, sambil menunggu. Ya jadi ada 207 orang yang menebak benar PRX win. Jadi Selamat.
Thank you so much, Sue.
Lo akan dapat. Oh nih sih.
Always a pleasure to talk with you, buddy. First and foremost, you came out here. You wanted to make a statement debut. I'm sure, especially after what we saw Fnatic do earlier today. How did it feel to be able to come up on this stage and perform the way that you did, given the circumstances?
Absolutely, we feel great. I think we'll feel more relief more than we won the Pacific.
Yeah.
Because we playing.
Ama ya, balapan bebeknya ya. Nanti yang menang akan dicek datanya. Kalau misalkan udah bagus, ya. Selamat, Anda mendapatkan Valorant point.
So I think he's doing like really amazing job stepping on his shoes.
Yeah.
So yeah, we feel great and relief, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean,
tuh guys, nggak semua gamer pakai kacamata tahu. Tanda seru maju untuk nge-boost speed guys ya di detik ke-10 ya. Detik ke-10 itu krusial.
So basically, from I think since Pacific League, we already Alex tried to ask him to play Gecko like every ranked game. So basically, he's trying to like specialist the Gecko main agent. Just in case like something.
RKYVW, selamat untuk RKYVW.
So yeah, and then like from the basically I think
datanya gimana kok?
Every mechanic and kind of stuff, and then like we just trying to make towards it. And
selamat, Anda mendapatkan 1000-an kayaknya Valorant point.
That sets you up for a collision course against Fnatic, a team that you have experience with. You saw what they did earlier today.
Apa?
How are you feeling about that game? Are you ready to let them get revenge on you?
Gak follow gua. Angus nggak guys?
Roster shuffle, they have like really good roster right now, right? So maybe kind of excited to meet Fnatic because like I feel like they are the best.
Di rulesnya dikasih tahu nggak?
Enggak sih, cuma masa iya sih nggak follow.
Di rulesnya nggak dikasih tahu, susah dong. Berarti nggak bisa dibantah. Ya udah nggak apa-apa guys. Nggak apa-apa. Di rulesnya nggak ada soalnya. Parah gori sih. Rulesnya apa?
Enggak, cuma isi aja menang siapa sih.
Isi doang.
Gue masih ngantuk tadi pagi.
Ya udah, nggak apa-apa guys. Rules are rules ya. Ya udah. Selamat. Kalau ada datanya. Next. Apa-apa sih, asal cukup tahu aja sih, cukup tahu sih. Belum, nggak boleh ketik tanda seru maju sekarang. 10 detik terakhir baru boost. 10 detik terakhir guys ya.
And he has this nade that jumps up, satchels up, and then satchels away before Stack's didn't even react. It's crazy. Jing is so quick with it, and he's doing the right things again. Now, number one, you saw the Harbor stuck in the corner.
Gimana udah dari tadi mestinya kalau ikut.
And then as well, Jing peeking for the rest of his team to come in. We're double flanking. It's so nice.
Yeah, it is indeed. I can't believe today was the day that we had 2-2-0s. It doesn't feel right given the matchup, but if we take a look at the playoffs bracket here,
masih 35 detik guys, belum.
Very surprised, and also I don't know how I feel about how scary that lower bracket is. You've got Violet, Loud, DRX, and NRG.
That's a lower bracket? No. That low-key looks like a champion's upper bracket, like in the champion's semifinals.
Belum, masih 15 detik, 14, 13.
Loud, the winners of the region, but the only winners that didn't make it, that didn't win their respective match. Of course, we're seeing PRX and Fnatic up there. Like, you know, for EDG, they have already achieved so much. For Loud, they should never be in that position where they fall into the lower bracket.
FFSBIQ.
Upper bracket is also crazy. I mean, Fnatic, maybe not full strength PRX, but still a very
wah beneran, ini sih gitu Hunter beneran
apa?
Apa-apa.
Ya lu sih nggak bawa rulesnya.
Gue tuh mau masuk ke data diri doang sih tadi.
Oh berarti dia nggak follow, nggak ngapa-ngapain. Berarti kayak bot dong.
Gak apa-apa, gue suruh follow sebelum ini.
Oke, selamat ke FFSBIQ. Nggak boleh gosong. Udah rulesnya udah ditulis seperti itu. Ya, kecuali rulesnya ditaruh sama Gori. Oke. Next. It's okay. Cukup tahu aja ya.
Yeah, it's been great to have you as well. Very quickly before we close it out, who's going to win this tournament, Bala? Give it to me. Oh,
for the 2 times.
Oh.
Revisi rules. Enggak, jangan. Udah ditutup soal pendaftarannya. Cara ikutnya gimana? Ikutnya adalah vote. Tinggal klik link Google Formnya sebelum matchnya PRX sama DRX dimulai ya. Besok ada lagi, besok bisa yang di upper ya. Wah.
Dude, I'm jealous of myself. I feel like I'm in an out-of-body experience right now. Watching these two teams.
Gila ya Valo ya. Fnatic gila sih nanti lawan PRX sih. Masih 45 detik guys. Belum, sabar. Masih 40 detik woi.
Ada yang RP 122 loh, gua pantau loh anjing.
Hah?
Ada yang RP 122 loh ini.
Oh, nah itu bot tuh. Baik email dong itu. Lu lain kali harus ituin rules sih, gila-gila orang anjir.
Nah, email udah satu ini untuk responsnya.
Yang benar-benar filter orang yang niat aja itu.
Udah Fadli.
This is a Pacific rematch, but at a global event. Get off. We're the guys. Get off your chumps. Get off.
Di private lagi anjing.
Di private, Fadi _A selamat. Dia di private.
Di private. Parah sih. Ya udah, pokoknya kalau gua bisa kontak kalah sendiri.
Ya udah. Ingat, nanti mau di kontak, awas kalau di private. Kalian ini ya. Ya udah itu besok berarti harus di revisi rulesnya. Oke. Hati-hati ya kalau yang di private ya, nanti siap-siap kalau misalnya mau di kontak.
Nah, ini
Last one. Kalau di private sih ulang susah, nggak di rules juga sama Gori. Enggak apa-apa. Lanjut.
Bentar. Gue pastiin lagi.
What a performance from this team. Just playing some gorgeous Valorant and bitter disappointment on the other side of things.
Kenapa tuh? IG di nggak bisa di DM kah? Nggak bisa. Bisa tapi lewat nggak bisa deh kayaknya ya Gor ya.
Nggak bisa di DM.
Nggak bisa di DM.
Ini kan double kan dengan remove satu double. Dengan remove lagi.
Thanks for watching guys. Udah thanks for watching itu.
Saatnya mulai.
Udah thanks for watching. Kapan lagi WP? Nah, itu pertanyaan bagus. Kalian mau kapan ya? Kapan ya? Tomorrow schedule. Besok kan mau lagi. Takut gak bangun.
Bangun gak sih?
Aduh, gila sih. Gua tadi tidur jam 2 aja. Gua bisa bener-bener tidur tuh jam setengah 4, jam 4. Tidurnya bener-bener gitu loh. Minggu rame sih mestinya.
Ayo, 1 menit lagi.
Lama banget anjir.
Gak apa-apa. Biar tegang kan. Maju.
50 detik terakhir.
Maju.
Double aja suaranya. Go. 30 detik. Orang terakhir yang akan dapat 1000 Valorant point. Ribuan. Mungkin. Ribuan. Belum, masih 20 detik, sabar. Nah nih. Siap. Delay 3 detik, berarti kalian di detik 14 sudah harus ngomong. Harus ketik. Sekarang guys.
Maju.
Oh.
8. Aduh, Randy Putra.
Oh, Randy Putra, selamat untuk Randy Putra. Anda memenangkan 1000 Valorant, akan dicek langsung datanya sama Gori. Buat kalian semua yang belum menang, silahkan berkecil hati karena memang kalian bau. Ya, nanti next di match berikutnya di watch party gua, hanya di channel gua, nanti kita bisa ada yang giveaway menarik lainnya lagi buat kalian semua. Terima kasih yang udah nonton dari tadi. Gua harus mandi. Habis itu kita lanjutin Supressor. Gue belum mandi tadi. Ya. Jadi jangan lupa yang kok silakan berkecil hati. Jangan berkecil hati maksudnya. Sorry. Jangan berkecil hati terlebih dahulu karena masih banyak giveaway lainnya lagi. Oke. Thank you semuanya. Thank you juga untuk Riot yang sudah mensupport gua. Kita ketemu lagi di stream berikutnya. Thank you Gori. Nanti kita bahas soal giveaway yang lebih menarik lagi. Oke guys, gue mau restream dulu. Oke. Wah, udah habis tuh Twitch-nya.